For anyone with a bit of a belly, this is pure relief. No more belt buckles digging into your stomach. Just hook one side onto the first belt loop, run the other side through the second loop.
Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fams, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void. All right. Week ending report. It's right, it's Friday. Week is over. Quite a week. Quite a crazy week we've all just lived through. Got a hell of a lot to talk about, but first, some shout-outs. Mr. Spock, Hermit Horologist, Jetmend123 in the YouTube chat. Cheetah Man, Close Fourth, Reference Frame, Fishbone, Sammy Yasin, Man to the Pivot, Vicky, Quaximus, Frizzla, Saucy Sea Witch, Mo and Noah, Morbius, good to see all of you. Paige Larson, I see you on the Twitch. Vilma Rygar, Schmegley. Beautiful to see all of you here on this Friday. It's been a crazy week. I don't know if you noticed. Ice treading all over America. All over the place. Democrat leaders not quite doing enough right now, it would seem, in the wake of it. Fascism bearing down on America. Trump canceling the midterms. So many other things going on, including Donald Trump receiving the Nobel Prize, something it's not clear that he can do. And much, much more. Much, much more. America first. And since it's the weekending report, we're going to pepper in a few videos some of you may have already seen from this week. Starting with some of these videos from in Minnesota. Disturbing scenes in just boring public places turned into chaos by ICE agents. You notice the guy says we're trying to get status, so they don't know whether or not this person here has status or not. So, I mean, you must have like 30 agents here, as well as, you know, Lollipop Guild over here, Greg Bovino, pulling up his pants. They don't fit right over here. Short stack Bovino over here. You got like 30 guys to pull somebody out of a car that they don't even know the status of. It's not even clear they know who that individual is. They claimed he was Honduran. You could hear them say, we got a Honduran here. We got to check his status. I don't know how they know he's Honduran, but don't know his status. That much to me is very unclear. But as you can see here, dozens of agents just brutalizing an American, somebody on American soil. Just busting out windows in the middle of a gas station where people, you know, you would assume would be buying gas if it weren't completely occupied by the Gestapo.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Back up, back up. Back up.
Look at him. He's yelling at a photographer, right, to back off. They're on public property. This guy is documenting the situation. It would seem to be his job to do what he's doing, and he's being harassed by the Lollipop Guild master, Greg Vivino, over here.
Give him your hat! Give him your hat!
Now they tackled the guy. They broke out the windows of this car. Now they tackled him. And they're on top of him, which is against the law in Minnesota. Police are supposed to not, for good reason, not supposed to stand on people and or cause their airways to be constricted in the process of arresting them. There you go. ICE agents brutalizing, Border Patrol brutalizing people here at this gas station in Minnesota. It's not clear what this individual did to deserve to be just assaulted in this way. But they're the secret police. There's no accountability, apparently, for these thugs. But scenes like this were seen all over Minnesota. This is in Minneapolis on Tuesday. Now here's my question. We're going to be talking about ICE for a while here. But I put it in the thumbnail for a reason, and the title for a reason. ICE treads on America. Tread on me more, daddy. I mean, what happened to all these, libertarian, anti-government types? Oh, the federal government's coming. The federal government's coming for us. They're taking away our guns. They're going to get rid of the Second Amendment. Jade Helm. Troops are coming for us on the streets. Martial law. Where are all these losers? Where the fuck are they? Exactly. Oh, that's right. Oh, they're sucking on the Trump teeth. More fascism, daddy. I love fascism. Martial law.
Does this make you feel small? Yeah, man!
That's who signed up. Exactly. It's the same people who claimed that they were worried the federal government was going to come for them and oh god, they're gonna occupy the cities. There's gonna be government checkpoints on every road. Obama's gonna sleep with your wife. Those are the people out here. I pointed out this great patriot here. He must be like 16, or like maybe he might be 18. I don't know. He's very skinny. It's hard to tell. A young patriot out here doing his civic duty.
You are not funny.
That was the wrong sound shot. Great patriot. Great patriot. A lot of great patriots out there on the streets of Minnesota. Telling ICE where they can go and or stick it. Now it's hard to make out exactly what she's saying. It sounds to me like she's saying, "Would you make room?" It's like there's so much yelling and honking going on. These ICE agents are causing so much goddamn fucking chaos. Like, but you can. It sounds to me like she's saying, "Would you make room?" Like she's just clearly trying to drive, right? And there's like 30 agents in the street. She's either saying, "Would you make room?" or "What are you doing?" It's like hard. It's hard to tell. It sounds like she's maybe said both. What are you doing? And would you make some fucking room? But I mean, it's clear. I mean, look how close their bumpers are. Look at it. And I think this must be an ICE vehicle, Dodge Charger. I'll bet you money that's an ICE car. And it's like it is like blocking shit.
Shame on you! Force is not law! Force is not law! You are not...
I just wanted to watch it from this angle because because you can see the like what the chaos. I think better from this angle than the other. Well, I mean, or at least a bit different. Give us a diversity of the chaos, if you will. It is being caused by these secret police just traipsing around the streets, armed, seemingly no accountability. Of course, that woman winds up getting dragged out of a car. It's not clear that she was the target of any sort of law enforcement operation. It seemed that they just got pissed off at her, even though they're the ones who are clearly blocking the road. So they just got mad at an American citizen, possibly. Once again, most likely, if you're in America, and you would think that somebody like in that moment is most likely an American citizen who feels comfortable enough to yell at ICE. They're like, "Oh, we don't like you yelling at us," so they rip her out of the car. They break her windows. Even though her window was already open, by the way. Pitchfork Dragon with a super chat over on YouTube. When this is all over, I don't want ICE taking those masks and ice vests off and blending back in with society. Give them something that they can't take off. Like a tattoo. You could do like frats. You do like frats do it. You know, you get like a hot iron. You know. I'm saying that they should do that for themselves voluntarily, not that anybody do that to another human being. Involuntary.
Illegal.
That would be illegal. Apparently, ICE back in New York detained a city council employee, and the protest happened.
Members of the New York City Council
over that.
Advocates are expected to rally outside of an ICE facility where a city council employee is being held.
Yeah, Eyewitness News reporter Jaysha Patel is live in the West Village to break down what happened and what's going to happen next. Jaysha, good morning.
Pedro, Charlene, good morning. Well, what we know is that this employee is a data analyst for the New York City City Council who happens to be Venezuelan. Now, the City Council is not releasing his identity because of privacy concerns. But the City Council Speaker, Julie Menon, says the employee was detained after showing up for a routine immigration appointment in Bethpage. Menon says he had legal authorization to stay in the United States until this coming October, and that the feds gave her no indication that he had done anything illegal. We reached out to ICE about the detainment, and we were told the employee had no legal right to be in the United States and that he has a prior arrest for assault and entered the U.S. on a tourist visa back in 2017. He's currently at a detention facility here on Varick Street, and Menon says the City Council is demanding ICE release him, and local and state officials are also speaking up.
It's insane. How is it that these thugs don't have to give government employees a notice that their status has changed before detaining them? Or anybody for that matter. Honestly, it shouldn't matter whether you're in fucking government.
I'm sorry we have to be here for what is becoming an all too routine situation, which is that a law-abiding immigrant with work authorization who is allowed to be here does the right thing and goes to their required check-in at a nice facility, and instead of getting rewarded for doing the right thing and following the right way, he is arrested and detained and likely on a path to removal unless it can be stopped.
Now, Mayor Mamdani released a statement saying he's outraged and says, quote, "This is an assault on our democracy, on our city, and our values. I'm calling for his immediate release and will continue to monitor this situation."
This is fucking disturbing. Government employees just being snatched up. Amanda with the doggy treat for Leica. Sasha G with the super sticker. Somewhere are engaged. Thanks, both of you. Oh, I meant to fix this. Did I not fix this yet? How did I not fix that? There we go. Okay. Now, continuing through the week, this was a Hassan stream from 3 days ago. Oh, why would you start this here? This is stupid.
Did you see this? It's great. Strength in numbers. A Somali mob rushed ICE agents in St. Cloud, Minnesota. These guys are way outnumbered. They need National Guard support. The terrorists cannot win. I want to reiterate something here that a lot of people do not understand, and I briefly talked about this with Mustafa the Poet when I was live with them as well. People see black people from the African continent ethnically and assume that they're migrants. Somali Americans, by and large, are American citizens. 90% of them are...
Yeah, we've talked about this before. I just want to say this. Like, we need this. We need more of this sort of solidarity, out in public. Like 10 people per one ICE agent showing up every time they try and do anything, screaming at them to leave.
I want to reiterate something here that a lot of people do not understand, and I briefly talked about with Mustafa the Pope. Black people from the... by and large, are American citizens. 90% of them are American citizens. 60% of them are American-born U.S. citizens. So when you see like a crowd of Somali people, if you're a racist piece of shit, or maybe even if you're not like a Republican, but I understand like why people look at the Somali population on U.S. soil and it just automatically assume that they're immigrants. Like, you're wrong. I'm just explaining this to you. They are no different.
Keep up the good work.
Hey, Sudden Apollo. Thank you for the sudden resubscribe on Prime. You've apparently been subscribed for 3 months. I appreciate you. And I'm glad you've been appreciating the content. Wow, we've barely been streaming for half an hour here. And we've already made some progress on the Galactic content goal. That's exciting.
No different than like an Irish American or a German American. Like they've been here, many of them second generation. Like I said, 60% of them are natural born US citizens. So when a lot of Republicans look at this kind of stuff, they think, oh, this is unacceptable. You look at this, a bunch of criminal immigrants like surrounding a police officer. Like, that's not the case. This is no different than a crowd of white people doing this. And the reason why I consistently stress the importance of this is because if an ethnic group of people on U.S. soil are 90% American citizens, why the is ICE there? Why is ICE there? I mean, why is ICE anywhere, really? It's the same reason. But this is one of those instances where you look at a group of
It's racism. That's all. That's what it is. And you know, I don't know if unfortunately is the right way to put it, but you know, and when they get there and they realize, oh, we can't find any criminals, this pent up sort of whatever, like rage that seems to be getting exhibited by most of these ICE agents just gets unleashed on American citizens. People basically just minding their own goddamn business.
Ridiculous.
Bomb you, you're if your wife is not bomb her too. You guys are all bitches. You can't do you can't do a thing. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out. Nobody fucking wants you here. Right, get the fuck out. Walk the fuck out, you stupid. Get the fuck out of here. You dumb. Get the fuck out of here. You fucking coward. You're a fucking coward. You're a fucking... Hold on, baby. I'm on the phone to you. Get the fuck out of here. And if you didn't have a gun or a badge, I would beat the shit out of you. Take that badge off. You're not gun and see what happens. You shut the fuck up, man. You're a bitch. Get the fuck out. You pussy. White boy. Spit on you. Get out of here.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Honestly, they just, in my opinion, the way that they look, the way that the Greg Bovino looks back and then like keeps walking, I feel like he knows he would lose an actual fight. Like if he didn't have 30 armed like thugs next to him, if he had to put down the badge and the gun, he'd probably get his ass whooped. I mean, this is some full-on fucking Black Mirror. You know, this looks like every single one of these things looks like a fucking invasion. You know, that's not, in my opinion, that's not an exaggeration. You know, if you were shown this video and told that this was in Ukraine or in some other country, like you know, like you would accept that this is like a war. These guys are armed to the teeth, running around the streets, terrorizing everybody.
We have power in numbers, okay? You just have to remind yourself of that. We have power in numbers. Border Patrol confronted by a crowd after questioning man at a Minneapolis gas station.
How do I know you're a U.S. citizen? It can go two ways. I can take your...
Like, what's going on here? Like, what do we think is happening here, guys? What the fuck do we think is happening here? Why is this good? Why is this normal? Why are we normalizing this? What the fuck is happening here, brother?
Yeah, this guy's just rolling up on black people and being like, "Hey, you look kind of you look kind of like a kind of foreign." You know, I noticed you looking different than me. You don't look very white. Can I see your papers, please? Maybe people should just get tattoos. You know, everybody just get numbered tattoos. How's that sound? You know, then that'll let people know you can just show ICE agents your tattoos, and that'll let them know that you're you know, or little badges. We'll get little like patches. You know, like Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts get. You know, you can just put it on your arm or something. You know, that'll let people know from afar what your classification is. That'll be good, right? That'll just be easier.
Oh, you just have random dickheads roaming the streets, walking up to every black or brown person, being like, "Show me your papers." That's what we're about now. That's America now. That's what we're doing. And before people say, "Oh, this is what America's always been about," yeah, not to this degree, and never to this. Like, there have been periods throughout history where it was there was.
Like, I love how the same people who for like 2 years straight were having like straight up meltdowns about masks and like supposed like vaccine passport requirements and all these other things. They're like, "Oh, this is tyranny, right? I can't. It's America. How am I'm supposed to wear a mask and get a vaccine and then prove that I got the meds unacceptable. I can't live. This is tyrannical authoritarianism. I cannot live in this. I cannot live in this society." And those same people are like, "Yeah, you should have papers at all times to identify yourselves at any time in your home." Police should be able to walk into your home and make sure, you know, like ask you for your papers. Or on the street, or in your car, or at the grocery store, or at, you know, at the gas station. Those same people.
Germany,
it's insane.
They started arresting the people that were fighting back. And the people that were fighting back, at least in an organized manner, were the communists, were the socialists, were the trade unionists. Those are the people who were fucking fighting back, actively taking up arms, as a matter of fact, taking up arms against the brown shirts, right?
Well, I just want to go back to
this. Might come as a surprise to at least you know, liberals who don't have any understanding of the history of Nazi Germany. They started arresting the people that were fighting back. And the people that were fighting back, at least in an organized manner, were the communists,
right away.
were the socialists, were the trade unionists. Those are the people who were fucking fighting back, actively taking up arms, as a matter of fact, taking up arms against the brown shirts, right?
You're naturalized? What year?
Get the out of our city! I'm not gonna get out of your city, number one. Yes, get the out! Yes, you clearly. Oh, what does that say? We're in control. Yeah, you're a Nazi. You work for the orange fascists and cheat.
Dude, by the way, Godspeed to all the liberals out there, dude. This is why I say the liberals are far more radical than the Democratic Party is. And in some instances, the liberals that take it out to the streets, the boomer libs too, they are far more radical than the annoying people on Twitter. Like, they're out there literally getting in the face of cops and being like, "Fuck you, suck my dick, you love the orange man." Things that people on the internet would like criticize and make jokes about, like, "Oh, orange man in chief, really? Oh, Mango Mussolini." Like, that we would cynically, from an edgy nihilist perspective, make jokes about. Well, those people are out in the streets. I don't give a shit if their form is silly, okay? Why are you giving liberals credit for what leftists are doing? This is not just leftists that are doing this. Let's be real. There are plenty of liberals who are themselves engaging in leftist actions right now at this very moment. What leftist is saying? You're working for the orange fascist Mango Mussolini. Yeah, they're saying there's a dang Cheeto in the White House. But this time they're saying it directly to a Gestapo agent out on the goddamn streets in an effort to protect the members of their community. So they can say whatever the they want.
Number one, I'm not gonna get out of your city because I live here. Oh, you want to make? You want to make? Okay, good for you. Good for you. You want to make?
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that little piggy. He's leaving. The little piggy's leaving. Oh, his feelings got hurt and the little piggy's leaving. The church going aunties are out in the streets, dog. It's crazy. Yes. Anytime we see these sorts of
Generally, law enforcement can demand ID to identify a person. The profiling is a separate issue, of course. That's not true, Joe. That's not true. I don't know where you live. Maybe in your jurisdiction that's the case, but that's not true. If you're operating a motor vehicle, that is the case. But if you're just walking around and you're not committing a crime and they don't suspect you of having, if they don't have reasonable suspicion of you committing a crime, and they're not in the process of an investigation which you are either the subject of or you have pertinent information on, they have absolutely no right to ask you for identification. This is false.
Anytime we see these sorts of incidents take place, anytime we see like mass protests and whatnot, I look at the crowd, and the very same liberals that wore pussy hats in 2016 are the liberals that are out there, man. It's not more often than not, it's not the youth. It's not the youth at all. It's the boomers. You have to recognize that. This is why I said the Karen Vanguard is here. This is why I said the Antifa is here. They are the people who are taking it to the streets. You cannot deny that. Yeah, current day liberals are like, there's a freaking orange Cheeto in the White House and we're going to kill him. No, literally, the average liberal's position nowadays is basically like we must water the trees of democracy with the blood of tyrants, that happen to be a dang Cheeto in the White House. People love to talk a big game about dark woke, but the dark woke is the fucking aunties out there, dude. Straight up, it's the radical wine moms. I don't think we realize like where this discontent is coming from. At least like who is willing to take it to the streets.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, the wine moms seem more concerned about the fascist takeover, martial law, the secret police, the Gestapo, the federal overreach on our streets. Seem more concerned about it than all the chuds. All those chuds out there seem to be less concerned for some reason.
That is where we are headed. That is where we are headed down. That is the direction we're headed down. This guy said there's no way we wait for the ballot box. We need to go to the bullet box. The people are done.
And murdering people for trying to flee and for obeying a command to leave the area and then shooting her in the face like that after she drops her kid off at school. We have to show up with guns. We have to. There's no other way around it. I don't care if I don't have a Minnesota carry permit. I'm unarmed right now, but this is the last time I show up to face these guys without a weapon. There's no way. I got shot with a pepper ball 5 minutes after walking in here. I never laid a finger on them. I never raised a hand to them. I've only been using my voice. The time for speaking is over. The time.
Look, I don't know why you insist on erring on the side of police in this matter, Joe, but you saying it's a huge gray area, that's propaganda. You're just reciting propaganda. It's not a huge gray area. Cops try to make it into a huge gray area. They play fast and loose with this, but no, they do not. This will never hold up in court. They can play it. They play around in real life, in person. They try and pressure people into this, and it will never hold up in court. In most cases, unless you've actually committed a crime, right? And that's a completely different discussion. But none of these people we're talking about who are being demanded of their ID are committing crimes. They're filling up their gas tanks. They're minding their own fucking business.
The time for niceties is over. The time for peace is over. They fired the first shot. It is time to end this by any means necessary.
Under different circumstances, I would say this guy's a Fed or something. And I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think this guy's a Fed. I think a lot of people are unimaginably fed up. It's gotten to a point. And for many of you that haven't experienced this kind of thing, right? You can't imagine what it feels like when you have, when as an American citizen, your whole life you have been taught that this is a nation of laws. Okay, there's rules in play that actually are supposed to keep these kinds of repressive forces at bay. There are rules that are supposed to stop the government from behaving like this. And it turns out those rules only matter if both parties in the duopoly that we have are playing by said rules. And if one party decides, yeah, there's nothing you can do about it, I have unchecked power, I can do whatever the fuck I want, and the other party just keels over and says, go ahead, there's nothing we can do about it, then people inevitably come to terms with this new reality. The reality that is very different than what they've learned about American existence. And I think that's where a lot of people are right now, especially a lot of people who experience this kind of violence, experience this kind of suppression. People that actually see it in their neighborhoods eventually say, I'm fed up. It's bullshit.
I mean, you're talking about, potentially going to a dark place in this country. Do you foresee...
We're there. We're there. This is the dark place. This is the dark time. We have people being sent to Salvadorian concentration camps. We got other countries being raided for their oil. We're in the dark time. There's no way out of this. There's no voting our way out of this. We can't wait till November. There's no waiting to the ballot box. We need to get to the bullet box. That's the only way. If there was another way, I'd be advocating for it. I've spoken peacefully. I've marched peacefully. I marched without Sharpton. I marched on Washington. I've been peaceful. I've acted peacefully. The time for peace is over. The time for any means necessary is right now.
Yeah, he needs to be arrested and thrown in prison. The tree of liberty must be refreshed with the blood of patriots and tyrants from time to time, but you're not the patriots here, you're the tyrants. Yeah, you're right. The tyrant in this circumstance is the random guy who's fed up with the unconstitutional Gestapo force busting down people's doors and like, murdering them at certain points. That's, famously throughout history, those guys have been the real patriots. The SS, the real patriots, and not the people who were resisting against the SS. Those were the tyrants. Yeah, the real tyrants were the Jewish people that were thrown in concentration camps, the socialists, the communists, the trade unionists. Those were the real tyrants. And the real patriots were the fucking Nazis. Is that the argument you're presenting here? Holy fuck. Anyway, let's watch Greg Bovino pull off this nonsensical bullshit again.
Like that. Do the show.
Hey, that's not a nice guy. Good.
What is this?
You and all y'all. What you gonna do?
Hey, you guys American citizens?
Huh?
American citizens?
None of your business. That's what.
The wall there. All right.
See that? You're blocking traffic.
I don't know why you keep tagging me to try and get into discussions over this fucking ID thing. I need you to chill out.
Look at that. Bunch of y'all right there. Every single one of y'all. Look at that.
Just gonna get a pic. Hold on.
Why are they taking pictures? To put it through the database. So a lot of it is, so here's one of the things that they're doing. So they're working with Palantir, right? So they already have like AI facial scanners, which are not exactly super useful, but I think like as long as you change the standards of what decides.
I don't even know what to do with you. Like, first you're claiming that ICE has full authority to ID you no matter what, even though they don't. And then you say, I'm anti-ICE, calm down. Calm down, you say.
How rude.
Like, you're the one who were adding me, right? Like, you're over here using all caps, huge gray area. They can / will make something up and have us, and then you're like, calm down. Calm down. While also using all caps. Right? Like, what do you want me to do with you? Like, it's tiresome.
is definitely the person. As long as you can like tweak the algorithm, you can use that as a justification for detainment. Okay, that's the goal here. They're using facial recognition software to see if the person that they're apprehending or the person that they're encountering is apprehendable. And because it's AI, it's not supposed to work. It's not like a direct, 100% success rate. It's just supposed to give you probable cause. So they are starting to use this as a probable cause to say, oh, you're going to be detained. Okay, sorry. This is a 67% facial recognition match in our database for a criminal migrant. We had to beat the fuck out of you and we had to detain you in the process because that's what's going on here.
Go ahead, take a pic right there.
All right, let me get one of this guy here.
Right here.
Appreciate that.
Now, so okay, what's interesting I found about I found this very interesting interaction. I found this interaction to be very interesting because, of course, we have Kristi Noem, we have other ICE officials, Tom Homan, all these psychos coming out and saying recording ICE agents is a crime, even though, of course, it's not. Then but he can pull out his phone, he can record whoever he wants, right? It's insane. It's fucking insane. He's in a public place. This is like a Target or something. Like these guys don't get to have like separate rules. Like they don't just get to murder people. They don't get to, like I've been saying before. Like these guys don't just get to just walk into stores and steal shit off the shelves and then walk out. Like what crimes? Like I've just been wondering, which crimes would right wingers who are justifying all this be not okay with them committing? Bank fraud? Could they rob a bank? Would you be okay with them robbing a bank? Like would people be okay with the right wingers who are justifying this right now be okay with ICE? I don't know, gang raping a woman in public or in any location. How about I don't know, just kidnapping a bunch of children from school, like just going to like the school, just a bunch of Americans, just assume that they're all Americans. Would that be fine? I mean, they're already doing that. There's already a bunch of children that are in detention right now, and since they're not even giving people due process, there could be an American child in detention right now that you don't know about. Like, I'm just wondering what crimes people would actually object to. The people who are saying ICE should be allowed to murder people like Renee Good, should be allowed to, to violate the Constitution. Like, where would people draw the line? That's what I wonder. What would be interesting is if ICE starts forcing people to get vaccinations. I think that's where they would draw the line. Is if ICE started making people get the COVID vaccination, that would be where all these right-wingers draw the line, I think. That would be too much. Or maybe if ICE did it, if Trump, maybe they'd be fine with it. Actually, I don't know. They have no actual, integrity.
Are we really going to be the Gestapo?
Well, some people have been flirting with the possibility of maybe this being a problem. Just barely. People like baby-brained influencer
Are we really going to be the
Joe
Gestapo?
Rogan.
Where's your papers? Is that what we've come to? And then I can also see the point of view of the people that say, yeah, but you don't want militarized people in the streets just roaming around, snatching people up, many of which turn out to actually be U.S. citizens that just don't have their papers on them. Are we really going to be the Gestapo? Where's your papers? Is that what we've come to? So it's more complicated than I think people want to admit. You know, people want to look at this as a black.
No, the media's been fawning all over Joe. I listened to this thing. I mean, honestly, this is the basically the only part of this stream where Joe really pushes back on this. He goes back to like licking Trump's nuts very shortly after this. But like for a moment, his brain allows him to think a thought, and it just goes back. I don't know if it's the elk meat or the alpha brain or something, but it goes back to not thinking thoughts. Like shortly after that, like maybe like 30 to 45 seconds. But for one brief moment, like a shining thought broke through the fog. Then it went back to, baseline idiocy.
The Justice Department is continuing to grapple with the fallout of a shooting earlier this month by an ICE agent of Renee Good in Minneapolis. We're learning now about the departures and resignations of prosecutors in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minneapolis, as well as lawyers in the Civil Rights Division in Washington. It all comes amid tension and turmoil over investigations related to the ICE shooting. Now, these...
That's right. At least six prosecutors in the federal, in the Minnesota federal prosecutor's offices quit in the wake of the murder of Renee Good and the instruction by the DOJ to investigate her and her partner. One of the prosecutors who quit was in fact the same prosecutor who was tasked with the Minnesota daycare fraud case that has been so hotly talked about in the media recently. Amidst all of this, of course, ICE has, in fact, only doubled down on the brutality and the repression, rather than taking a moment to consider whether or not what they were doing was good. Trump mobilized another 1,000 federal agents to the streets of Minnesota to attack Americans in our streets.
Here, and they are coming out in some level of force. So we're going to back up a little bit. Whoa! Shooting serious munitions at us. Whoa! Yep, I'm right behind you.
This is ridiculous!
That really just came out of the blue. No one was really doing anything here. Just think.
Fuck you, pussy! Suck my dick!
There is some serious tear gas already in the air. You see, are they arresting someone there? Yeah, we got somebody, at least one person down on the ground.
No one likes you! No one is proud of you!
If you, are you a veteran, ma'am?
Yes.
Are you okay?
I had this flashbangs really
hard.
Yeah,
my ears are still ringing.
I wasn't expecting that,
Yeah.
that they were doing to do that
Yeah.
for no reason.
Yeah.
Sorry.
What is this? What is this like watching this? Like federal officers run it? What's been a peaceful crowd?
It's terrifying. It's terrifying for all of us.
What are you from Minneapolis?
I'm from Wisconsin, but I live here now.
Yeah.
I served for 20 years in the U.S. Navy. Oh. We have a right to peacefully protest here in this country. I thought we did.
Oh, so we have some pepper pellets being shot here. They're yelling at people.
There we go. ICE agents flashbanging veterans. That's the America that all the pro-military right wingers, that's the America you want. It's fascinating. It's fascinating that sort of thing doesn't galvanize more of these people to wake up. I find that incredibly disturbing. I find that to be an incredibly disturbing display. I don't see how that woman posed a threat. A veteran with an American flag. Elderly lady just doing her civic duty gets attacked by federal agents. How can anybody be okay with that? I don't understand it. Don't understand it. I thought this was America. I thought this was America. I feel like I need that sound shot at this point. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? I genuinely feel I genuinely feel like I need that sound shot now. All right, now apparently thousands of ICE and CBP agents' identities were doxed as a result of I believe an internal leak. Apparently, things over at ICE and or CBP are not
Thousands
all
of ICE and
hunky-dory.
CBP employees were just doxxed online, including those on the front line, and the man behind it's actually promising more is to come. And the so-called ICEless has branded itself as an accountability initiative, and it's actually the largest DHS data break ever, including names, emails, phone numbers, job titles, and resume data. And the guy who created it, who's living in the Netherlands outside of US jurisdiction, said that his goal is to verify and then share names sent to him, since Kristi Noem has threatened to arrest Americans who try to reveal the identities of ICE officers. He also said he's had people sending him post-it notes, reporting their neighbors for being agents, bar staff sending him DHS IDs, and to be clear, a lot of ICE CBP agents do not want their names connected to DHS. Or Jonathan Ross, the man who shot and killed Renee Good, he reportedly told his neighbors that he was a botanist despite working for ICE since 2015. And understand, this was only the first round of leaks. Reportedly around 4,500 names are on the list, with 1,800 of those being on-the-ground agents, but also ICEless claims to have thousands of names that they still haven't released. With that, they said that they wouldn't publish every name, so for example, omitting names of people who work in childcare within the agency as well as nurses. And they say that the only way to get your name off the list is to quit. Right? Its creators saying they remove names of people who've left their positions and will continue to do so unless that person has also been identified at a raid. And the Trump administration with this, they say that the list is putting those employees and their families in danger, but ICEless says that this is the only way to hold DHS's own agents accountable, since DHS will not do that itself. Share to spread the word and follow to stay in the loop.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice if they actually held their own agents accountable. Now, this is a disturbing revelation from these documents. It's something that I posited earlier at one point. But we have had no clarity on who's getting into these outfits, ICE and or CBP. With some of the things we've heard, some of the The hiring practices we've heard about have been disturbing, to say the least. But apparently, according to a number of stories I've seen run on this situation, I haven't seen the list yet myself, but this is according to La Voce di New York, a online publication. I think they might also do a physical journal. I can't remember. Former Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio named in leaked ICE documents. The revelation comes amid broader scrutiny of the White House's mass deportation campaign after the killing of Renee Nicole Good. A leaked list of federal agents involved in the White House's mass deportation actions includes the name of Enrique Tarrio, the former leader of the right-wing militant group called the Proud Boys. A whistleblower in the Department of Homeland Security reportedly gave the names of roughly 4,500 agents to an online watchdog group called ICE List, which published the names. The revelations come less than a week after the Immigrations and Customs Enforcement agent shot and killed local activist Renee Nicole Good in Minneapolis, which has sparked protests against the federal agency's actions across the country. Founded by Vice Media co-founder Gavin McInnes in 2016, the Proud Boys grew steadily as a feature of the American right wing throughout Trump's first term, with members showing up at rallies and engaging in violence. I think we all know who the fuck the Proud Boys are. Tarrio would later be convicted of seditious conspiracy and sentenced to 20 years in prison for his involvement in the Jan 6, 2021 riots on the Capitol. He was pardoned by President Trump on the first day of his second term, along with nearly 1,600 others convicted or awaiting trial or sentencing for offenses related to January 6th. On social media, Tarrio refuted ICE's lists claims that he is ICE lists claim that he is associated with, quote, incidents, agencies, individuals, facilities, vehicles, and legal authorities involved in enforcement operations, as stated by the website. Quote, I fucking wish I worked for ICE, unquote, he posted on X, and claimed that the formatting of the list gives away that he is listed erroneously, as names appear, quote, in order by last names, and mine isn't. Tarrio's name is far from the only one on the one to be listed in this way, with entries across the thousands of names in ICE lists records appearing with the last name first, or vice versa, like Tarrio's. His entry states that his role as propagandist and agitator, and does not specify which agency, ICE, CBP, DHS, etc., he works with. His status as someone associated with immigration enforcement is deemed, quote-unquote, verified. Requests for comment to ICE List regarding how it lists names as well as standards for verification were sent by La Voce. This article will be amended with any response, should there be any. Following January 6th, it emerged that Tarrio was an FBI informant, becoming a prolific cooperator with the agency after he was arrested in 2012, according to Reuters. News of Tarrio's involvement with the White House's mass deportation dragnet comes as broader scrutiny of the agency's involvement is starting to surface. The Senate more than tripled ICE's yearly budget from $8.7 billion to $27.7 billion, making it more funded than most of the world's militaries. The massive boost in resources has been matched by a recruitment drive, with the agency offering a $50,000 signing bonus and student loan repayment options. Well, if you're part of the secret police, I guess student loan forgiveness is fine. But there you go. Apparently, Ricky Tarrio may be an ICE agent, even though he's vehemently denying it at this time. That's something disturbing to think about, and yes, honestly, if he's in there, I wonder how many other Proud Boys, even regardless of whether or not he's in there. I mean, it makes you think, and I think that we all know that there's no way that they're weeding out Proud Boys over there. And we'll talk about that. We'll talk more about ICE's hiring policies in a little bit. But I'm just trying to go chronologically through the week right now on ICE's operations and such. I just want to get this really quickly. I just need this out, chat.
Arresting me for what? I'm not allowed to stand up for myself? I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was in America. I'm sorry. Oh, is this a communist country or something? I thought this is America. This is America. This is America.
I'm sorry. I just needed those. I'm sorry. It'll come in handy later, I'm sure. You'll thank me later. All right, now let's go here. Democracy Now!
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We look now more at how ICE is recruiting thousands of new deportation officers. A report by the Washington Post shows ICE plans to spend $100 million for a, quote, wartime recruitment strategy that targets gun rights supporters, military enthusiasts through online influencers, along with people who've attended UFC fights, listened to far-right podcasts, or shown interest in guns and tactical gear. It uses the ad industry technique known as geofencing to send ads to people near military bases, NASCAR races, college campuses, or gun shows. Some of ICE's recruitment ads appear to refer to white nationalist slogans or openly quote them, after ICE agent Jonathan Ross killed Renee Good in Minneapolis. An ad on ICE's Instagram account claimed, quote, "We'll have our home again," and featured a song popular among white nationalists with lyrics about reclaiming our home by blood or sweat. Our next guest is investigative reporter Ken Klippenstein. He has a new report headlined "Immigration Agents Terrified of ICE Backlash After Shooting" that includes leaked documents showing ICE and Border Patrol are seeking volunteers for the surge in operations in Minneapolis, with one agent saying, quote, "Keyword is it's on a voluntary basis. If no experienced senior agents step up, they send the new guys straight out of the academy. Not a good idea," unquote. Welcome back, Ken. Lay out what you found.
Hi, Amy. Thanks for having me. Well, one of the most surprising parts of reporting on this was seeing the disjunct between the Department of Homeland Security's public-facing description of the shooting, this bravado they had, Homeland Secretary Kristi Noem immediately labeling her a terrorist and pretty much dragging her corpse through the streets as she, sullied her name in the public consciousness, again, within just a couple of hours of the shooting. And then you talk to people that work for Homeland Security privately, and a very different picture emerges. They're very conscious of the protests that are taking place in Minneapolis. They're very concerned about it. And there's splits within the agency about the shooting itself and the general mission. The reason they are going to these volunteers is because they're worried about sending more experienced agents there who might not agree with the mission. And none of that is stuff you hear when you look at the public-facing officials in the Trump administration describing these incidents and the department.
Talk about the budget, the massive increase in the budget that, by the way, could lead to another government shutdown by the end of the month, right? Because you have people like Chris Murphy, the Democratic senator who heads the subcommittee on Homeland Security, saying they're not going to endorse this budget. On Tuesday, the Congressional Progressive Caucus vowed to oppose new funding for the Department of Homeland Security unless it includes new reforms. This is Congressmember Ilhan Omar of Minneapolis.
We cannot and we should not continue to fund agencies that operate with impunity, that escalate violence, and that undermine the very freedoms this country claims to uphold.
And meanwhile, Tuesday evening, Democratic Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut and others joined hundreds of protesters outside D.C. headquarters of Customs and Border Protection, said he supports the appropriations bill to push for changes at ICE.
The United States Congress should not fund a Department of Homeland Security that is not obeying the laws of the United States of America.
Ken Klippenstein, are we seeing some changes in Democrats' positions here?
Absolutely. Among Democratic voters, among Congress, there is some opposition, but among congressional leadership, they've made it very clear that they're not willing to shut down the government over this. They asked Senator Cory Booker this, for instance, yesterday on MS Now, and he said no, the last shutdown didn't work. Chuck Schumer had to be dragged kicking and screaming to even do the shutdown earlier this year to play hardball with the Republicans after he folded instantly at the beginning of the second Trump administration. So there are definitely splits within the caucus, but among leadership, there's opposition to the idea.
Yeah, and then he capitulated when Democrats had the most leverage possible. Right? Like, airlines were freaking out. The holidays were around the fucking corner. This would have been the #1 topic around the dinner table at Thanksgiving. You know? Republicans did not want this to be a problem going into the holidays. And what did Democrats do? They capitulated. They said, no, we don't want to fight. We don't want to fight or win. We'd rather rest. We will rest. We will rest. I know I say I don't want to rest, but sometimes you need to rest. Sometimes you just need to rest, even though you say that you're not going to.
That being said, among the public, there's been a sea change in opinion with respect to ICE and the deportations. Where there was more openness to it when Trump first came into office, that picture has completely flipped, and it's a deeply unpopular proposition. And that's what the opposition among the Homeland Security officials that I interviewed for my story are reflective of. They're part of the public too, to some extent, and they also are seeing all the same videos that we're watching, seeing the same protests, seeing the same public sentiment, and they have a lot of the same feelings about it, particularly the older, more experienced agents who are not the beneficiaries of this tidal wave of funding. I mean, they have more money than they know what to do with. They have tripled ICE's law enforcement budget. And the reason they're doing all of the, you described in the previous segment, the lengths to which they're going to try to staff up. The reason for that is, again, they have more money than they know what to do with, and they need to fill those roles. And they're doing everything they can to create them so that the actual personnel headcount can match the resources that they now have.
Ken, you've also read ICE's deadly force documents that you say, quote, are bureaucratically dense and elastic to the extreme, offering every possible excuse for ICE's killing of Renee Good. But they're also stark in their failure to address any aspect of the dramatically new environment created by ICE's expanded mission. What do they reveal, these documents?
This is maybe the most alarming part of this entire story for me, was seeing that they have not changed the use of force policies for ICE whatsoever since Trump came into office, despite the fact that, again, they have tripled the budget for the enforcement part of it. And in addition to that, just militarized the entire thing. They're wearing masks. They're being deployed in states where the majority of the state population doesn't support them. They're being used in a far more aggressive, sweeping, and ambitious manner than ever before. So you would think that there would be some kind of reflection of that in policy, at the very least, not just to protect the public, but to protect them as well. There's nothing in its use of force documents, which you can go on my newsletter and read in full, that addresses protesters, civil unrest, even rioters, which Trump is always talking about. You can search for those words. None of those words appear in the document. And what's more, we only know what the document says because it was accidentally uploaded by the Trump administration over the course of a federal court litigation. The entire thing was blacked out, redacted until December of last year. And that's a failure on Congress's part for not compelling ICE to release these things and make them public, especially with an administration that made very clear that this is going to be its signature policy, these mass deportations.
Last question.
Honestly, this is just, you be the judge. Like, this is a very disturbing thing. The fact that this is an ICE recruitment ad These people are not the judges. They're not the jury. And they certainly shouldn't be the executioner, even though they're clearly doing that too on the streets. This is what we have: immigration courts, immigration judges, even though Donald Trump has been dismantling that system. Those are the people who are supposed to be the judge. Not ICE agents, not random fuckwits on the street. We don't even know if these people can read. I mean, half of these guys might be functionally illiterate. I mean, who knows? This is disturbing and dangerous propaganda.
That this is going to be its signature policy, these mass deportations.
Last question. You've done a lot of reporting on Trump's new presidential directive, NSPM 7, National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, a sweeping order that directs federal agencies to treat political dissent as a form of domestic terrorism, a term that Kristi Noem is throwing around right and left, accusing also the deceased, accusing Renee Good of domestic terrorism. Can you put these latest developments in perspective?
Yeah, so there's a straight through line from the shooting of Renee Good to NSPM 7, this presidential memorandum, that, as you said, redefined terrorism around a number of what are called indicators, because you have to terrorism is about pre-crime. You're trying to predict a crime before it has happened. That's what the word terrorism is for. And so how do you predict a crime? Well, you got to look at speech. And what are the speech indicators you're looking for? If you go and read the actual presidential directive, it literally says things like anti-Christian sentiment, anti-American sentiment, anti-traditional family sentiment, anti-capitalist sentiment. And it describes, one of the things it describes is anti-ICE protesters and sentiment, which is exactly what we saw. Moreover, the Justice Department released a sort of follow-on memo citing NSPM 7. And one of the things that it was concerned with was, quote, impeding or interfering with ICE operations, which is exactly what Homeland Secretary Kristi Noem and the Trump administration accused Renee Good of doing by having her car parked in the middle of the road. So there's a straight line from NSPM 7 to the tragedy that we saw unfold last week.
And finally, you say ICE is okay with Renee Good's killing. Why?
Because its policy all but allows its ICE agents to carry these things out, and the only thing restraining them is their own perceived sense of being in danger. That is not a policy you have in place if you want them to carry out their responsibilities in a circumspect way, because not only can they say whatever they feel they.
Shit, we just gray screened on YouTube a second. I think it's back, but that was fucked up. That was fucked up looking.
Perceived, because we obviously we don't have a window into their mind. But in addition to that, all the propaganda you've been describing earlier about them being deployed to war zones, and literally that's how they're recruiting ICE agents at that point, that creates a psychological environment in which they genuinely believe that. And that has been another aspect of reporting on this that surprised me. They don't see it as rhetoric. They think that that's actually describing the conditions on the ground. A war zone, as your previous guest described it, the war and terror come home. That is overwhelmingly believed by the younger cohort that's joining ICE now, and they need to be restrained by firmer policies than that their own perception was that they were in danger.
Ken Klippenstein, I want to thank you so much for being with us. Investigative reporter. We'll link to your recent articles.
Seriously, these guys are being given so much latitude by the federal government, which goes beyond like anything acceptable. Like, these people are not judge, jury, and executioner. They're not under threat, and they should not be like. They should not be getting directed by the administration to go after, to essentially consider protesters as a threat. But NSPN 7, the whole thing is fucking disturbing. Everything about this administration is it's pure authoritarianism. This is a dictatorship, okay? This is tyranny. And anybody who says it isn't is a bootlicker. Or they're just living in complete denial. Or under a rock.
On Sunday, officers forced entry to this home, arresting a man. His wife showed journalists at the scene paperwork relating to his removal, a warrant signed by an immigration officer.
Oh shit, I just noticed a gifted sub from Fulmer Music to Orlando. Very nice. Thank you, Fulmer. Thank you for the gifted, not sub, gifted membership. What am I talking about? Subscriptions are only on Twitch. That's a gifted membership.
Document that does not authorize agents to enter a private residence.
Okay, so that was illegal. That was illegal. Who's going to stop them? Like, that was illegal. We talked about the distinction between an ICE administrative warrant that is signed by an ICE agent or an ICE manager or whatever, an ICE administrator, versus an actual judicial warrant. You cannot break the door of an American or anyone really on U.S. soil like that with an ICE administrative warrant. It's ridiculous, dude. They're dressed like they're in Desert Storm while in a mundane suburbia. A sort of end result of decades of tactical LAR being done by the absolute lowest common denominator that washed out of normal police hiring. ICE agents stormed a Minneapolis home full of kids, pointing rifles and ignoring pleas to lower them. The warrant shown appeared incomplete. The man arrested had just checked in for a routine appointment.
Where's the warrant? Where?
Yep. These guys never had any right to just kick in the door of an American. They don't. They just don't have that right. They don't just get to unilaterally decide we're going to kick down your door now. You, right? You, anybody listening to this right now, they do not have the right to kick down your door. That is a crime. It's basically just breaking and entering, essentially. Unlawful entry. Trespassing.
Characters to defend your home at any given point, you're fucked. And even if you do have that kind of money, do you want to live in a society like that at all, where it's just complete chaos? It's an anarcho-capitalist dystopia. Do you really want to live in that society? I know that people like Elon Musk live in that reality anyway. They know that they're unaccountable. They know that no one will ever hold them accountable. They know that they can get away with doing whatever the they want to get away with. But if you're a random guy working at Jiffy Lube, what makes you think that anarcho-capitalist dystopia is actually going to be beneficial when this current liberalized system that is failing right now is not helping you? You're still a wage slave. So what makes you think you will be a god in the next iteration? What makes you think that you'll be anything but an even a slave in even worse conditions? People do not have the capacity to understand this, where they go, oh, just comply or die, comply or die. It's ridiculous.
Get the paper. Please get the paper. He's not coming out. He's not coming out until I see it. He's not coming out. My daughter's here. That's a dog.
Yes, don't answer the door is the best legal advice, except in this circumstance, there is no door to be answered because they broke the door, which was illegal, by the way.
Illegal? You should have the paper before you hit the door. That don't matter nothing. You come with a warrant. You do have to show a warrant. You guys see this all on live. He said he doesn't have to show a warrant. There's nobody in here but my babies. You just stay in your room and shut.
Is Hassan 34 and wearing puka shells? Yeah. Have you seen? I mean, have you seen the way Hassan lives? Are the puka shells really the most shocking thing about 34-year-old Hassan? I feel like hey, what just happened? Why did Fulmer music just get timed out? Was that on purpose? All right, we're going to go to break. Just a reminder to everybody, we are still running a galactic deficit, unfortunately, right now. We got to, unfortunately, the number per day that we have to be raising keeps going up and up, as we have not made much progress in the last week, like $20 a day or something like that at this point, between now and the end of January. Over on Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon. Those are the only ways to contribute to the galactic deficit. Because his chats were nonsense. Yeah, I don't think he needed to be timed out for that. He didn't say anything like blatantly offensive. All right, everybody, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, too, consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, and Twitch Prime subs. You got Cash App, you got PayPal, you got Throne, and of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon. Where for just a few bucks a month, you get access to a myriad space benefits. Things like an avatar, one of the break screens, shout-outs at the end of every show, and much, much more. All right, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back.
Do you know what we're here for?
All right, everybody. It is time for the break to come to an end. But thankfully, that means the show is about to begin. So get back at those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. Alrighty, everybody, we are back. Second half about to begin. Hopefully you got your drinks and snacks during the break, because we still got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fams. And I totally forgot to do this. It's totally screwing me up. Starting a goal in the YouTube chat. Since I already have them going in the Twitch chat, I didn't think about it. But there, now we have a physical goal that we can all see with our eyes. Remind us of the fact that we have to complete the galactic content goal. Although we have made progress, a number of different donations here. I haven't done the math, but we are making progress, especially with chats like this from Columbia Rican. Here's a dono. I don't have much. I want to help the channel, but are you planning on covering the debate between Kyle Klinsky and Michael Knowles? It wasn't just Michael Knowles. Stay Smith on there, and who else was? There's one other idiot on there. Can't remember who. Some guy I honestly don't know, who said a bunch of really dumb things. Who basically was just like reiterating like neocon talking points, and we're gonna hit it up quickly. I technically think that Kyle could have done a better job, but he did okay. But I think he could have done better. All right, let's go to Democracy Now! Here. This is from 2 days ago. Talk about the number of people that are currently in ICE detention facilities, and the number is staggering. And it's only going to continue to grow if ICE continues to get money from the federal government and continue to be allowed to do the things that it's doing.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. We turn now to look at immigration detention expansion in Trump's second term. That's the focus of a new report released today by the American Immigration Council. For more, we go to Washington, D.C., where we're joined by the Council's senior fellow, Aaron Reichlin-Melnick. Aaron, welcome back to Democracy Now! Lay out your findings on who's being arrested, who's being detained, where they're being detained, and the size of these jails.
Oh, and by the way, thank you to Nadia for the raid. Looks like you just started streaming over there. Is that a new thing happening for you? the Nadia stream. Well, I hope it went well. Somehow I missed that. Must have happened during the break.
Yeah, what we are seeing and what we lay out in this report is that ICE detention has expanded dramatically in Trump's first year back in office. The entire system is 75% larger today than it was when he took office, with, as of this week, 70,000 people being held in detention on any given day, up from 40,000 when President Trump took office. And that is driven by the new arrest policies, which are leading to the mass detention of people with no criminal record whatsoever. In fact, the single largest increase in ICE detention usage is among people who have had no interactions with the criminal justice system at all, who are being arrested in these brand new sweeping policies, such as the use of roving patrols, worksite raids, and the arrest of people at courthouses and immigration check-ins.
You note that changes in ICE's arrest practices have led to well over 2,000% increase in the number of people with no criminal records being held in ICE jails on any given day. Aaron.
That's right. In fact, if you look at just the last few months, since the start of fiscal year 2026, so October 1st, 92% of the growth in ICE detention has been among people who have no interaction with the criminal justice system. The system in general expanded by about 5,000 beds over that period, and almost all of that increase came among people who have no criminal record, no prior convictions, or pending criminal charges. An unprecedented situation for immigration detention.
Can you talk about the unprecedented scale of federal funding for ICE in Trump's new term? With the funding provided by what he calls, and many deride, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, ICE has enough money to operate upwards of 135,000 detention beds through the end of 2029. Congress voted to give ICE a total of $45 billion for ICE immigration detention through the end of the fiscal year 2029.
That's right. So when Trump took office, ICE's budget was for detention was $3.4 billion. That is a staggering sum of money already, and it let ICE detain on average 41,500 people on any given day. But thanks to the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill Act, ICE now has an average annual budget of $15 billion over the next 4 years. By comparison, the entire Federal Bureau of Prisons, their budget is less than $9 billion. So ICE's detention budget alone is larger than the entire budget of the federal prison system. And that puts ICE on track by the end of Trump's second term in office to rival the federal prison system.
That is insane. How is ICE detention budget bigger than that larger than that, almost twice as large as the entire federal prison system? The United States has like the most inmates on the planet per capita. How is that possible? That is fucking wild.
In sheer size.
So does this rapid expansion of immigration detention also lead to more deaths? Let's remember, most of the people in these jails have not committed any crime.
Yes, and we have already seen 2025 be the deadliest year on record for ICE detention, and 4 people have died in ICE detention just in the first 2 weeks of 2026. So we are on track for another deadlier year. And that's because they are rushing people through the system and expanding too quickly. When they put a new tent camp online in Texas, on Fort Bliss, that is set to hold 5,000 people, called Camp East Montana, in the first month that it was open, internal government watchdogs found dozens of violations because they were throwing together the facility so fast that they couldn't have it fully prepared and safe for the people in it. And indeed, one of the 4 deaths this year did occur at that facility.
And can you also talk about just overall the overcrowding and the state detention methods under Trump's second term, with jails like Alligator Alcatraz, which is entirely run by Florida? And also, can you talk about the targeting of people with DACA, with green cards? I mean, people who are legally here and working.
Yeah, so one of...
Yeah, honestly, that aspect of all this, the fact that people who have a genuine right to be here, documented immigrants being targeted, American citizens being targeted, These are the things that should be most disturbing to everybody. Even if you do like the idea of undocumented immigrants not being given a viable path to citizenship and just have them deported because you're some sort of cruel sadist or something like that. Like, you should have a genuine problem with that second part. Because it signals that the rule of law is done, right? That the United States is no longer a place where the law matters, right? It's just anarchy. Doesn't matter if you have proper documentation. Doesn't matter if you're an American. ICE can just do whatever the fuck they want to you without any repercussion. And the federal government's not going to try and hold them accountable at all. In fact, it's just going to give them more money and more guns and more power. Columbia Rican with a super chat. This just reminds me of the slave patrols from the pre-Civil War era. Basically, Trump brought back that horrible system. Yeah, it does bring back basically all of the worst elements of American history and broader just world history, all in one. Trump administration and everything they're up to. It's you know, a fascinating time to live. If you don't mind being horrified every second of the day. Really interesting
things that we
times.
document in this report is changes in policies that have led to people being detained who would not have previously been detained or would have been at least only temporarily detained and then released on bond. And that includes many people with sympathetic factors, people with green cards, people with DACA, who may have had a minor interaction with the criminal justice system, but not enough to justify long-term detention. But this administration on day one saw President Trump issue an executive order mandating that ICE use detention to the maximum extent possible. And that means that they are not releasing people, and that's led to severe overcrowding as they arrest people more quickly than they can hold them in detention. That's led to people being shuttled around the country from place to place, sometimes being sent to a dozen different detention facilities as ICE moves people around to free up beds in one place so that they can put another detainee there. And so the result of that is a system where overcrowding is going on, the conditions are getting worse. Add to that, the Trump administration worked with Florida to create a brand new model of immigration detention, one run entirely by the state and barely supervised whatsoever by the federal government. This is the infamous so-called alligator Alcatraz, the Everglades detention camp where hundreds of people are held. And that tent camp in Florida is the model for Trump's new expansion of ICE detention, with Camp East Montana on Fort Bliss, 5,000 people to be detained there, and they are looking at more military bases to hold people, and even potentially looking at warehouses, converting them into facilities to hold maybe upwards of 10,000 people at a single place. But crucially, all of this has been slower than they wanted. Their hope was to have over 100,000 people in detention.
Human warehouses. That is a fucking disturbing concept. Human warehouses. What is the purpose of all this? What does this achieve? It's just cruelty with no end game. Nothing is achieved. It's just chaos. Well, they haven't hit 100,000 detainees yet, supposedly. It's only 70,000. Still a disturbing number to think about. People just being left in these horrifying places that are not even adequately, apportioned, whatever you want to call it, prepared to house those people in a humane way. All right, now let's go to one of the most disturbing interviews that I have seen all week. And I've seen some pretty fucked up interviews, but this one made me lose hope for like humanity a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. Like, this next one kind of broke me inside, like, listening to this kid talk. Like, honestly, like, I'm going to feel a little bit bad about this. Because I'm honestly, I feel like I'm picking on a disabled person. This kid is maybe one of the dumbest people in media that I have seen in a long time. And I mean, I am faced with basically everyone in media on a daily basis. And yet this kid, I mean, I could not believe it. Like, I saw he like appeared on CNN. I saw like clips of him and I was like, he didn't strike me as a genius. But listening to this interview, I could not. I was broken. I was broken by this. Like, this guy is a special kind of stupid. The kind of stupid I feel like only America can
video
produce.
of an expose of the fraud in Minnesota is the most viewed video ever by a creator, longer than 10 minutes, than anybody other than the name of Mr. Beast. Altogether, it did around 500 million views.
Who do you think were the main people who signal boosted the video and brought it into that true viral orbit?
Elon Musk, who shared the J. Vance, he shared the video. You had the Attorney General, well, she actually didn't share it. She reacted to the video a few days later. Literally, quite frankly, every account on X saw that video instantaneously. Health and Human Services, they froze all funding to child care inside of Minnesota. And then they're asking for businesses to prove that they are legit businesses before they give tax dollars to these businesses that are not really businesses.
As far as that main center that you visited, Quality Learning, aka Quality Learning Center.
Yeah.
Was there ever any kids there in the first place?
No. So that day.
I'm just now realizing, because I was so busy focusing on the idiotic words that this young man said, I didn't even notice his goddamn sweatshirt had Quality Learning Center 1-800-FRAUD on it. Like, I was just so like beside myself by the words that this young man said. I completely ignored this. Like it was staring me in the face the whole
operating
time.
Fraudulently. It's actually had over 90 violations over the past few years. And the day that I went there at 11 a.m. Their operating hours are from 2 to 10 p.m., they're now saying. And that's actually not legal.
So you said you went there at 11 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Like, we're not going to watch this whole thing. Like, there's no way I can do it. But, like, you'll notice, like, throughout this kid struggles to form sentences. Like, it doesn't seem to know just basic English words. And, like, struggles to stay focused on, like, one topic. And I think most of it has to do with the fact that he's so incredibly uninformed about what he's talking about. And so he just sort of like jumps from like abstraction to like things that concepts he clearly doesn't understand. And it's disturbing. Like, apparently he's like a homeschooled Utah boy, which does not shock me. He's like a Mormon or something. I think, yeah, I'm fairly certain he's a Mormon.
Operating hours are between 2 and 10 p.m.?
Allegedly.
But if that is true, would it have made sense that you didn't see any kids there?
Yeah, it would have made sense if I didn't see children there. Either way, whether I was there when kids were supposed to be there or not, why are all the windows boarded up? Or why are all the windows blacked out? Why is there no phone number that leads to anywhere? These businesses are supposed to be operating to serve.
First off, I think this kid, I mean, he's a kid, so he has no idea. Like, what parents want or don't want. I think parents would actually prefer people not be able to just leer at their children from outside. Right? Like, I think the privacy is actually a bonus. I think most parents probably would prefer that you, some creepy dude who's got some political bent, objective, right, not be able to, I don't know, record their children from outside of the building. There's an idea. I think a lot of people would prefer that. Like, is that really what people, you think people want? Is that what, I mean, he does. He does. He thinks it's like genuine sign of fraud. Is it the windows? You can't see, I can't leer into the building from outside. That
Why is there
makes
no
it fraud.
phone number that leads to anywhere? These businesses are supposed to be operating to serve children. People should be able to check in their child there and their children into these daycares. It's literally impossible.
Did you see some of the footage released by CBS Minnesota affiliate station that showed kids entering and exiting the facility?
Yeah, the one on the ABC.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that one received over $1 million. It's licensed for 40 children. CBS, I believe, they go in there the day after I had posted my video. Obviously, they're gonna have children there when they're getting all this heat.
I take my kids here, 2 o'clock to 10. Yeah, there's a lot of kids inside.
And same thing at that daycare. Why are all of the windows blacked out? This is a daycare. Why can't a lady just give me a paper to enroll a child? This door is locked.
This facility is licensed for 40 children.
Well, I guess maybe I'm just trying to think from all perspectives and help you clear up some misconceptions.
Yeah.
I mean, I figure like if you're going with a camera and like 3 or 4 dudes, some of whom are like larger security looking guys, some had face gaiters on, maybe there's a fear that there's like something weird going on or it just seems unfamiliar and they feel like they don't want to let you in.
Yeah, they might feel that fear, but if they're operating legally, why would they have anything to fear? And the neighbors around it said they have not seen a child there for 8 years. And if you go on Google Maps right now, you can actually see the images of the daycare progress over the past few years.
It is disturbing, honestly. To some degree, I think I blame. To some degree, I feel like I blame social media for this. Like these Gen Z kids growing up right now, like watching all these like IRL Twitch streamers and stuff go around and like harass people in real life, like, you know, Mr. Beast, people like that. Like they think that this like sort of behavior is genuinely like acceptable, right? And then they take it to this level, into these sorts of sensitive areas of life where they should not be doing that. Like where he's essentially harassing families, like children, and places where there are children. Like in another context, like this kid would get arrested, right? Like if we were living in a different world right now, this kid would get arrested for harassing children, right? Like he is entering daycare facilities without permission and like endangering minors, essentially, right? Like that's effectively what this guy is doing. Like he's bringing masked thugs to daycare facilities, right? Doesn't matter what the ethnicities of the peoples in these facilities are. This is harassment, is what this fucker is doing. And like in a sane society, this kid would be getting arrested for what he's doing, not millions of dollars.
In 2021, the door is boarded up from the image from Google Maps. So I think like if you show that, it's actually pretty crazy to see. And then they move the building and they cut open a door on the backside of the building as well, where they had a quality learning center. One man's been living there since 2017, hasn't seen a single child. And when I go and post my video on X, a lot of people were saying, well, Nick, you went during winter break. Well, actually, I went December 16th. School was still in session, so kids should still be going to daycare. The following days after the video then goes viral and gets over 100 million views, they have a person come out and he says, no, we're open. I'm the manager. I'm the son of the owners. We're open. At that same time, simultaneously, the lady who's in charge, the Commissioner of Children of Minnesota, says the daycare closed a week ago.
Quality Learning Center, which Brown says permanently closed last week.
While we have questions about some of the methods that were used in the video, we do take the concerns that the video raises about fraud very seriously.
So I filmed my video, daycare is allegedly open. Then a few days later, the lady says that the daycare was closed while that guy is outside.
Nick Shirley, Asmongold are the geniuses of modern times. No wonder the right wing is so stupid and psychotic. I know. No, it's disturbing. I mean, this kid, he is a simpleton. Like, he is a textbook idiot. Like, Like, this young man is maybe one of the dumbest people I've had to listen to recently, and I felt, after I got done listening to this, I felt stupider. Like, I just felt like I like my IQ had gone down multiple standard deviations or something. Like, I mean, oh God, like this, the display that he put on here was just, it was stupefying. It was so stupid that I felt stupid as a result, vicariously, by having to have listened to the words and the non-words that this kid said. Like, it just, dumber. I'm dumber now. I want to prevent you all from having to hear all of this. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to honestly, like, to try and unpack all this, like, there's some incredible racism displayed by this young man, like, on numerous occasions. Like, he basically says that since there's no white people at this daycare, that's proof that it's fraud. Like, and a number of other things, like trying to get Andrew to say that all Somalians are pirates, and like, it's a combination of just disturbing bigotry and stupidity. It's an hour and 5 minutes of some of the most, like, what's the word? Like, I'm disturbed by it, sure. Discouraged. Discouraging. It's maybe some of the most discouraging stuff I've ever seen. Like it really gives me little faith in the future. Like, in the next generation, if you will. Gen Z. They seem to have not gotten any smarter. In fact, they seem to be growing dumber by the minute. Somehow. I don't know how, because we have more access to information than ever before. But I don't blame just Gen Z. I mean, for this kid's rise. Of course, Elon Musk had a hand in it, undoubtedly. And with 500 million people, supposedly, viewing this video. Can't just be Gen Z.
There's been a lot of talk about this guy by the name of Nick Shirley. He's a 23-year-old, and he created that video which went mega viral, which purports to show this explosion of Somali fraud in Minnesota. Now, the only problem with his video is that it's mostly bullshit. And a bunch of fact checkers had an absolute field day with it. I mean, the guy's a partisan hack, and he lies, and he cuts corners, and he twists the truth. And he was basically caught red-handed. The fact of the matter is, was there some fraud in Minnesota? Absolutely. But it was prosecuted. It was prosecuted. The other thing is, the number one perpetrator of the fraud was actually a white woman. But he tries to make it a racial thing explicitly and tries to put it all on Somalis. And by the way, his implication, as he does in this episode many times on Channel 5 with Andrew Callahan, is like, no, it actually is like most Somalis are criminals. That's what he actually runs with. That's what he believes. So the guy's a hack. And of course, I can't take any of these people seriously because he's a big Trump backer. Trump keeps pardoning people who committed actual fraud. People who did over $1 billion worth of fraud. Not only has he pardoned them, he also made it so they don't have to pay restitution.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, these people are just so selective in what they care about. It's wild. And this, just like Kyle pointed out just now, I think it needs to be said again. This is old news. This is getting dragged up years later. Something that already went through the court system and is over. A fraud that was perpetrated. The head of this fraud was a white woman an American white woman, a citizen, a U.S. citizen, was the boss of the fraud, if you will, the main perpetrator, the ringleader. And yet we have people like this, like making millions of dollars for pointing out something that is, I mean, for blaming a bunch of people who have nothing to do with the fraud. It just is. I mean, it's just fucking disturbing. This guy is like, it's out of control. Like we have enabled the worst people in society in so many ways. Of course, a lot of this transpired on X initially. And of course, we know who is enabling the worst in society over there. But it's not just Elon.
Never get their fucking money back. Okay? Like, this is a sick joke. Trump committed fraud himself, has pardoned countless people who committed fraud. Trump keeps giving he said, let's give the military $1.5 trillion. Meanwhile, they can't account for 63% of their money. You want to talk about fraud? You want to talk about fraud? They failed 8 audits in a row. They can't account for 63% of their money. That's where the most fraud in the country is. Right there. And he doesn't care. He doesn't care. Because he's not a journalist. He's not a reporter. He's a fucking hack. He's like some creepy dude with a Mormon background who apparently has the IQ of a dead ferret. And I'm not kidding about that. You're about to see. So take a look at this. How stupid is Nick Shirley? He tells interviewer Andrew Callahan that he lost respect for him for not denouncing the killing of Charlie Kirk. Callahan responds that he did, and Shirley admits he didn't watch the relevant video because he doesn't want to, since he already decided that Callahan didn't denounce the killing of Charlie Kirk. My head hurts from watching this moron. So that sounds like he's being like hyperbolic, that Hanania here is being hyperbolic. He's not. Watch.
Yeah, and just real quick, I just want to say something. This kid right here, this Nick Shirley kid, he calls himself a journalist on, I think, at least 2 or 3 occasions during this interview. He refers to himself as a journalist. And what he says next should completely disqualify him as anything even close to being a journalist.
How do you gain credibility and trust? Well, you say a fact for a fact.
And the fact is that the first thing I think of when I think of Somalia,
and the fact is, what are Somalians known for? Pirating.
Well, that's in Somalia.
Okay, so let me set the table on this one for you a little bit. Andrew Callahan says to him, hey, how can I grow my credibility with the right-wing base? Like, I want more right-wing followers in my audience, because Andrew Callahan's audience is mostly left-wing, so he's more of a left-wing guy, right? So he says, how can I build credibility with these people? And Nick Shirley fires back and says, well, you have to call a spade, call a fact a fact. And the fact that he's trying to get Andrew to admit is Somalis are pirates. Bitch, what? Bitch, what? He's literally admitting the only connection I have to any Somali anywhere is that movie with Tom Hanks that came out a while ago. And so the Somalis were pirates in that movie, and there was a story in the news about 15 years ago about how the Somali pirates were seizing a lot of stuff. And so that's all I know about Somalia.
Yeah, I feel like he's never interacted with an actual Somali person, like in real life. But all the Somalis that I've known in real life, I would say I know them all for being very hardworking and rather pious.
Therefore, today, all the Somalis in Minnesota are pirates too. I'm not kidding. He's that stupid. He's that stupid.
Asking how do you gain credibility and trust? Well, you say a fact for a fact.
And the fact is that the first thing I think of when I think of Somalia,
and the fact is, what are Somalians known for? Pirating.
Well, that's in Somalia.
Somalis are known for pirating. Oh my God, what a child.
Oh yeah, there's no pirates in America.
Who's stealing all the money in Minnesota?
Not the same as a pirate.
That is.
So most Somalis in Minnesota are stealing money from the government. Totally bullshit, completely untrue. And therefore they're pirates. So the problem with Somalis is that they're like, in their DNA is being a pirate. Piracy is baked into their DNA.
Piracy. So how do you gain more trust? Well, don't be afraid to say a fact or an opinion.
Even if I know that I'm dumb.
Yes. By not saying anything about the death of Charlie Kirk as well, I thought that was pretty messed up. In a way, he's somebody just like me and you who was making videos, putting it on the internet, and then people literally killed him. But I thought that was kind of messed up of you to not publicly denounce what happened to Charlie Kirk.
I did.
I never saw anything on Instagram.
What am I supposed to say?
You never shared
Such
anything.
a child.
I interviewed the guy who was debating him while it happened, and I mentioned a bunch of times that it was horrible, and it represented like one of the worst pivots in American politics ever.
And I didn't even watch the interview because I didn't want to watch that.
Well, you should watch it.
I don't want to.
Such a
Come on. He doesn't even believe in object.
Oh my god, it's so painful. I didn't even watch it. It would have hurt my feelings. It would have feel my feet. I would have melted like a snowflake if I watched it. Oh my god, this kid calls himself a journalist. He refers to himself. I listened to this whole goddamn thing. It was painful. Okay, he calls himself journalism. He can't even watch. You can't even watch a video because it would be too upsetting for him and his his feelings. Oh god, my feelings.
Come on. He doesn't even believe in object permanence. This man has a baby brain. He's got a baby brain. He has the IQ of a toaster. What are we talking about here? You don't get to do that. I was really upset that you didn't say that thing that you said, but I did say it. I don't care. I didn't watch it. Bro.
What now?
The fact that the right is holding this guy up as some paragon of honesty and journalism says everything you need to know about these fucking idiots. Okay? It says everything you need to know.
It's insane.
This is not a serious movement. These are not serious people.
Can't even be bothered. Can't even be bothered to to actually just watch. Like he makes his claim, oh, you don't care about Charlie Kirk, and then he's like, oh, it was I thought about I didn't even say he thought about it. He's just like, I couldn't even think about watching the thing that would have led me to maybe knowing what your opinion on Charlie Kirk is, this thing that I supposedly care about. Me, a journalist, it would be too painful for me. Don't you see? It would break my heart to have to hear words. Yeah, journalism is tough. Somebody who has to cover world events, politics from around the globe. There are things that I have to watch that hurt me inside. There are times where I've had to watch videos that genuinely plagued me for days, if not weeks later. Things that were so horrible that felt like I needed therapy after watching it. But that's kinda the job. And the fact that he's like, that's too hard. Tells you everything.
For you when it felt like you went silent.
Well, you should watch the video because I say some stuff in it.
Okay, cool.
Do you ever see a world in which...
Oh my God. Crystal said to me, she watched this too, and what she said to me was like, I'm past the point of being outraged about him. I feel like it's punching down to even talk about him. But I mean, the fact of the matter is, he's had such a negative impact on the body politic. You know what I'm saying? Because of his actions, because of his fucking relentlessly lying fake documentary, we now have, that's why ICE went to Minneapolis. That's what led to the death of Renee Nicole Good. That's what led to the harassment of all these innocent people. That's what led to Tim Walz saying, I'm not going to run for re-election. This motherfucker had a massive impact. So even if it is punching down, bitch, I'm going to punch down. That's where I'm going. All right, I'm not done. Who do you think are the 3 most benevolent billionaires? You guys are going to love this. You're going to love this. If I only showed you this, you would walk away with the correct perception of who this guy Nick Shirley is.
Who do you think are the 3 most benevolent billionaires?
What do you mean by the word benevolent?
Benevolent.
Bruh, you don't know the word benevolent?
What do you mean by benevolent?
Years old?
What's benevolent? He's also a journalist, a supposed journalist.
Please.
Precision of language, probably important in the job of journalism. Benevolent? What's benevolent? I don't know what that is. Oh, he's so just Mind-meltingly stupid. It's painful. It's painful to watch. This is what I'm saying. And this is just, we're just watching clips right now. It's easier for me to just like go vicariously through Kyle, because I'll get bogged down. I'll get bogged down. I really will, because it's just so stupid. Like oh, he says so many dumb things during this. It's an hour of mind-meltingly stupid things. It's sort of bewildering.
Just well-intentioned, positive billionaires who you think are creating, you know, net positive societal progress.
Trump, our president.
Trump's so positive. By the way, he goes on to say he doesn't even take a salary. He's doing everything to help this country. He won't even take
He
a salary.
does say that.
You fucking
He
jackass.
does say
He's
that.
made
Did
like
you know he
$5
really doesn't take a
billion
salary?
off the White House.
He's a billionaire.
Completely illegally. He scammed his own followers
Seriously.
with the crypto shitcoin. So did Melania. The whole thing is a grift. They're robbing everybody blind. What are you talking about? He didn't take a salary. Like, and understand something, the reason Trump does that, I never took a salary, the reason he does that whole shtick is because it dupes fucking idiots like Nick Shirley and everybody who's got the same IQ as him. It dupes them. Oh my God, he doesn't even take a salary. He's obviously doing this for the love of country. Meanwhile, they don't look into all of his fucking business ties, all of the violations of the Emoluments Clause.
Yeah. Now, in this video, this kid made a whole bunch of very wild claims, statistics. He pulled out all sorts of different statistics during this discussion, many of which were, in my opinion, dubious. And while trying to fact check some of the things that he was saying, I ran into this Al Jazeera piece from the 29th of October of last year, fact-checking a viral chart on U.S. food stamps recipients' race and ethnicity. The U.S. Department of Agriculture data reveals most recipients are, in fact, white, U.S.-born citizens, with millions of people in the United States at risk of losing access to the federal Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, aka SNAP. Also known as food stamps, from November 1st, a viral chart has claimed to show the majority of the nation's food stamp recipients are non-white and non-citizens. The chart, titled Food Stamps by Ethnicity, listed 36 groups of people and said it showed the percentage of U.S. households receiving SNAP benefits. The groups were labeled by nationality, such as Afghan, Somali, Iraqi, along with the racial groups white, black, and native. The chart appeared to show that Afghan people were the largest group receiving SNAP benefits at 45.6%, followed by Somali 42.4%, Iraqi 34.8%. White people represented on the chart with the U.S. flag were third to last at 8.6%. The federal government shutdown, which started on October 1st, is the cause of the looming SNAP funding lapse. SNAP provides... hold on, let me just... I don't read this whole thing. Only 18.7% of EBT or food stamp recipients are American. Let that sink in. Read another post sharing the chart, seemingly mistakenly referring to the figure next to the word Armenian. There was no American category in the chart. This is the level of critical thinking that's going on around this stuff. Mistaking Armenian with American. The chart doesn't show the full picture of SNAP recipients by race or ethnicity. The most reliable source for the breakdown of SNAP recipients by demographics comes from the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the USDA, which administers the program. According to the most recent USDA data available from 2023, white people are the largest racial group receiving SNAP benefits, at 35.4%.
A what now?
African Americans are next, making up 25.7% of recipients, with Hispanic people in third at 15.6%, Asian people at 3.9%, and Native Americans at 1.3%. Multiracial people at 1%. The race of 17% of participants is unknown. The same report found that 89.4% of SNAP recipients were U.S.-born citizens, meaning that less than 11% of SNAP recipients were foreign-born.
This is ridiculous!
There you go. Just some facts for you there, real quick. The old USDA. Strange though, white people? Really? My God. Shocking. If I were to believe the things that Nick Shirley said, because he said a bunch of very dumb things, and I can almost guarantee you that kid was reading those posts, the fake statistics, memes that they were just being cited in that Al Jazeera article. I can almost guarantee you that kid was looking at those posts. Because the things that he was saying during this discussion were almost verbatim. Some of the things that were like quoted in the article, you know, just like all these false assertions that are being spread around on right-wing social media spaces like X, infecting the minds of our youth.
His Minnesota daycare video was used to distract from the Epstein files. This is actually a great question from Andrew Callahan. And this makes perfect sense, bro. Listen to this.
But if you look at Google Trends specifically, like the phrase Somali fraud was borderline non-existent, it just so happens to really kick up through your piece on December 16th.
Yeah.
Which is the exact same day that the Trump administration and Kash Patel released the redacted Epstein files list that by all people was seen as like a disaster with hundreds of pages of blacked out stuff. Was there a part of you that was curious if maybe there was people in the GOP who chose to signal boost your piece as wide and far as possible in a way to distract and move?
Yeah. Don't you think? I mean, you don't think that Elon Musk boosted that on X, the place where this thing got the most views? Like, let's be real. Let's be really fucking real. You don't think Elon Musk didn't specifically... It's a private company. And I'm fairly certain he personally reposted this video. It's not just him. He reposted it. Yeah. Here's the reposted by Elon Musk. It's right there. JD Vance. There's the, like, literally, like, he boosted this post. He can just turn a faucet on. He can just, like, turn a switch on and boost a post. Columbia Regan with a sweet, sweet super chat. I need to ask this question. Why do we even pay taxes these days?
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
To invade Venezuela and Greenland? To invade U.S. cities? To kidnap immigrants? What the fuck? Yeah, that does seem to be the things that our tax dollars are being used for. As well as building the gilded ballroom. And to make up for the deficit in taxes being, the tax revenue being created by the tax cut for billionaires like Donald Trump. Don't forget that. That's also what your tax money is going to. Can't forget that. You're helping out billionaires.
Goalpost away from that.
I don't know. Like if that was their initiative, it probably worked pretty well.
Oh my God, what a fucking admission that is. Ding, 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 ding. That's what it was. It was squirrel. It was look over here. It's like a laser pointer to a cat where they just go, and they just have to go for it. That's what you did. It's got everything for right. Oh, black people and crimes. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's the perfect distraction from the Epstein files. And it was right around the time where the Epstein files were really, I mean, everybody was talking about it. And then seemingly ever since then, we have been talking about it a lot less. Of course, Donald Trump did a bunch of other shit, like invade a sovereign country, Venezuela, as well as threatening war with Iran. I mean, they've been doing absolutely everything, it would seem, to avoid talking about the Epstein files.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Columbia Regan with another sweet, sweet super chat. You have idiots like Nick Shirley doing a number to take away assistance from U.S. citizens when they lose their job, disabled, or are elderly. Yep, it's a cabal of people coming after the regular American people. Funded by billionaires like Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and their acolytes. It's a disturbing time to live in. Thank you, Columbia Regan. I really appreciate you and everybody everybody who helped us complete the goal. That's right. We did it, everybody. Thanks to space fams like you, we have completed the galactic content goal for the evening, only 2.5 hours into the stream. With well over 2 hours remaining on the official YouTube goal. I'm going to end that goal right now. Removing it. Removing it. It's gone. Remove it. Done. Don't need it. We completed it. That's it. Thank you to everybody who contributed to this goal. Columbia Rican with the super chats over here. Pitchforks Dragon. Who else? I'm trying to remember who else contributed to this beautiful situation. Sasha G with a super sticker earlier. Somebody over on Twitch with the resub. Sudden Apollo with the resub on Twitch. Also, Falmer Music with a gifted sub, if I recall correctly. But there were also 2 other donations. I don't know if these people want to be made known, because they didn't put messages in the chat. I can't remember if these people want to be known for their incredible generosity or not. But I just right there noticed 2 different people, one on Cash App, one on PayPal, donating both to the Galactic Content Goal and the financing of the Galactic Deficit. So I gotta update that too. Incredible generosity from everybody. Putting a big dent in that Galactic Content Goal right now really helps us out. I was getting worried about that. Anyway, everybody, bask in the glory. Take it all in. One more moment, and it's all going to be gone. We got to get back to the stream. We got to get back to it. All right. Well, we just got done talking about the state of journalism. Nick Hurley and the utterly shocking interview that he did with Andrew Callahan at Channel 5 News. Let's stay on the topic of journalism. From internet media to CBS. Hassan Piker had some things to say about the recently taken over mainstream news
Breaking
outlets.
ICE agent who fatally shot Renee Good on January 7th in Minneapolis, Jonathan Ross, suffered internal bleeding to the torso following the incident, according to 2 U.S. officials briefed on his medical condition. They're manufacturing consent. They're doing pro-Trump propaganda, pro-admin propaganda, pro-regime propaganda, and pro-Israel propaganda. And now J.D. Vance is retweeting Asmongold's response to it. I'm sorry, what? Bro, don't ever tell me that there is an equivalence between left media and right-wing media. You can be the sweatiest, most unwashed guy with genuinely zero knowledge and just go yeah-based over Donald Trump videos, and you will get elevated by the goddamn vice president. There's no equivalence on the left. Wow, it's almost like the thing that obviously happened because it was recorded from multiple angles and analyzed by the whole world on a frame-by-frame basis actually happened. Amazing. Looking forward to seeing the next goalpost shift. I hate CBS News so much, dude. I hate CBS so much. This is why they bought it, okay? This is why. This and the 12,000 protesters were killed number. Those are the 2 reasons. Those are the 2 main reasons why CBS was purchased. There is no equivalence. Like, can you imagine Barack Obama retweeting something that I said? None whatsoever. It's just not happening. That's why I always laugh whenever people try to make it seem like this is an even playing field. You can be a straight up grifter, openly admit that you're grifting to the right because they're the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet to grift to, and you'll get hosted at the White House eventually. CBS already lost like a big chunk of their support when they did the whole like CCOT facility thing, when that became the story in and of itself. But you know, that's why I said Barry Weiss and the Ellisons destroyed CBS for Trump and Israel. And yes, their reputation is tanking, their numbers are looking bad, but it doesn't matter. They're still a major aggregator, okay? When they say something, other...
Yeah, and here's the thing about it, right? When a mainstream outlet like CBS like gets bought up by a ideological billionaire with a political objective, it doesn't matter if they're hemorrhaging views. Like as long as as it's continuing to be on TV, right? And as long as some number of people are continuing to click on the internet, then to some degree it's doing its job. As well as the fact that it's basically hampering CBS from doing any actual journalism on things like Trump.
Broadcasters will cover it as though it's real news. They'll pull the 12,000 number out of their ass by claiming that they got this information from like an outsider or something, or from like espionage, like they stole the information from like internal Iranian correspondents or something. It's bullshit. But it doesn't matter because then ABC will cover it as though it's real news. WAPO all over again. People who consume actual news instead of conservative slurry resent journalism being taken over by bigoted and incompetent chuds. I mean, yeah. By the way, this broadcast is the reason I was pretty early with the Bari CBS knowledge. In October, I was talking to some JVP boomers at the No Kings protest and they didn't know anything about it. JVP members. Yeah, I've been on the Barry Weiss tip for a minute now, and this is the reason why I was covering it. The Mossad makes something up, gives it to Agent Barry Weiss at CBS News. CBS News reports it. Other outlets repeat it based on the once existing credibility of CBS. Exactly. That's exactly what it is.
Exactly. And because of this, I've like been intentionally removing more and more CBS clips from like I'm honestly considering like unsubscribing from them entirely. Like I think out of, and like I used to, honestly, even though I found their journalism to often be lacking in multiple areas, especially Israel before the purchase, like I was still using CBS clips before this happened, right? Now out of 104 clips a day, I think I got two. I think I got 2 CBS clips in here total. Unless you count local journalism, and then there might be a couple more in here. Yeah, like there's a CBS, I got like a CBS Minnesota clip in here. But yeah, I basically completely stopped counting on their journalism as a result of all this. And sad, but truly, I do still, to some degree, have to count on the mainstream press because of their resources, right? Unfortunately, the independent media doesn't have the same sort of resources that the, bigger mainstream outlets have. Can't have people in every country, in every city, right? Status Quo is doing a pretty decent job over there, but they don't have access to hundreds of millions of dollars in funding, I don't think. With the takeover of CBS, it certainly, it is technically a loss to people like me who counted on having at least, another resource. Speaking of the attack on press freedom, we're going to go back to talking ICE. I just figured we would talk about this. Wow, it only made sense to me after listening to that goddamn atrocious interview with that Nick Shirley kid to talk about journalism momentarily. Let's continue talking about the attack on journalism by the Trump administration and his buddies. His buddies over at the FBI specifically, who did raids on the home of a Washington Post reporter earlier this week. Here is Democracy Now! From yesterday.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
Welcome to our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world. On Wednesday, the FBI raided the Alexandria, Virginia home of a 29-year-old Washington Post reporter, Hannah Nathanson, who covers the Trump administration's reshaping of the government and its effects. The president of the Reporters Committee for Freedom of the Press called the raid a, quote, tremendous escalation in the administration's intrusion into the independence of the press.
Illegal.
FBI agents searched Nathanson's home and seized a phone, a Garmin watch, her personal computer, and one owned by the Post. Agents reportedly told Nathanson the raid was related to their investigation of a government contractor and Navy veteran named Aurelio Perez Lugones, who's accused of illegally retaining classified government materials. He was reportedly messaging the reporter at the time of his arrest last Thursday.
Just last month, Hannah Nathanson wrote a piece headlined, "I am the Post's federal government whisperer. It's been brutal," unquote. She said her reporting had led to more than 1,000 new sources who were current or former federal workers, quote, who wanted to tell me how President Donald Trump was rewriting their workplace policies, firing their colleagues, or transforming their agency's missions, unquote. Nathanson was also part of a Washington Post team that won the 2022 Pulitzer Prize for Public Service for their coverage of the January 6th Capitol insurrection. Readers of the Washington Post coverage of Wednesday's raid on the reporter's home left thousands of comments noting the paper's owner, Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, had so far not commented on the raid. For more, we're joined in our New York studio by Jamil Jaffer, director of the Knight First Amendment Institute at Columbia University, previously deputy legal director at the ACLU. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Jamil.
Thanks,
why don't you explain to us what you understand happened on Wednesday morning when the FBI raided the home of a reporter?
Yeah, I mean, this is, a reporter who's been covering the federal government, talking to government employees, publishing stories about her conversations with government employees. And her home was raided by the FBI. It's a very unusual thing, extremely rare in this country that the FBI raids the home of a reporter or raids a newsroom. Thankfully, very rare in our recent history, at least. But that's what they did in this case, and they seized her electronic devices, including 2 laptops, one of which was issued by the Post, and a cell phone as well. And not at all obvious to me why this search was necessary at all. They had already...
If my U.S. history serves me correctly, I think the last time that there were U.S. like federal government doing raids on journalistic outlets, newspapers and such, I believe that was during the McCarthy era. The Red Scare, if you will.
The home of this contractor a week before and obtained apparently evidence that he was sharing classified information. So they, already had that evidence against him. They filed a criminal complaint against him, and a week later, they execute this search of a journalist's home. And we don't yet have the affidavit in support of the search, so we don't.
Yeah, this is the exact sort of thing that normally the United States government would criticize countries like Russia or China of doing, or some other country that we accuse of having, a lack of press freedom.
What they told the court to justify this search, but it's hard not to see it as an effort to intimidate not just journalists, but the sources that would communicate with them.
So, Jamil, could you explain what kind of legal authorization is typically required for this kind of search, in particular of a journalist's home?
Yeah, so it's a very complicated legal landscape, mainly because the Supreme Court issued this decision in 1972, which is to put it generously, very cryptic. Nobody understands what that decision really means, but essentially the court said we're not going to extend special constitutional protection to journalists with respect to their sources. We're not going to let journalists refuse to testify, for example, before a grand jury when they're subpoenaed for their sources. But in the same decision, the court said, obviously, there are constitutional implications to some of these requests, and we're going to be very careful that the government doesn't cross constitutional lines. So it's a cryptic opinion. There's a concurrence by Justice Powell that people have taken to be the controlling opinion of the court. But the result is that there's this very messy judicial landscape. Congress has been asked over and over again, urged over and over again by press freedom organizations, including the Knight Institute, to pass legislation that would give reporters clearer protection against compelled process. So not just subpoenas, but also court orders and search warrants of the kind that was at issue in this particular search. But Congress has failed to do that. And in the meantime, the only protections that journalists have are the ones that the Justice Department wants to, or the main protections that journalists have are the ones that the Justice Department wants to provide. And the Biden administration had strengthened the rules protecting journalists in very important ways. But the Attorney General, the current Attorney General, Pam Bondi, weakened those rules last year. Press freedom advocates knew that the weakening of those rules would result in a kind of stepping up of investigations of the press and their sources. And this search, I think, is a sign that we were right to worry.
Yep, it does seem like they were right to worry. So now they're going after the free press, one of the things that supposedly we need for an actual democracy. But apparently, I mean, it would seem a lot of these people on the Republicans have given up on the idea of democracy entirely. They're all just kind of leaning into the fascism. Not everybody is responding to the fascism in such a compliant and complicit sort of way.
I'm a veteran of 7 years. I've bled for this country. I've fought for this country, for these people here of Minnesota to come and fight these motherfuckers.
Are you a veteran, ma'am? Are you okay?
Hey, this flashbang's really hard.
no.
I mean, we were just standing here peacefully protesting.
Governor Walz, if you're listening, if you are watching, activate the National Guard. I was in the National Guard. This is what we are for. We need help. Defend your citizens.
Yep. Whoa! Whoa! Shooting serious munitions at us.
Hold on. I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit.
I'm a veteran of 7 years. I've bled for this country. I've fought for this country, for these people here of Minnesota to come and fight these motherfuckers. And they're here. Needs to be, I'm sorry, they need to fucking be shot. They're disgracing this fucking country and what it fucking means. They hide behind their fucking masks like fucking pussies. We're out here in the middle of everything, showing ourselves, showing our Minnesota and our freedom. And they're here, bullshit. They were following ISIS down the highway, and they sprayed my daughter and my wife, and they almost ran them off the fucking road. So that's another thing. Fuck them, get them out of here. Our state representatives need to step up and fight for their fucking people like we are fighting. This is what Minnesota is. When you hear other states say, oh, go to Minnesota, it's Minnesota love, it's Minnesota care. This is what Minnesota is. Every time there's something stupid that goes on, like George Floyd or that woman that got killed a couple days ago, we band together, and this is what we do in Minnesota. So anybody that comes here, terrorists or ICE, we will show them and run them the fuck out of Minnesota. This is what we do in Minnesota as a community. No one runs. We're not cowards. We don't hide behind masks. We don't hide behind guns. We hide behind whistles and the power of the people. That's what protects us. That's what we're here for. While they hide behind cars and bombs and a federal building that is being disgraced.
Now, this guy, he had a lot to say, and he said it very loudly. A veteran. You know, honestly, there seems to be a lot of veterans coming up to these protests, exercising their rights.
Right here, there's a hole from the shrapnel.
I get 10 years for this country. What have you fucking done? Go home and your bonuses have defunded the VA. Take benefits from people like me and my brothers and sisters. 3 of my men died for this country. What have you actually done? I've been here every night now for almost a week, and every night we have been tear gassed, we've been flashbanged, we've been pepperballed. I took a rubber bullet to my calf. As a veteran, I can't believe that this is my country. This isn't what I served for. My men did not die for this. I enlisted in that building right there in 2005. And to be out here 20 years later and to see my fellow Americans and to see immigrants and to see naturalized and migrants and to be treated like this, we are all entitled to due process. Those are the rights that I fought for.
How does it feel to go from being a veteran, person who served this country, to your president having considered you potentially a terrorist?
I don't know if there are words, to be honest with you, except for I know that I'm on the right side of history. My grandfather served in World War II, and he was anti-fascist, and so am I. And we are living under a fascist regime.
The parallels to what happened in the late 30s in Germany are there.
They're pulling it from the fascist playbook.
Omega Star just cheered 300 bits. There are still protests going on in Minneapolis and it's 11 degrees. Chingala migra.
I know. We're gonna watch them. I have it in my list right now. It's the last thing we're gonna watch when while we're talking about ICE. I'm just trying to go through it as chronologically as I could. But either way, thank you, Omegastar, for the biddies over on Twitch. Much appreciated. All right, we're going to keep going through the clips. Next on our list. CNN from yesterday. Person shot in leg by federal agents in Minneapolis after assaulting an officer, according to DHS. I love how CNN is just being like a transcriptionist for the Department of Homeland Security and ICE. What's that? You have a press briefing for us? Let us make it the title of our video.
We are following the breaking news out of Minneapolis tonight. Another shooting involving federal officers. DHS says it was in self-defense during a targeted stop of an undocumented immigrant. CNN's Whitney Wild is on the scene right now, where there have been some explosions, it seems. There are crowds gathering. Whitney, can you tell us what's happening where you are? I think we're having trouble with Whitney's connection. We're going to try to reconnect with her. This is an active situation that's unfolding on the ground in Minneapolis. And like the scenes of ICE operations across the city over the last couple of days, it gets chaotic, and it gets chaotic very, very fast. Look, we don't know all the details. We were saying in the previous segment,
Why?
As we're coming back.
Why is it getting chaotic, Abby? It's just chaos? It's just like all of a sudden chaos out of nowhere? Nobody's causing the chaos, Abby? Who's causing it? It's like chaos is like coming out of nowhere. It's just materializing magically. Who's causing the chaos, Abby?
Table for while
I
we wait
must
for
know.
Whitney. The DHS says that this was a targeted enforcement operation and that the ICE officer was attacked. And I do think that that is exactly the type of situation that we want as few of those situations as possible to transpire. And yet it seems like
yes.
all the time there are all kinds
about
of
none?
interactions happening.
How about none of them?
Where ICE officers are put in danger. And I'm not sure if it's all just.
Oh my God. The ICE officers are being put in too much danger. The ICE officers are being put in too much danger, says Abby. Oh, God. Oh, no. The ICE, they're the ones who are being put, not American citizens who are just minding their own fucking business, getting assaulted on the street or at the gas station or at the fucking at Target. No. The ICE officers, they're under so much threat, says Abby fucking Phillips. You stupid bitch. Oh, I'm so mad at Abby. Like, God, she's her fucking roundtables are the absolute worst. I'm not gonna lie, and her takes are the worst. She is such a fucking neo-lib. Like, ICE, they're just doing their jobs. Oh, ICE is just doing their jobs, and they're under threat. Oh no. It's like, go fuck yourself, bitch. Okay? Go fuck yourself, Abby. You terrible, horrible person. Like, can they frame it any more? Like, can they do any more propaganda at CNN? Like, do they even have time for it? Like, I know there's only 24 hours in the day. Maybe if we extended the day, like the length of a day, they could get more in. I don't know. Abby Phillips always has Scott Jennings on. I know. No, her roundtables are a disgrace. Okay, it's honestly Abby Phillips's roundtables are CNN's attempt at being Jubilee, and yet somehow they're even less watchable. The mainstream media has genuinely failed us. Starch Manning with a super chat over on YouTube. Once all of the undocumented immigrants are gone, who are they going to blame for our shit economic life? I think I know who. It's going to be a group of people. Democrats, communists, LGBTQ folk. That'll be who's to blame. And then when that doesn't work, it'll just be women. We'll have to add women in there too. Just ethnic minorities in general. Like, we know the playbook, right? Like, when one thing runs out, they just go to the next thing. Like, we know what's in the book. Either way, thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated. This next video is terrible. And I just want to, what's the word? I want to correct something from before women are already being blamed. Yeah, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. So I just want to correct something before we get to this next video. We watched a video earlier in the week. I think it was Wednesday. Might have been Monday. Can't remember. Point is, we watched a video earlier of what I said was, at the time, I thought was one of the protesters who had been brutalized in L.A. We've been following this story now for almost a week. Over the weekend, we saw protesters in L.A. get brutalized by federal agents and then dragged into an ICE field office. Then reports came out that one person had been shot with a less than lethal bullet, causing them to possibly lose eyesight permanently in one eye. And we watched a press conference where I thought one of the people talking at the time was the victim who had lost their eyesight. I do not think I was correct about that after having watched this next video, which is definitely of the protester who has lost their eyesight. And I'm not going to lie. Just fair warning. This next video is disturbing. If you thought the description of what happened to this person's eye was bad, and it was, the description was pretty bleak, if you recall. But, I mean, if you're squeamish, don't look. This individual's eye has been utterly mangled by ICE. It is disturbing. And their story is harrowing. This ICE officer needs to be put up on federal charges. It is fucking disturbing what's happened to this guy. I'm going to skip ahead. It's a long interview. I'm trying to remember where.
Yes, I will be blind for life.
They were 2 millimeters away from killing another American citizen. Not that that would really be much worse than... I mean, it would be worse, but I mean... Look at what the fuck they did to this kid's eye. It is unbelievable. It is unbelievable. They shot him at, like, point blank. 5'1", 102 pounds. You could carry this kid with, like, one arm. And they felt he I don't know how they identify, but you know, totally non-threatening. 5'1", 102 pounds, and they shot him in the fucking eye, from point blank range. It's like it's insane. This kid posed a threat? Didn't pose a threat to a fly. To a blade of grass. 5'1", 102. And at some point during this interview, I can't remember where it was. I should have written it down. I never do it. I always forget. I always think I'm going to remember, and I don't. Sometimes. But at some point, he goes into, like, talking about the ICE agent. Like, the way they were, like, he basically, I don't know exactly, I'm going to let him try, I'm going to let him, and I'll get into that in a second. Jesus Christ. This kid is a great patriot. This is a great patriot, and just utterly, he's been disfigured. They've been disfigured for life by ICE. Partially blind for life now. I mean, his eye does not even look functional. Like the lid, I mean, you can clearly tell. I mean, it is barely. The doctors had to do a whole bunch of work here to put it all back together. That is horrifying. That is just horrifying. Nobody deserves that. Not for protesting. Maybe for like attempted murder. You know, in the moment. I guess in self-defense maybe. Not for doing your civic duty of protest. It is so disturbing. And apparently they went to the office, or they were speaking with an officer, one of the officers, after this all happened, after they found out that this eye would no longer be functional, and apparently they laughed. They laughed. The ICE officers laughed when they were told that they might not be able to use their eye ever again. Like, I can't even imagine that level of sadistic sort of thinking. The kind of people they are putting in these jobs have zero fucking empathy for other human beings. And they all need to be brought up on charges for each and every single fucking crime that they have committed. We need to get rid of qualified immunity. And actually, I think Ayanna Pressley just put a bill on the floor to do just that. We need to be pressuring our Democratic representatives, Democrat and Republicans, honestly, to get rid of this garbage. These people need to face consequences. Our law enforcement should not have some sort of... Nobody in this country should have, you know, some sort of get-out-of-jail-free pass. The law should be applied to everybody. Speaking of people that need to be pressured, let's go here to the mayor of Minneapolis, who held a press conference yesterday around this time. Oh, actually, I almost forgot. Damn it. We went over the 3-hour time. The second break, somehow completely ignored by me. Terrible. Can't keep myself on schedule over here. All right. We need to take another break. Do not worry, though. We will be right back after these brief messages. All right, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal. Throne, the newest edition. Throne, of course, is the place where you can buy me physical gifts. Or it's like window shopping for your pal StreamLord. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar, shout out, secret Discord channel, and a bunch more other sweet benefits could be yours. All right, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. You know what that sound means. The sound that your ears just got done hearing, the beeping. You know, the boopy beep beep boop boop bop bop beep boop. That's intended to alert you to the fact that the stream is about to begin once again. That's right, the break is over. Third half of the Galactic Spacecast will begin shortly. So get back in your seats, Space Fams, otherwise you are going to miss it. All right, people, we are back. I want to also say thank you to Omega Star for the gifted sub on Twitch. Somehow I missed that. It was like 15 minutes ago, which means that that was before the break. So thank you, Omega, for the gifted sub to Cool Ranch Revolution. Enjoy the sub. Enjoy. Also, I just want to respond to a comment here. Where was it? You need a backstory on all this. Please someday write a book, GSL, says Boku. I don't know what you're talking about, Boku. Write a book on what? It's not clear to me. Like, if I saw this comment, I found it fascinating. I was like, that anybody would suggest I write a book, first off. But about what? Not clear. About what? It's very, very unclear to me. Maybe I would write the book. I just don't know what about. All right, let's go back to Minneapolis. Listen to officials like Jacob Fry talking about protesters.
I can tell you for certain is that this is not sustainable.
Omega Star just cheered 100 bits. Write the damn book, GSL.
Write the damn book. Yes, I still don't know what book. But I will, Omega. Thank you for the bits. About your 3 dance break scenes. It's not just 3, there's many more. We have a lot of scenes. So many scenes. We just don't use them all. We don't use all of them. The intermission screens are only some of them. Like, have you ever seen this one? Huh? Have you seen this one? We got a lot of things. I mean, write a book about them? I mean, really, does it need a book? I mean, it's always changing. Things are always changing because, of course, the people hanging out at the pool, or the bar, or the lake, or at the street. Oh, they're changing. Not always changing. I mean, there's always new additions, and it's because they're all the patrons. Really, I mean, it would just be boring. I mean, if you look around, this would all be nothing were it not for patrons. It would just be me sitting in a pool alone, in a boring pool, by myself. I guess Snoopy would be here. He's technically not a patron. It'd basically be me and Snoopy and Cisco. Essentially. That'd be it. Just by ourselves. And Gary. I guess Gary would be here. Gary and the Saxman. Saxman's also a streamlord. There's a few that I added in originally, like Gary dancing and the Saxman, just to encourage people to become patrons. It would just be me and Mike. It would be, I mean, you know. Nobody on YouTube vertical can see what I'm showing you right now. They're completely in the dark. Although there is one new thing. There isn't one new thing for the Twitch. I'm sorry, for not the Twitch, for the YouTube vertical. I have come up with a seamless way to switch between YouTube horizontal stream and YouTube vertical stream highlights. So I can like highlight a message. I can highlight a message over here, right? Or I can switch it. Edward Thornton over on the vertical. You're about to be highlighted randomly. Bloop. Wait, did that do it? Yes, it did it. See, look at that. Seamless. Seamless transition. So now I can at least highlight messages from the vertical stream, which is semi-exciting. Figured out a way to do that very easily. What am I even talking about? How rude. How rude. Okay, back to Jacob Fry, who had some things to say about the protests and ICE agents and things like that.
There's still a lot that we don't know at this time, but what I can tell you for certain is that this is not sustainable. This is an impossible situation that our city is presently being put in. And at the same time, we are trying to find a way forward to keep people safe, to protect our neighbors, to maintain order. And we're in a position right now where we have residents that are asking the very limited number of police officers that we have to fight ICE agents on the street, to stand by their neighbors. We cannot be at a place right now in America where we have two governmental entities that are literally fighting one another. Why are we put in this position? We're put in this position because we have approximately 600 police officers in Minneapolis. Far fewer.
I would like to point something out here. The Jacob sort of ignores intentionally, it would seem. But in this statement, the way he talks about it, he makes it sound like Minneapolis police officers are physically fighting ICE agents. They're not. They could be. They could be on the front lines with the protesters protecting the citizens of Minneapolis. They're not doing that. So I don't know what he means when he says that they're fighting each other. It's not clear.
That are able to work at any given time. And there are approximately 3,000 ICE agents in the area. 3,000. The 600 police officers that we have are charged on any given day with investigating crime, stopping homicides from taking place, preventing carjackings. That's the work of a police officer in a city. Meanwhile, we have ICE agents throughout our city and throughout our state who, along with Border Control, are creating chaos. This is not the path that we should be on right now in America. Thankfully, there's another path. And I want to talk to everybody who's out there, even people who aren't living in Minneapolis right now. Maybe you just put your kids to bed. Maybe you're cleaning up the dishes. I'm sure you love your family. There's no doubt in my mind that you love your town. Imagine if that city or that town was suddenly invaded by thousands of federal agents that do not share the values that you hold dear. Imagine if your daily routines were disrupted. The local cafe that you eat at was shut down because they're scared that their own family might get torn apart. Imagine if schools shut down and suddenly parents got to figure out what to do for daycare. This is not creating safety. It's certainly not creating safety when a huge percentage of the shootings that have taken place so far this year in Minneapolis have been by ICE. So let's be very clear. I've seen conduct from ICE that is disgusting and is intolerable. If it were your city, it would be unacceptable there too. And for anyone that is taking the bait tonight, stop.
Taking the bait. What do they do? Oh, they're taking the bait, huh, Jacob? Who's out there taking the bait, and what is the bait? I must know.
That is not helpful. Go home. We cannot counter Donald Trump's chaos with our own brand of chaos. And I have seen thousands of people throughout our city peacefully protesting. For those that have peacefully protested, I applaud you. For those that are taking the bait, you are not helping, and you are not helping the undocumented immigrants in our city. You are not helping the people that call this place home.
Joining me now to talk about this is Jill Snyder, retired New York City police officer.
Didn't I have another clip of this? Did I not keep the other clip of this in here? Because the chief of police comes out. He says a bunch of stuff. He's like, everybody's attacking police officers. It's terrible. Everybody's attacking the police officers, and I don't know why they're doing it. And blah blah blah. And I'm like, maybe you should distinguish yourselves, because people are scared right now and angry right now at law enforcement. And if you're gonna distinguish yourselves somehow from these guys, if you got a problem with being attacked, make it clear that you're not on the side of ICE, that you're not there to protect these fucking fascist pigs. Okay, that you're different. That would be my suggestion to the fucking whiny crybaby cops. Oh God, people are throwing snowballs at us. It's very mean, and we've been crying while we drink coffee and eat donuts. Oh, it's so sad. Yeah. Jacob Fry claiming that people are causing problems. ICE and Border Patrol, the people who are fucking causing problems. Okay, give me a joke. Fucking break. Columbia Regan with a sweet super chat over on YouTube. Wait, excuse me, Jacob Fry. Everyone who is literally following what is going on in Minneapolis had their cities invaded by ICE. Shut the fuck up and do your job. Yep. And honestly, I saw a fantastic impression of Jacob earlier today. It was a clip played on the Majority Report, and I can't find it. I didn't do enough effort looking for it before the stream. I figured I'd be able to do it fast on the fly. That was a bad call. I'm struggling to find it, but somebody did a perfect impression of what Jacob Fry is behaving like right now. Like he's coming out doing all these fucking press conferences, but what is he actually doing? It's more Schumerist Democrat garbage, right? It's Schumerific trash. It's strong. I said the word fuck. Somebody had to say it. I'm gonna be the one to do it. I'm gonna be the one. I don't mind being the one to come out and strongly say the word fuck. Oh, that's right. I've done it. I said it. I'll say it again. Fuck you. Fuck you, ICE. I'll say it. I'll say it as many times as I have to. You're being very, very nasty. I don't like it. And I am in the middle of writing a letter to Kristi Noem. How very disappointed I am. The way the ICE is behaving. No, he said fuck. He said fuck. I'll give him that much. He said the word fuck. He did actually say it. Not that it doesn't do anything. It doesn't. I mean, look, I thought it sounded good initially, but his response, like so far, it doesn't seem like he's doing anything. He's not telling the police to go out and protect people, and now he's chastising protesters. What great solidarity from the mayor! Oh my God. Unfortunately, Governor Tim Walz, a man who, apparently is giving up on being governor. Literally. I mean, he's dropped out of the governor's race. He still has not found his balls yet either.
Walz just addressed the state.
ICE agents are going door to door, ordering people to point out where their neighbors of color live.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. First of all, it's so crazy. It's Nazi Germany. I think, like I said this yesterday, I tweeted it out too. Like, I think the local police department has to work with the citizens if they want to stave off like any sort of decentralized violence, because once people realize that the local administration, the local governments are not on their side, they're going to take matters of self-defense into their own hands. And from what I understand, like whenever cops are deployed, they side with ICE. So I don't know what the expectation is here. Like, I don't know how we fix it. It's pretty cooked.
They're pulling over people indiscriminately, including U.S. citizens, and demanding to see their papers. And at grocery stores, at bus stops, even at our schools, they're breaking windows, dragging pregnant women down the street, just plain grabbing Minnesotans and shoving them into unmarked vans, kidnapping innocent people with no warning and no due process. Let's be very, very clear. This long ago stopped being a matter of immigration enforcement. Instead, it's a campaign of organized brutality against the people of Minnesota by our own federal government. Last week, that campaign claimed the life of Renee Nicole Good. We've all watched the video. We've all seen what happened. And yet, instead of conducting an impartial investigation so we can hold accountable the officer responsible for Renee's death, the Trump administration is devoting the full power of the federal government to finding an excuse to.
Yeah, and the fact is everything Tim Walz is saying right now is fucking true. And the fact is like, if with all of these things are true, the ICE agents are running around, dragging people through the streets, breaking their windows, murdering people in broad daylight, and then the Trump administration is blocking investigations and instead waging investigations into the victims themselves. What does that say? It means that we're living in anarchy. The federal government is behaving in a completely tyrannical way. And it means the states need to step up. And the state government is actually where Tim Walz, you might not know this, Tim Walz is actually the governor of the state of Minnesota. He could in fact mobilize the National Guard, something that in the past has been, there's historical precedent for it. Selma, Alabama. Lyndon Johnson mobilized the National Guard. Now granted, that was the president, right? But there's still a state National Guard, which could be mobilized.
Act the victim.
State troopers. The state troopers serve at the behest of, that's right, the governor of the state. And they should be at the front lines with the protesters, facing off with ICE. And I don't see any images of any of that. I see protesters all alone with the media getting blasted.
Yesterday, 6 federal prosecutors, including the longtime career prosecutor leading the charge to investigate and eliminate fraud in our state's programs, quit their jobs rather than go along with this assault on the United States Constitution. But as bad as it's been, Donald Trump intends for it to get worse. This week, he went online to promise that, quote, the day of retribution and reckoning is coming. That's a direct threat against the people of this state, who dared to vote against him 3 times, and who continue to stand up for freedom with courage and empathy and profound grace. All across Minnesota, people are stepping up to help their neighbors who are being unjustly and unlawfully targeted. They're distributing care packages and walking kids to school and raising their voices in peaceful protest, even though doing so has made many of our fellow Minnesotans targets for violent retribution. Folks, I know it's scary, and I know it's absurd that we all have to be defending law and order, justice, and humanity while also caring for our families and trying to do our jobs. So tonight, let me say once again to Donald Trump and Kristi Noem, end this occupation. You've done enough. Let me say 4 critical things to the people of Minnesota. 4 things I want you to hear as you watch the news and look out for your neighbors. First, Donald Trump wants this chaos. He wants confusion. And yes, he wants more violence on our streets. We cannot give him what he wants. We must protest loudly, urgently, but also peacefully. Indeed.
Dude, this is such a funny, like, he just spent the first half of this video talking about how they're beating our asses. And then he's like, and we will do nothing. The state government will do nothing.
Exactly.
And you should also do more nothing in return. I mean, I guess he's...
It is fucking deranged. People are getting murdered in the streets. You get back out there, Minnesotans, says Tim Walz. No, I won't be mobilizing the National Guard to help you, but you should keep on fighting the good fight, says Tim. Put your body on the line. The state has your back. In theory. And only in theory. In spirit.
Saying, like, he's urging people to protest, even though he keeps saying that, like, that protest is actually leading to violence for his constituents. Deploy the National Guard, man. Those are comprised of our neighbors, no?
Exactly, Hassan. Just in time, man, to the pivot. Mobilizing the galactic tinfoil hat. Thank you, Manda. I think I need my glasses. I'm squinting over here.
Deploy the fucking National Guard to protect the citizens. Make a big show of it. Be like, hey, we're bringing the National Guard, but to protect the citizens 100%. Like, there needs to be a power posture at some point. Because if there is no power posture at all, at any given point, there's no pushback. Because, like, they're already exhausting the legal avenues, right? And that will inevitably come. The legal avenues are already being exhausted. The courts are probably going to find all this shit, inappropriate, unlawful, and then Trump is eventually going to scale back, as he did in all these other places where he deployed the federal law enforcement or the National Guard. So, before Donald Trump federalizes the National Guard, you fucking bring them in. You're the governor. Like, it's good that they're pursuing legal avenues. Bro out here still thinks that there are still laws. No, this is what has happened already.
Yeah, I'm on Team Stupid Sexy Hassan with this one. It's very frustrating. When will the strongly worded letters and statements end and the actual action from Democrats come? I'm begging. And it's not just me. Everybody is begging for them to do something. Anything. They have been so ineffective this year. So incredibly ineffective. At every turn when they're presented with the possibility of victory, they seize failure somehow. I don't understand. It's very strange how it is that they're so capable of seizing failure from the jaws of victory every single goddamn time. This year, last year, I meant last year and this year. Honestly, don't get me started. I'm just thinking, I have Trump 2.0 brain, okay? All I can think about is the last 361 days. Okay? Oh, God. Year 1 is 4 days away from now. When is that, Monday? No, 1, 2, the 20... Tuesday? Tuesday is January 20th. Oh, God. Somebody slap me.
Overnight, intense protests raged in Minneapolis. There was another ICE shooting. Thankfully, it appears like he is now in stable condition, but this was a Venezuelan immigrant. There was an interaction at a traffic stop with an ICE agent who shot him. The ICE agent and the Department of Homeland Security is claiming that he was swinging a shovel. We'll see what the evidence
I don't
shows.
believe any of that. It's almost like, you know,
fuck off.
They're going to say a lot of things because they're.
You know, in the case of Department of Homeland Security, in the Trump administration more broadly, like honestly, it is much better. It is a much more intelligent way to operate to assume that they are lying. Always. Err on the side of caution. Assume the Trump administration is lying about every goddamn thing that they are saying. Especially when it serves them.
Murders.
And with all of this kind of community uprising and people in Minneapolis and Minnesota standing to protect their neighbors, the Trump administration is frothing at the mouth to try to find a reason to invoke the Insurrection Act. Fascists need to exaggerate the scale of protests and drum up the fear in order to justify their repression. Trump's been doing this for years, and throughout this entire second term in particular, talking about how blue cities are war zones, playing up the threat so that he can crack down on these areas. And they're just begging for a pretext to be able to do this. A reminder that the Insurrection Act was last used, I think, in the early 90s by George H.W. Bush in response to the riots after the police killing or beating of Rodney King. But it had also previously been used during the civil rights movement, or during that era, when it was Eisenhower and JFK trying to using the Insurrection Act to enforce what the courts ordering desegregation of parts of the South, schools in the South. So normally the U.S. military is not supposed to be used on American citizens. That's the Posse Comitatus Act. But invoking the Insurrection Act suspends that rule. And the Trump administration has been circling around this big red button to use the military against U.S. civilians for years at this point. And once again, he truthed it out last night. Here we go. If the corrupt politicians of Minnesota don't obey the law and stop the professional agitators and insurrectionists from attacking the patriots of ICE who are only trying to do their job, I will institute the Insurrection Act, which many presidents have done before me, and quickly put an end to the travesty that is taking place in that once great state. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Why does he keep ending his truths with thank you for...
Emma, how is Emma just noticing that this has been, I mean, he's been doing this for the last year. I think actually he was doing it during the, I can't remember if he was, I think he was doing it for part of the 2024 election too. I don't know why. I mean, I think it makes him feel important. Like, he's like, I think he likes ending it that way because he likes thinking that everyone's paying attention to what he's saying. He just likes thinking that everyone's paying attention to this matter And so he ends it every time with thank you for whomever it might be. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I know you're all listening with bated breath. Thank you so much for your undivided attention, which you're of course giving me at this time. I really appreciate it. Your president, Donald Trump.
Attention to this matter, like he's sending out an email blast at some sort of startup. But anyway, they're trying to create this pretext. They're trying to make it so that the Trump administration can use Minneapolis as a testing ground for further authoritarian actions, because as our more progressive members like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Ilhan Omar have been saying publicly, ICE is being used as an anti-civilian force by the Trump administration. Immigrants are on the front lines, but it's not just immigrants. Of course.
I mean, who just got shot in the face?
Renee Good.
Exactly.
Renee Good, shot in the face.
Exactly. That's what I've been saying this whole time. Like, especially since Renee Good, but like I have been saying this. It's not just immigrants. Like, because of the way they're doing all this stuff, because of the lack of due process, every single person, no matter what your citizenship status is, it does not matter. You are under threat because of the way that they are doing this stuff. And like the invocation of things like the Insurrection Act and the Alien Enemies Act, these are just recalling some of the worst fucking like instances of American laws. Like, just, you know, things that have only been used for bad things, essentially, in the history of the United States, that recall the worst historical moments of this country. At this point, they're just gonna repeal all of the good laws that have brought us into the 21st century. Just bring back all the very worst ones. Women will be property of their husbands. Slavery will be legal again. Only white landowning men will have the right to vote. I mean, that's the direction we're heading in. People can be skeptical about that, but I mean, why? Why be skeptical about it at this point? I'm genuinely asking. Like, what's the point of being skeptical about what they're going to do at this point in terms of what levels they will stoop to? Like, what they've proven, honestly, time and time again, they've proven that skepticism on the lows to which this administration will stoop have been utterly naive.
Murdered by ICE. And here's another example of ICE's abuses. This is a legal observer speaking about her experience less than a week after the killing of Renee Good. They were, this legal observer and another individual were observing ICE, which is a protected First Amendment action. And she held a press conference speaking about, and her name's Patty O'Keefe.
Like, let's not forget, they're currently the Trump administration is trying to get them to revisit Dred Scott, trying to revisit, oh my God, my brain just broke. I literally was, I was making a list in my head of things that they were planning to do, and I just forgot the other one I was thinking of. A birthright citizenship. Like, they're like, it's insanity.
What happened when she was arrested and detained by ICE?
My name is Patty O'Keefe. On Sunday, this past Sunday, January 11th, myself and my good friend Brandon Seguenza were violently arrested and detained by ICE. During that encounter, we had an ICE agent spray pepper spray into our windshield vent. They then broke our windows, dragged us out of our vehicles, handcuffed us, and put us in separate cars. On the way over to the Whipple Detention Center, I was taunted, mocked. Also, on that same ride, one of the agents said that you guys got to stop obstructing us. That's why that lesbian bitch is dead. speaking about Renee Good. I think it's important, though, that people know that this is what agents are saying. When we got to the detention
Can you pause
center,
it for a sec?
we saw...
I just want to emphasize that point. I know that it's been something I've been pushing on the show here, but it's quite immensely clear that Jonathan Ross, the agent who murdered Renee Good, was triggered and enraged by both the women that were speaking to him being outspoken, but the fact that they were clearly in a same-sex relationship. And when you look at the characteristics of fascist movements, you see that it's this promise of a national renewal, really, and pride in the face of humiliations that are brought by the hand of a marginalized group.
Oh boy, we've got an unhinged chatter on YouTube vertical streams. Yes, it's real, 13. Hi. You know what's bad about Democrat Socialist? Hold on. I'll let everybody see your insanity here for a moment. Oh boy. You're out of control. Wow. Wow. You're saying some very offensive things in here. Are you like what is this, like a racist AI chatbot? Oh my God. Disturbing things being said by this individual. Maybe I shouldn't subject the rest of chat to what you're saying. I mean, this is unhinged. You seem like you need help. You seem like you need, like, mental help. Do you need us to call 911 for you? Are you experiencing some sort of mental episode right now? Are you having some sort of, like, mental breakdown or something? Are you feeling okay? Do you need help? Do you need a hug? Aww. It just seems like you're having some serious problems right now. 18 USC 111 does not give federal law enforcement to murder people acting completely peacefully a bullet to the head. I've read 18 USC 111, and it requires someone to actually be posing an actual threat to an officer, which was not what happened. And you have to be literally delusional to think anything else.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Usually minority groups, immigrants in this country, but also it branches off in a bunch of different directions. And fascism always has a misogynistic, hyper-masculine undertone, led by a strongman figurehead that channels that kind of energy. And you crack down
on Twitch? No. The it's on YouTube vertical. There's like an unhinged Trump sycophant, some sort of delusional idiot who hasn't been banned yet. Oh no, now they've been banned. Mo and Noah banned them, or timed out. It's not clear.
Minority groups, but also women and their rights. And you see that in
orange circle emoji. What's up, woke losers? Woke Looney Tunes 9,000.
Looney Tunes
subscribers. Now he gets a 7-stream run for woke GNN, a presentation of failing CNN. Do yourself a favor and cancel both woke Looney Tunes 9,000 and woke
Jesus
Galactic
Christ,
News
Looney.
Network immediately, if not
This
sooner.
is
Thank you for your
this is
attention
unhinged.
to this matter. Make America great again.
This is
President
unhinged.
King Donald Trump.
This is unhinged. You've gone too far. Either way, thank you for the resub. 20 months, that's a long time.
This administration looks at Viktor Orban's model for governance as something that they seek to to emulate. And his right-wing vision very much includes a domesticated female barefoot in the kitchen, and that is what they're talking about here. So if there was a good faith reading of this murder, it would be investigated as a hate crime as well as manslaughter / second-degree murder, basically. Keep going.
Got to the detention center. We saw probably about 100 people in holding cells. We heard screaming, crying, just visceral agony from many of the people who were there. You know, someone saying, "Let me go, let me go, let me go, please let me go," begging. We heard a child crying. My friend Brandon was brought into another room for questioning, where he was offered money or legal protection for any undocumented family members that he might have in exchange for names of other undocumented people or names of protest organizers, a bribe, essentially. And another person in his cell, a Hispanic man, was offered that same deal. They both said no. I had a short conversation with a Border Patrol agent who, you know, was wondering.
Actually, I wouldn't call that a bribe, but I would call that as coercion. Because I feel like in the case of a bribe, it's usually like a equal power dynamic, or actually where you're trying to bribe someone who's actually got more power than you, right? But in this case, it's coercion, right? It's somebody who's in a lower power dynamic than the officers and whomever else is offering these bounties, essentially. They're using their power to elicit a particular
why we were here,
result.
why we were so passionate about this. And at the end of it, he goes, you know, I think, you know, I kind of just think that we thought all you guys are crazy, right? And so you have people that are desensitized or okay with dehumanization, and also think that people that are out here trying to defend their neighbors are crazy. And that's a really dangerous combination. And I think that is coming across in the way that we see that ICE officers are conducting themselves with people across the city. So I am just one example of many. I luckily got to come home from that detention center, and most of the people there did not. This is craziness, and it needs to come to an end.
Go ahead, Matt.
I don't know if it was Will or Felix from Chapo Chapos, but they called ICE agents a revolt of the unemployable against the unemployed. And that's the real issue there. When you hear her say that thing, we thought you all were crazy. These are scared men whose fathers failed, and the only thing that they understand how to give to the world is violence. That's a broken man, every one of those guys, and they're organized now by the government.
There have been some data leaks that I've seen media organizations being slow to verify. I think that there's a chill here, but unverified information here. But data leaks potentially showing that there are Proud Boys in these ranks, which is stuff that, of course, we already knew. But I'm waiting for confirmation to fully confirm that. Of course,
it's enough to me for Jonathan Ross to be arguing with his family about whether the Proud Boys were good or not.
Yeah, I mean, we just read a story earlier. I can't remember the name of the Devoce something, New York. I can't remember the name of the exact publication now. Something Italian. But there's a number of other outlets that had covered it, but supposedly Enrique Dario is a Proud Boy. I mean, not a Proud. He's an ICE agent, of course. He's not a Proud Boy. Actually, he's a formerly Proud Boy. Can't be a Proud Boy anymore. Those rights have been taken away from him by a jury of his peers. Let's keep talking about Donald Trump's invocation of the Insurrection Act, or his desire to do so. I mean, what's incredible about his, in my opinion, I think the most incredible thing about his calling for the Insurrection Act is that from all of the video that we've seen, the chaos is coming from the federal government. There was prior to the existence of ICE invading Minnesota, there were not protests in the streets, right? People were just living their lives, essentially, in Minnesota. Cold as fuck. It was the winter. People were just trying to get by. But Donald Trump's decision to invoke the Insurrection Act, I mean, honestly, it feels like we got to talk about the federal insurrection. Not the insurrection on the streets from American citizens, but the insurrection that is being carried out by the federal government on America. But somehow that's not what we're talking about.
Tensions in Minnesota once again boiling after another shooting involving another federal agent.
Now, this violent incident happened just 1 week after an ICE officer shot and killed a 37-year-old woman in Minneapolis.
Action News reporter Anna Torrea is at the live desk this morning with the latest developments. Anna, good morning.
Good morning, Jessica. Jason, protesters clashed with law enforcement following the second shooting. And not too long ago, President Donald Trump took to Truth Social, threatening to invoke the Insurrection Act, also slamming protesters and leaders in Minnesota for causing what he calls a travesty. Homeland Security says this latest violence comes from an attempted traffic stop on Wednesday night. Taking a look, however, first at this video where you can see demonstrators setting off fireworks as law enforcement deployed chemical irritants at protesters. At one point, smoke was hanging in the air amidst all the chaos. But here is what we do know led up to the confrontation. The department says the subject of the traffic stop tried to run, and that's when a struggle ensued. And then two other people who were nearby came and hit law enforcement with a shovel. Then an agent opened fire.
There is no evidence of that. We've seen zero evidence of that at all. All we've gotten is a statement from Kristi Noem, or maybe it was Tricia McLaughlin. It was one of the liars over at the Department of Homeland Security who told us that about this supposed assault on federal agents. We've seen zero evidence of that. And without physical evidence, I believe zero words from the Department of Homeland Security are eyes. And you should too. I mean, honestly, what's hilarious is that people like Alex Jones used to be just constantly going on and on about DHS, right? Do you know what organization falls under the purview of DHS? FEMA. That's right. FEMA. And oh my God. Back during Obama's presidency, it was every single day. Oh my God. DHS and FEMA, they're piling up coffins for Americans. They're planning on doing a mass execution. They're gonna round us all up on the streets with the military and NATO troops. They're coming. They're coming. Jade Helm, it's gonna happen. They're massing in Texas. The FEMA camps, DHS. They're funneling money to DHS. They're coming for you. And now it's all fucking crickets.
President Trump is now making a new and serious threat after protests in Minneapolis grew even more chaotic overnight. And there was another shooting involving a federal agent. This agent allegedly ambushed. The president posting this, we'll put it up for you, saying that if Minnesota's politicians don't obey the law and stop the professional agitators and insurrectionists from attacking the patriots of ICE, I will institute the Insurrection Act. So that could lead to him deploying U.S. troops on U.S. soil in that state. Elena, let me start with you. This has now been taken to a whole new level by the president with this threat. What are you hearing about this?
Yeah, this is a very big deal. And I should know that this is something we've heard President Trump, of course, threaten in the past.
Article was just released on Huffington Post stating the following: the Justice Department is investigating whether Minnesota's Tim Waltz and Jacob Frey impeded immigration enforcement.
Give me a joke.
What? They've done fuck all. What have they done? Name one thing that they've done. I don't understand. They'd say holding press conferences? Is holding a press conference impeding ICE? That's all they've done. It is literally all these two guys have done. Hold a couple of press conferences. Oh, no. Oh, God. How is ICE to be able to do their job with the governor holding press conferences? It's impossible.
Did so during his first term, particularly around the George Floyd protests that had erupted in 2020. But he also recently did it as well when talking about, wanting to crack down on, different types of protests, but even more specifically, maybe having the military help with law enforcement and trying to crack down on crime and deportations in cities like Los Angeles, Portland, and Chicago. But part of the reason this is such a big deal, let me just break down what the Insurrection Act actually is. It is a 19th century law. It's normally considered a last resort for presidents, but it gives presidents the authority to call on active duty.
Yeah, exactly. I would like to stay on that point for a second. This is a last resort situation. This is like everything is on fire type of deal, essentially. I mean, the Insurrection Act is essentially, as it sounds, is intended to stop a literal insurrection. Okay, it's the sort of thing that should have been called, I don't know, on January 6th of 2020. Okay? Like, it just... Hold on. I'm just going to bring up the definition for everybody. Just because I think we need it. It's a violent uprising against an authority or government. Comes from the French. Insurrection. It's not nothing. There is no insurrection. That much should be clear to everybody. Oh, what the hell? How did this happen? What the fuck? God damn it. How did I do that? How have I done this? Okay, this is fucked up. How did I do this? I don't understand. There we go. I fixed it. Oh my god. Somehow I dragged the window so far up that the actual bar, like the menu bar, disappeared and I couldn't drag it away. There we go. There is no violent uprising against the government. The government is acting violently against the people. And some of those people are coming out and protesting peacefully. And some of them are getting murdered for it. There is no insurrection. It's a complete fabrication. It's a fiction. Columbia Regan, GSL, just to add to the reporting of HuffPost, guess who first reported on the investigation? CBS. I don't know if I trust the HuffPost article now. That's fair. It's probably true. I also saw reporting from other... I actually did see that story earlier. I'm fairly certain it's true. It's ridiculous, but true. What exactly the allegations are, I don't know. It's not clear. I don't even think they know. I think they're just mad. I think they're basically just molding. This is basically just the federal government molding over something. Like, they're extremely sage that people don't like them doing what they're doing on the streets of Minneapolis. So they're molding, and they're taking it out by weaponizing the federal government against the governor and the mayor. something that might be termed, might be familiar with this phrase, lawfare. This is just good old federal lawfare. Zero. It's a witch hunt. It's a witch hunt. It's lawfare.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Except this time it's actually the thing that I'm saying. It's not fake lawfare. It's not actual crimes were committed and the federal government's investigating it. No, Trump is upset, and so he told the DOJ to investigate one of his political opponents. That's what's happened. Chokey with a sweet super chat over on YouTube. Much appreciated. Solidarity with all those targeted and scared by us. Love to you all. Love to you, Chokey. Love to you. All right, well, let's go here. While Donald Trump considers invoking the Insurrection Act, ICE is waging more violence against communities across the country, not just in Minnesota. They are still in all sorts of different places, like Los
Federal agents
Angeles.
have carried out a raid in LA's fashion district.
LA Mayor Karen Bass is now expressing concern about the raid, calling it, quote, troubling. KTLA's Carlos Herrera is in the newsroom with more. Carlos, good morning.
Good morning, Megan and Chris. The fashion district is open for business this morning, but its vendors, they are on edge. A lot of them saying they're still nervous, debating whether or not to come back to work. Even shoppers are concerned that they'll be targeted next. Video here from Thursday morning showing unmarked trucks and armed federal agents taking over the busy intersection of 11th Street and Maple Avenue and then spreading out in the fashion district area, all as people around them start recording, taking photos, and alerting the crowd of the operation, causing dozens to start running and yelling. Many who were there say the agents went vendor to vendor asking for proof of citizenship, something Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass says fits a pattern of intimidation aimed at the city's most immigrant-dependent business hubs.
They hit the fashion district again. The fashion district that hasn't recovered from the raids that happened several months ago. The escalation from the White House has become more and more frightening. The idea that you would terrorize the American public.
I'm sorry, but like, I want to, but how is this the way that you message this? I don't understand. This is, in my opinion, just so incredibly ineffective. Why is she smiling? She just got done saying this is frightening. Exactly, Manda. No, you and I, we're on the same wavelength right now. This is exactly what I'm thinking to myself when I'm watching this. I'm like, what in the hell got into her mind that made her think that smiling through this whole thing was a good idea? Why is she? I don't understand it. She just got done telling me this is incredibly troubling and frightening and problematic. She's talking about, people being seized potentially unlawfully, and she's like grinning from ear to ear. I don't get it. Like, the words say one thing, and then like the body language and everything else just it's wild.
That Angelenos still have to live in fear, never knowing when and where ICE is going to show up.
Back in June of 2025, ICE launched massive operations in LA. The fashion district was the first to be hit in downtown. Officials say there were a lot of repercussions. Businesses suffered drastically because people were afraid to return to work or shop. Sales reportedly dropped about 30% after that. They fear
It's a California thing. Well, she's got to knock that. She's got to get rid of that. She's got to not, you can't. Not when it's something this grave and serious. You have to be able to find the time to actually speak to the moment right? And find the gravitas necessary to deliver the message in the correct tone of voice. It's really not that hard. Just settle it down. I don't know. I would prefer her to take it more seriously. I'm almost repulsed by it. It's like, how can you be smiling through this right now? This is a tragedy, and you're the leader of the city where this is happening, and has been happening for the last year. And let's be real, Karen's response to ICE over the last year has been less than satisfactory. Right? During the LA protests earlier this year, I mean, police were joining in with ICE and brutalizing civilians, reporters. I think this moment, considering everything, is just it requires us to take it down a notch on some of this, especially for the leaders of this states and cities where this is happening. In my opinion, it's like one thing for like news anchors or whomever else, but like, if it's your job to fight back against this, literally, like, as the elected representative of a city or a town or a state or whatever, you're smiling through that statement, talking about how, like, everyone's living in fear. Like, I feel like you're just not seeing the moment we're living in right now.
Here on Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. President Trump threatened to send military troops into Minneapolis Thursday in response to ongoing protests against the immigration crackdown in Minnesota.
Exhibit A, Amy Goodman. Notice the timbre of her voice. Notice her solemn facial expression. She's selling it right now.
An unprecedented 3,000 federal ICE agents are currently deployed in Minneapolis-St. Paul in Operation what they are calling Metro Surge. Posting on social media, Trump wrote, quote, "If the corrupt politicians of Minnesota don't obey the law and stop the professional agitators and insurrectionists from attacking the patriots of ICE, who are only trying to do their job, I will institute the Insurrection Act," he said. Protests against the ICE crackdown in Minnesota are ongoing, have only intensified since last week's shooting of Renee Good, a U.S. citizen, poet, and mother of 3. Trump's comments came after a second person was shot by ICE. Julio Cesar Sosa Celes is a Venezuelan national shot in the leg following a traffic stop in the Twin Cities. This is White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt speaking to reporters yesterday.
The Insurrection Act is a tool at the president's disposal. As you know, it has been used sparingly, but it has been used by previous presidents in American history. And I think the president's Truth Social post spoke very loud and clear to Democrats across this country, elected officials who are using their platforms to encourage violence against federal law enforcement officers, who are encouraging left-wing agitators to unlawfully obstruct legitimate law enforcement operations.
For more, we're joined by Bahar Azmi, legal director for the Center for Constitutional Rights. Well,
Crotchy super chat. Karen Bass wasn't smiling. People look like that. Yeah, look, okay, hey, look, people can have their disagreements with me on this. It's just my feelings on the matter. And maybe you're from, maybe, I don't know where you're from. Maybe you're from LA and you know her better than I do. But maybe I'm just hypersensitive to Democrats not doing enough to fight back against ICE and the fascist takeover of the United States by Trump right now. I will admit to that.
To Democracy Now! In a moment, we're going to talk about what's happening with the Columbia University graduate Mahmoud Khalil, but we wanted to start by talking about the Insurrection Act. What does this mean that Trump could invoke it? What does it mean for Minnesota and the country?
Well, just to say the invocation of the Insurrection Act, which is an invocation of martial laws, like equal parts, lawless and terrifying. In this country, we are not, in a constitutional republic, we're not supposed to have the military policing municipalities, because the military, if you think about it, is not subject to law. It's subject to executive will and power, and we're governed by, municipalities are policed by police departments that are accountable to the mayor and to the public. So the Insurrection Act does permit the use of the military in extremely limited circumstances, where, for example, there's insurrection, which was used by Lincoln during the Civil War, Sherman trying to crush Klan terrorism in Reconstruction, and to integrate Southern schools. But the insurrection that's supposedly happening here is, as they say in horror movies, coming from inside the house. It's not from the people of Minneapolis. It's from the paramilitary ICE agents themselves who are fomenting this violence. And I'd note, Trump probably sees this as a civil war. He's inverting the reasons for using the Insurrection Act, which had been to tamp white supremacy in the past, and now it's being used to support it.
Seriously, though, it is insanity. It is utter insanity. Donald Trump has tipped this world upside down in all of the worst places. It's making us all less safe. It's making the world worse. Black is white, up is down, good is bad. That is the world we live in. It's the gaslightocracy. I wonder if Carl's listening. Okay. Jesus, we still have more to cover on this right now. This is disturbing. This is just 1 week. Just 1 week of ICE activity. How is this possible? Fucking hell. Well, we got to take another break, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on maybe you needed a break. Maybe you needed to grab a drink. Maybe you needed to use the bathroom or something, or walk the dog. Now is the perfect time to do exactly that. That's right, everybody. Galactic Intermission. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Alrighty, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Really helps us out quite a lot. And while you're at it, do consider helping in other ways, as your contributions really keep us alive here at the Galactic News Network. Without them, we would cease to exist. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Of course, with every membership, we technically get our way closer to getting more emotes for our YouTube members. More members, more emotes for the members. That's right. Other ways include Twitch, with the bits and the power-ups and the subscriptions. Cash App and PayPal. If you prefer your money, go directly to funding the stream rather than to the bottom line of Amazon and or Google. And of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. Where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a cornucopia of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back. right, everybody. It is time for us to get back to the stream. That's right, the third break is ending, and the fourth half is about to begin. All right, everybody. The Galactic Spacecast is back. Someone just got yeeted in chat. Is that 1,000? That is 1,000 followers. Oh, shits. Following on Twitch. 1,000 followers. A second time. I'm not going to have another party. We had a party yesterday. We hit 1,000. We dropped under. Now we're back. And hopefully it stays that way. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Hopefully it stays that way and continues to go up. Upwards. Onwards and upwards. Honestly, we've grown the Twitch now officially by essentially 100% since we got back on Twitch a few months ago. Pretty incredible when you think about it. Pretty groundbreaking. All right, not groundbreaking, but it's good. I'm into it. I'm feeling it. Twitch, are you feeling it? I know you're feeling it because there's 30 of you over there right now. Some days Twitch is even keeping up with the YouTube numbers, which is impressive. I mean, not right now, but I mean, there are days where it happens, which is impressive. You should give yourself a pat on the back. It really is, honestly, because back when we stopped streaming on Twitch, we had been streaming on Twitch for, I don't know, better part of a year. But honestly, our numbers on Twitch were not very good until I came back to Twitch, and only on Twitch, for 3 months, while banned on YouTube. Now we have a YouTube and Twitch audience. It's fascinating. We're back on YouTube. We're still kicking it. We're on the Twitchverse. Yeah, I looked at some of these messages that they were typing. It was they were clearly Fulmer Music. I don't know what is up with Fulmer Music. Sometimes they donate. Sometimes they donate memberships, and then sometimes they go on insane rants. That rant was in particular unhinged. I'm not sure if he got the ban hammer or the timeout, but whatever it was, I trust whatever Monope's decision was. As essentially, Monope is effectively. I mean, I don't have a senior mod. It's not an official thing, but I mean, Monope was the first Galactic mod. Write that down. All right. Let's go here to see some of the reactions from some of these people on the right. I think we already technically kind of covered part of this, but I feel it's worth a revisiting.
Yeah. Joe Rogan is out there. He's getting all these it's so gross. NBC News is like, Joe Rogan questions whether we should be a Nazi state. And he's getting all sorts of accolades for this. And here's the problem. It would be great if Joe Rogan was saying things to his audience that was helpful in this time of galloping fascism. But that's not what he was saying. It is literally surrounded by lies and bullshit and justification for more fascism. And the funny part is that Rand Paul, the sort of give me liberty or give me death guy.
Seriously.
This is the guy who's like, where are all the people about the Second Amendment? Isn't the Second Amendment?
Yeah. Seriously, I listened to this. I listened to this whole not the whole thing, actually. I couldn't get through the whole thing. I listened to, I want to say 30 minutes. It's like 2 hours long. I listened to like 30 minutes of this podcast, like with Rand Paul. And I was like, yeah, what happened to the liberty and the freedom? Where is that? I'm confused. You sound like a cuck.
Always been for when the government shows up with a bunch of guns.
Rand Paul literally tweeted out, the Second Amendment is not for deer hunting. It's for pointing out the government when it becomes tyrannical.
I mean, is there anything more tyrannical than what we're seeing now on the street? I mean, like, honestly.
I haven't seen it. I mean, Rogan would say it's vaccine.
No, I know. Rogan says, like, vaccine mandate, and Rand Paul might say, like, the tyranny of being forced to seat black people at the counter.
I'm being repressed.
You're forgetting about the tyranny of CNN and horse paste.
The lack of the complete failure to protect the reputation of ivermectin.
$1 billion Spotify assets.
Also, I would like to point out, technically, I would like to correct what Brian said. It really wasn't the tyranny of horse paste. It was the tyranny of horse paste not being the preferred method of treatment by the federal government, right? It was that the federal government preferred the scientifically formulated vaccine for the specific disease rather than dewormer pills. That was the tyranny.
Having to pay taxes. Here's Joe Rogan. Here's that extended segment.
Balance to be achieved. I just don't know how it gets done, because I see both perspectives. I see the perspective of the people that say, hey, there was an illegal program moving people in here to get votes, moving people in here to get congressional seats, and we've got to change that. We've got to take those people
Pause
that got
it for a second.
Jesus.
It's fascinating because this moron actually, I really do think he believes what he said.
100%.
He's trying to have a balanced view here. On one hand,
I believe some bullshit.
We have a huge cohort of the nation who are changelings, and they are coming in here. On the other hand, people don't want to be treated as if we're living in Nazi Germany.
On the one hand,
there is no program. There has never been a.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he is such a simpleton. I don't understand how Joe Rogan has continued. Here's the thing about it, right, for me, that I don't understand, is that Joe Rogan has basically, he's been doing like news and politics discussions now. Like the guy's got all the fucking time in the world. Like, how many shows does he do a week? Like a couple, like 4 or 5 shows a week, 2 hours a show. He works like 2 hours a day. He clearly doesn't do any fucking research for the fucking show. Like I don't understand. How does he not gotten better? Like, that's the thing. It's like, I don't understand how he's not gotten more tuned in and like more facts based. Like if somehow he's devolved over the years. Like, it feels like not that he was ever like a genius or like super focused on the facts or anything, but it just feels like he's gotten further away from them as the years have progressed somehow, even with unlimited money and time. Somehow his dude cannot get in touch with reality. It's fascinating.
To have undocumented immigrants into this country to change elections. There is no evidence, particularly in the wake of 2024. That if you allow Latino voters in, Because that's what he's talking about, right? Yeah. He's not talking about like we're going to let in all these Irish people and we let in the Central Americans,
at this juncture.
Chinese, Somalians, that they're all going to ultimately get citizenship. We have a shitty citizenship program. And then they're going to vote for Democrats 10, 15 years from now. There's no such program. The largest.
That would require a plan.
The largest bestowing of amnesty in this country's history was done by Ronald Reagan, the Republican saint, Ronald Reagan. There is no grand plan. But in his mind, there is. So that's on one side, and the other side.
Republican Jesus? Ronald Reagan? My God. The Ronald Reagan, the actor. Oh my God. That reminds me, I can't remember what the podcast was. And actually, I think I saw this clip on the Majority Report, but that reminds me of a joke that somebody told earlier. I think you know what I'm talking about. Jeffrey Epstein? The financier? Oh my God.
Talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
And people don't want to be shot in the face and murdered and forced to show their papers. It's tough.
Like
make believe thing, real thing. But they're both things.
Is there like a giant veil that makes people unable to look at what's going on in the countries that these people come from, like Haiti or Venezuela? Like the amount that we are culpable for that sort of outmigration, and the idea that it's just the Democrats saying we need new voters here and not our foreign policy. Like we're at a very like a kindergarten level of thinking here.
It's not even kindergarten. It's so much more dangerous because he has the ability to articulate as if he's almost like a junior high guy.
Yeah.
But with a kindergarten brain. Just go back a little bit so that we don't,
I see both perspectives. I see the perspective of the people that say, hey, there was an illegal program moving people in here to get votes, moving people in here to get congressional seats, and we've got to change that. We've got to take those people that got in and send them back to where they came from or do something, because if we don't, they're going to keep doing it if they get in office again in 2028, and it's going to accelerate. And you're going to have to take away some of the damage that's been done to a true
It's just a white supremacist panic.
I mean, it is, but it's all fictional.
Yeah.
It's all fictional.
Yeah. It's literally Great Replacement Theory. Like he's just parroting Great Replacement Theory talking points. They're bringing in black and brown people, scary black and brown people from across the world to replace you. They're replacing you at the ballot box. They're stealing your wife. They're stealing your wife. And your house and your job. You took her job.
First of all, it's all fictional. I don't know what else to say. How do you I cannot prove that I am not an alien from a different planet. I can't. I can just tell you it's not true.
He did the same thing. He does believe this. He had Stavros Halkias on like 2 years ago, and Stav's like, my dad.
Clip that. Breaking news. Sam Cedar? An alien?
The immigrant, he can't vote. What are you talking about?
Democratic system, because you've kind of hijacked it, and they kind of have. And then I can also see the point of view of the people that say, yeah, but you don't want militarized people in the streets just roaming around, snatching people up, many of which turn out to actually be U.S. citizens that just don't have their papers on them? Are we really going to be the Gestapo? Where's your papers? Is that what we've come to? So it's more complicated than I think people want to admit.
It is. Listen, it's very complicated.
Is so incredibly
The three
complicated.
most significant modern-day Republicans that have added to the radicalization of the right are Reagan, Bush Jr., and Donald Trump. And all three are dumb as rocks. This is why the right is dumb as rocks. That gave birth to other geniuses of the right,
God.
Nick Shirley, Asmongold, and Joe Rogan.
That's a good point. These are great points you're making there, Columbia Rican. I appreciate that. I appreciate both the bits and the sentiment of that message. Sam Cedar still has a book of compact discs, and only an alien would keep that around. Exactly. Just like me, I have a book of compact discs. Why would anybody keep that around who isn't an alien? These are questions we need to be asking ourselves right now. Okay, people? Write that down. I mean, to me, it's very significant because it means that Sam is an ally. Spaceman.
And this guy's got a galaxy-level brain, so he can assess between the totally fictional thing that he's talking about. I mean, just look at the Latino vote in 2024. It's available to everybody. There's a lot of evidence that suggests that a lot of times recent immigrants end up voting more conservatively because they want to be more associated with like the, harsher, more nationalistic party. But also, the time that it takes for you to become a citizen is literally counted in like double digits. But Rand Paul is there, and he's a senator. He knows the truth. And so he's gonna correct Joe Rogan, right?
I don't want reality.
This isn't going to be a complete buffet of misinformation brought to you by a massive corporate behemoth, Spotify. They're not going to do that and spread that to how many 20 million people who watch this or whatever it is. That's not going to happen, right?
This juncture.
So it's more complicated than I think people want to admit. People want to look at this as a black and white issue. If you're a compassionate person or if you're a pragmatic person, and I don't think that's true. I think it's both.
But I think the argument needs to be made again and again, and the left needs to hear that they have created this situation by disobeying the immigration laws, by ignoring the deportation orders, by not reporting people who are committing crimes. Now, we're not talking about some guy mowing lawns. We're talking about somebody who stole a car, somebody who raped somebody.
We are.
They are in jail.
No, we are talking about you. What are you talking about? What is he talking about, dude? Oh my God, it's like Rand Paul lives in a different country. Are we sure Rand Paul isn't an alien? Are we sure that he doesn't just like beam down from Mars every fucking so often to like appear on the planet? He doesn't seem to be tuned in at all to what's happening. It's 100%. Like people being interrupted. How many videos of people being ripped off of job sites have we seen? Like dozens? Construction sites and like people mowing lawns, literally, like he just fucking said. Like, I mean, people at daycare facilities, at schools. What is he talking? These are not criminals. Fuck yourself, Rand Paul. What happened to the freedom?
So this isn't the ordinary working person who's here illegally. We're talking about the criminal illegals in our country.
Okay, pause it. Okay, first of all, just a blatant lie. But there's two lies here. Like one is a little bit, you have to tease out a little bit. The first lie being that this enforcement stuff has anything to do with criminals. 70% of the people they're picking up have nothing to do with any criminal activity whatsoever. But the other thing is that there is a complete and total lack of understanding of what a sanctuary city or state is. And he's about to articulate that complete lack of understanding. A sanctuary city or a sanctuary state is simply that. Not if you're an immigrant, you get a free pass to steal a car or to rape people or sexual assault or to steal whatever it is. No.
Because we're woke.
You will get arrested. You.
Yeah, no. Unlike ICE, immigrants, just like American citizens, will get arrested for doing crimes. ICE, on the other hand, can run around and do all of the things that Sam just listed, literally, and face no consequences for it at this time.
Go through the criminal justice system. You can get sent to jail. The only difference is that they will not hand you over to ICE if based upon your immigration status, because if police departments and EMSs and whatnot start to report, and that's all it is, if they start to report when they come in contact with people who are undocumented, then these people will stop reporting crimes that take place. They will stop being good community members. But here he is. He's going to go on this multi-million, probably billion-dollar platform of Spotify and continue to lie.
Now, we're not talking about some guy mowing lawns. We're talking about somebody who stole a car, somebody who raped somebody. They are in jail. So this isn't the ordinary working person who's here illegally. We're talking about the criminal illegals in our country.
Well, I think most people were in favor of getting rid of gang members, criminals, murderers, rapists. Most people were in favor of getting rid of those people.
Pause it. I got news for you. Most people, I would say probably everybody.
I think you're right.
The previous administrations have been.
I think you're right, says Grandpa. I think you're right, Brand, but that's not what's fucking happening, Rand. You know what Rand is? He's libertarian with the facts. You know? Who needs the truth? When you're a libertarian. You can make up a thought experiment that actually... You know, actually, this would like, you know, you got the people. They're committing crimes in theory. In my thought experiment, there's a bunch of people. They're committing crimes, and they're the only people who are getting picked up by ICE. And see, so in my thought experiment, actually, ICE is doing a great job, and they're not committing any crimes, and they're just doing America a great service. See, we just live in my thought experiment, not in reality. Everything's fine. Meanwhile, in reality, the recruitment process at ICE is utterly disturbing. We've heard all sorts of things, you know, like, I think it was ProPublica, who was the first to sort of break elements of this story to the public. Things like people making it through the process who couldn't meet the physical requirements, meet background checks, all sorts of other things. People who are literal criminals, illiterate, unable to literally read or write. People were making it through the final stages of recruitment. It's not clear how many of them actually wound up being ICE officers, but that was like 2 months ago now, maybe longer. When we first heard about all that. But another journalist has put to test the ICE recruitment process, and what she found was incredibly surprising.
Here on Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report, I'm Amy Goodman. What happens when ICE hires agents with minimal screening, then sends them into the streets, masked and armed? We look now at the agency's hiring practices as it surges agents to Minneapolis and other cities. We begin with an independent journalist who applied for an ICE job and was offered it without even a background check. Laura G.
This is so insane. Like, this whole thing. Like, I listened to this earlier today. I already had like the lowest expectations, but this shit is wild.
Job and was offered it without even a background check. Laura Jadid wrote about her experience in a piece published Tuesday by Slate magazine, headlined, "You've heard about who ICE is recruiting. The truth is far worse. I'm the proof," was the headline. She begins her piece, "The plan was never to become an ICE agent. The plan when I went to the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Career Expo in Texas last August was to learn what it was like to apply to be an ICE agent. Who wouldn't be curious?" she said. Laura Jadid joins us now from Portland, Oregon. Laura, would you take it from there? Explain what exactly you did, what this fair was, and then how you applied to work for ICE and what happened.
Absolutely. So the hiring event, basically, you brought your resume in, you handed it over, they were going to do an interview, and they were promising on-the-spot hiring to where you could, in fact, walk out with your $50,000 bonus that day, possibly. I went in, I handed in my resume, which was, I did a skills-based resume. I'm a veteran. I served 2 tours in Afghanistan. So on the surface, the resume looked pretty good. Had a very brief interview, took all of 6 minutes. They didn't ask very many questions. And then I left, assuming I would never hear back, because I'm a very Googleable person. I have an unusual name. I'm the only Laura Jadid on the internet. And I make no secret of how I feel about ICE and Trump and all of it. So I was not expecting several days later to receive a tentative offer. I missed it in my inbox and it sunk to the bottom, which means that I never filled out the paperwork they requested. I never accepted the tentative offer. I never filled out my background check paperwork. I never signed the affidavit saying I committed no domestic violence crimes, none of it. A few weeks later, I got a message from LabCorp saying that ICE wanted me to do a drug test, and I went ahead and did that. I was pretty sure I wouldn't pass. I'd partaken in legal cannabis 6 days before the test, but why not waste some of their money, right? And then 9 days after that, I decided I wanted to, I was curious, had they processed the drug test yet? So I logged onto the ICE hiring portal, and what I found was that not only did the drug test not seem to be relevant, I was listed as having joined ICE as of 3 days earlier. I had listed that I had accepted the offer. They had offered me a final position as a deportation officer. My background check was listed as completed 3 days in the future from when I was looking at it. So it seems like the answer to the question, who are they hiring, is they don't know.
Wow. You write in the piece, "At first glance, my resume has enough to tantalize a recruiter for America's Gestapo in waiting."
Okay, sorry I snuck out into their chat, but this is ridiculous. This shit is fucking ridiculous. I mean, they just we were I know it feels like a long time ago, but around this time last year, we were being promised unbridled and like never before seen levels of competence and merit. We were going to get rid of diversity, equity, inclusion. We were going to get rid of the DEI and the woke. And we would witness never before seen historic levels of competence and merit, just never before witnessed in history. And this, I mean, and then this is the process by which that they are I want to use the word vetting, but it doesn't seem appropriate. Hiring would be more appropriate, I think. Vetting implies too much scrutiny that's clearly not involved in this process.
You're likening ICE to the Gestapo?
Absolutely, and I don't think that's in any way hyperbole. We have armed, masked thugs on our street right now who are brutalizing, detaining, and murdering people with apparent impunity, a carte blanche, a license to kill from our government. And they can't even keep track of who's behind the masks. I don't believe for a second they're keeping track of who's a U.S. citizen, who needs to be deported, where these people even are. These disappearances where people vanish into the system, is it on purpose or are they really that sloppy with paperwork? Ultimately, it doesn't matter. It constitutes a
Oh, God damn it. I was muted that whole time. That is disappointing. How was I muted that whole time? I could have sworn I clicked unmute. I
made a huge tiny mistake.
I said so many things just now. I don't even know where I started. I don't even know where I started just now. But, God damn it, that kills me. I said so many words that just went unheard just now. I don't even know where to begin. I'm very upset. I'm very upset. Being muted on whenever I realize that I've muted myself unintentionally and I've talked for a significant period of time, it makes me so sad. I hate repeating myself. I really do. It's actually one of my least favorite things to do. But when it's my fault, I really have no other option but to repeat myself. And in this situation, I'm just struggling to remember where I started. I think I started off with like ranting about the government's hiring process. We were promised unprecedented. Did everybody hear me say all the stuff about unprecedented merit and competence that I was talking about? Because if you don't remember this, at this time last year, and perhaps leading up to it, we were promised that we were going to have unprecedented historic levels of merit and competence. Yes, okay, you do remember that part. Okay. So somehow I got in between there. I got muted. Okay, so the other thing that I paused for then was the lag. Okay, you did hear that part. So it was the lag. So I rant so much it's hard to remember which rant. It's my job to rant, but I can't remember which rant I'm ranting about. Okay, so the thing was the lag. So if you were experiencing the gray screen lag on horizontal stream, click the live button. I've noticed we've been dragging frames because we're sort of capping out on my upload rate. Something I'm hoping to fix, but because of the mighty power of the tri-stream, it's too powerful. Okay, it's too powerful. Much too powerful. And therefore, we've been dropping people. I've been noticing myself, like on the screens, like I monitor the stream and stuff. I have noticed us sort of lagging just a little bit. Like, it's not noticeable while watching it, but ever so often I look over and I realize I'm not live and I'm back like 30 seconds. But hopefully I'm going to solve that soon. I'm hoping to solve my upload rate situation very soon. It has to do with money, unfortunately. But I do have a solution to this, I think.
national emergency. We have unknown armed thugs in masks who are terrorizing citizens.
So you have served in the military. You deployed twice. Can you talk about what that experience taught you? And also, you did do an interview with an agent, and I'm wondering if you could tell us what that agent said to you and where that went.
Absolutely. So I joined the military right out of high school. I really believed in the whole war on terror thing. I really thought we were going
immediately,
over and
if not
democracy
sooner,
and what have you. And when I got there, it became very evident very quickly that that was not the case and that we were doing it was a bad war and we should not have been there telling people what to do. I was in Eastern Afghanistan for the first deployment, Western Afghanistan for the second. So I did not see combat, but as a military intelligence collector, I saw plenty of the decisions that got people killed on both sides that didn't need to happen. So I came back very disillusioned, like a lot of people, and actually like the ICE agent that I spoke to, which, by the way, this interview wasn't actually part of the hiring process. It was an optional step to see if I wanted to join up. But he told me that he was also joined right out of high school. He also deployed. And when he got back, he also got out as soon as he could. He didn't want anything to do with the military. But he had a lot of trouble assimilating, as a lot of veterans do. And so about 6 months later, he decided to go for law enforcement, and the rest is history. He's been an ICE agent, he said, for about a decade. He likes the work. He feels like he's getting instant results. And this is very sad to me and also emblematic of a problem we have where we use this language of terrorism and weapons of mass destruction and freedom and democracy at the barrel of a gun. We did this overseas, and it's come home in every conceivable way.
Talk about your concerns about them not doing a background.
I think I gotta turn down the Nightbot auto message stuff. Like, cause I have a setting, like, for it's getting overwhelmed because I'm realizing that on that Nightbot is counting YouTube messages for both horizontal and vertical chat. Vertical chat's way quieter, like, than horizontal chat is tonight, and so they're getting like slammed with like like all of the like dono messages. I gotta fix that. Honestly, the mods do such good jobs of linking all of our dono stuff. Maybe I should turn that off entirely. There was a time where I felt it was necessary.
I mean, what does this mean for people who are documented to, wife beaters, people kill women?
Yeah, I mean, it's very funny that they hired a lefty journalist with a profile on Antifa Watch. That's hilarious. But what's not funny is they didn't make me sign a domestic violence waiver. So how many people with domestic violence convictions are running around with guns in our cities terrorizing people? How many people who have been committed of sex crimes or crimes against children are in charge of detention centers where there's no oversight, where people won't be missed and won't be believed? The horror, it boggles the mind how bad this really is.
It is.
And you were hired to be a deportation officer?
It really is. It really is. While the Trump administration is claiming to be taking criminals off the streets, they very well may be putting criminals in charge of detainees and arming them and sending them out onto the streets to wage war on America.
This is the very definition of
They're emptying the insane asylums. They're emptying the asylums into our streets. They're pouring in from our federal government the worst of the worst.
Is that? Where would you serve?
Yeah, so yes, deportation officer. Basically, the agent was very keen on letting me know that I wouldn't be given a badge and a gun right away. I wouldn't be out in the street messing people up. I would probably have to push paperwork for about 6 months before I got there. And when I expressed that was fine with me, with my analyst background, he actually, the atmosphere changed. He was like, no, listen, we want everyone on the street with guns eventually. And I had to reassure him that that was also fine. It seems like the focus is very much getting people out on the street with guns, and the focus of the people applying, apparently, is to get out on the street as quickly as possible to brutalize people.
I'll just end by asking you, you said you signed up to fight the war on terror, and you served twice in Afghanistan. You call what's happening here in the United States the war on terror come home.
Yes. It is very sad. It is not surprising, but it is very sad. This is a national emergency. This is a state emergency. And frankly, it's past time that governors called up the National Guard to protect the citizens who elected them to keep them safe from the people actually terrorizing us in the streets.
Laura Jadid, I want to thank you for being with us, freelance journalist who writes regularly on her Substack at firewalledmedia.com.
Yeah, I gotta check that thing out. Firewalledmedia.com. Write that down. That is disturbing, but incredibly hard-hitting journalism from this woman. This great patriot. A former veteran. Well, not former veteran. I guess you never stop being a veteran. But, I mean, wow. This is just utterly disturbing. But just groundbreaking journalism this woman has just done. And with almost no effort, it's proven that the ICE's hiring policy is disturbing at best. Deeply problematic. Yeah, I'm noticing also Twitch and YouTube horizontal streams are getting gray screened hard right now. We gotta deal. I gotta solve this. I gotta figure out a way to come up with an extra $100 this month. Like I budgeted to just stay behind on my bills by 1 month. I haven't budgeted to actually get caught up. That's the only way to change my internet plan so that I can have faster upload speeds. But we need it. We really do need it. Oh, it'll happen. I'll figure a way. There's a will, there's a way. Never give up. Never surrender. Although considering everything right now, with the onslaught of fascism on our streets, giving up looks the easiest option these days. Not that I'm recommending anybody do that. But times is tough. That's what I'm saying.
I really don't think it's a stretch to say that the federal government is waging a war against its own people, those living in blue states in particular. And
are you connected to modem by Ethernet or Wi-Fi? Ethernet. Oh, let's not IT solve. I know the problem. I know what the problem is. I'm I'm exceeding the limitations of things. Mathematically, I'm right at the brink. Like I'm pushing my max upload speeds right now between the 3 streams. But it's also, if I go any lower, it's gonna really, it's just gonna get worse. But if I go higher, it's also gonna get worse. It's a conundrum.
I really don't think it's a stretch to say that the federal government is waging a war against its own people, those living in blue states in particular. And I can't help but think that the Trump regime, either wittingly or unwittingly, is tugging on the threads that could cause the entire country to unravel. It really feels like we're witnessing the beginning of the end. Is that hyperbole? Maybe. It's just really hard to be objective and gauge how consequential moments in history are when you're living through them. But with that being said, if one's goal was to destroy the country, I can say with confidence that the Trump regime is doing everything that they can to make that a reality. For example, he announced that he'll be illegally cutting off funding to entire states that have sanctuary cities. It's essentially collective punishment, not to mention, as the Associated Press points out, he's already tried to do this twice, both in his first and second term, mind you, and both attempts were struck down by courts. But now that he's gone full dictator, he doesn't feel restrained by the courts or Congress, which is why he's also threatening to invoke the Insurrection Act and denaturalize U.S. citizens, and subtly suggesting that the midterm elections should be canceled. It's why his regime raided the home of a journalist in a blatant attempt to uncover her 1,000 plus government sources who are leaking information from within the regime. It's why his billionaire crony Elon Musk is calling for the imprisonment of educators who accurately teach U.S. history. And we haven't even scratched the surface, because I'm only giving you some examples of his recent lawlessness at the domestic level. Internationally, that's an entirely different story. He's openly saying that he doesn't need international law, which is why he's threatening to invade several countries at once, including literal allies. The brakes are off the bus, my friends, and we are headed straight towards a cliff. We're witnessing what it would have been like if King Joffrey or Cartman or Sid from Toy Story ruled the world. Like, we have a petulant child just throwing a tantrum, and the entire world is suffering because of this madman that some Americans chose to elect. Stupidly so, might I add. But I say this all to say that him cutting off funding to states would be another significant escalation. And I get that it's hard to understand why that's the case, because there's so many things going on. But if he were to do this, it would further contribute to the conditions that are leading to people wanting to revolt. And I say this because my state of Oregon would be one of the states that lose funding, and the prospect of paying taxes to the federal government and getting nothing in return is infuriating to a lot of people in
I feel like Mike is like just shy of being like, I don't want to pay my taxes if this is what they're funding. Like he's like right on the verge of being like, I'm not paying my fucking taxes until this stops right now. I feel you, Mike. I'm right there with you, pal. Hold on. I'm just gonna skip ahead a little bit.
Indigenous land, and nobody is safe. They're going door to door now, just like JD Vance said that they would, and even if you try to avoid them, sometimes you just can't. Case in point, there was a family who was trying to flee the war zone that is Minneapolis, and they were targeted by the Gestapo. They weren't part of the protests. They were just trying to get their family to safety because the things that are happening there are very violent. And what they did to this family is mind-blowing.
We also talked to an individual who was not involved with the protest, and he was just trying to get his kids out of the neighborhood. He had 6 kids loaded into his car, including a 6-month-old, when law enforcement threw a flashbang at his car, and now he has told us all 6 of his kids were transported to the hospital. We saw EMS come in. We expect that they are going to be okay, but obviously that father tonight is very worried about his kids. When he says he wanted nothing to do with this protest,
I know this is trivial and totally a me problem, but the rise of fascism has taken over the stream. Like we're like 6 hours. We're almost 6 hours into the stream somehow. I don't understand it. I'm almost ready to skip the 4th break right now over it. But like, we haven't even finished ICE. We haven't even finished talking ICE yet, and we still have other you might realize that you may or may not realize this, but we actually have other America stuff to talk about aside from just the rise of fascism and the Gestapo. I know that's shocking to some people. And then we have, other topics that I had planned for tonight. 105 videos that I had in my list for the week-ending report. A report I take very seriously. I would point out the week-ending report, I think, is one of the most important streams. Help us all, what's the word? Compress and sort of visualize the entire week in one go. In these difficult times, it can be easy to forget what we've lived through even in just a week. And boy, oh boy, the weeks just seem to be getting longer and longer here in the United States lately. I don't know why.
just trying to get out of here when he got caught up.
Officers threw flashbangs and tear gas in my car and made I got 6 kids in the car. Lord, my 6-month-old can't even breathe. My 2-year-old flipped out the damn car. This was flipped over. My car filled with tear gas. I'm trying to pull my kids out the car. I'm telling the officer I need ambulance. It took him 5 fucking minutes. He's going back and forth with me, telling me to go back in there and call and tell them to come up Lindale. They can't even come up Lindale.
Were you participating in the protest?
I wasn't at all.
I cannot get over this. They threw flashbangs and tear gas into his vehicle with 6 kids, including a 6-month-old and a 2-year-old. And even after they knew that the kids in the car were injured, he had to explain to them why it was important that his children receive medical attention immediately. Like, ask yourself.
No, it's insane, Mike. It is insane. Why this guy and his fucking family had to be put through that. And I mean, look at their vehicle. I assume this man and his family use it for work and commuting. I assume that's what they were doing at the time. Minding their own fucking business in their own vehicle. And then just, enjoy this pepper bomb in your car. Now it's going to smell like pepper bomb for an unknown amount of time. Also enjoy the vehicle repairs that you're now going to have to get the airbags replaced and the windows replaced. I assume they're not planning on reimbursing this man And of course, the trauma of the kids. Like, can you imagine those fucking kids just being subjected to that? That's the world they live in now. That's the world they gotta live in. Now they gotta think. Now they gotta go to bed and dream of armed, masked thugs violently attacking their parents' car while they were, I don't know, going to McDonald's or whatever. Insane. It's very ridiculous.
Neck Pussy's personal militia. And I just have to stress this again. Nobody is safe. Just listen to what these witnesses say.
Today, as I was responding to an ICE sighting, I watched a Ford Explorer filled with ICE agents blow through a stop sign, T-bone someone on accident, and then kidnap the driver that they T-boned. That was their way of cleaning up their mess. This was not someone they were pursuing. It was not someone, a suspect on their list. This was not even a protester. They just blew through a stop sign, accidentally T-boning someone, and instead of calling police and waiting for an ambulance because they didn't want to stick around for the scene, instead they got out of their Ford Explorer, approached the driver's side broken window of the vehicle that they hit. They ripped that driver from his vehicle, threw him in the back of their Ford Explorer, driving off, kidnapping this man. That was
It's a
their
kidnapping.
way.
It's a literal kidnapping. This is insane. It's a straight up kid. This is like something out of a guy. Like, it shouldn't be, like, I shouldn't be laughing. It's not funny. It's just like, it's so, it is, we are living in a time that is so beyond, like, my reality, like, I feel all of our realities are being broken by the Trump administration right now. Like, they're turning, like, these ICE agents and all this other, like, assholes are, like, turning our world, like, into a fucking, like, action movie or something. They're just waging war on the goddamn streets of America. And meanwhile, they're, like, gaslighting us on the news over and over again, saying we're not. And actually, it's an insurrection, and people are trying to overthrow the government. Oh my god. That story is fucking insane. And I heard this before, and I'm still just sort of, my mind is just blown. They T-boned a car because they ran a stop sign. And then rather than exchanging information, calling the police, all the things you're supposed to do after getting into an accident, they just kidnapped the driver. They just reach through a broken window and kidnap the driver and drive off with them. This is insanity. This is fucking insanity. These are dark fucking times, people. This is the sort of thing, like, that we, like, make, like, jokes about, or used to make jokes about when it comes to, like, other countries. Oh, like, or, like, this is, like, literally the subject of movies and spy films. People just disappeared suddenly with no due process in the 21st century. That can only happen in a spy movie. Is this Burn Notice? Nope. America 2026. Fuck yeah! Oh, very, very disturbing times we're living in right now. I'm not sure which one of these next stories I want to do first. These next two stories piss me off just as much as the last one, if not more. Oh, God. All right, let's start in Minneapolis, where so much has been going on lately. With a man who we've heard from before. I am talking about the U.S. citizen, the Somali American citizen, born here in the United States, whose story we heard a long time ago. I think we were honestly one of the first people to cover it. And other people certainly covered this in the wake of like after we covered it. People I think like the majority of board covered it. A bunch of people covered this after the fact, because this is honestly a completely fucked story. It's just ridiculous. This guy is minding his own goddamn business. He's an American citizen, and he got kidnapped, and then just left to his own devices when ICE realized that he was an American and they couldn't deport him. They couldn't lawfully detain him. So just, they basically told the guy that he would have to walk back home. He didn't wind up having to walk back home. He wound up getting in contact before having to walk through the snow and the Minnesota winter. He did manage to get a hold of his parents. But this story is just disgusting. This is testimony he gave in Congress, I believe, or at least at a hearing held. I don't think this was actually in Congress. I think this was a informal congressional hearing held by a number of members. I'm sure you can all guess some of the names.
Mr. Mubashir, you're recognized for 4 minutes.
Ranking Member Jayapal and distinguished members of Congress, thank you for the invitation to testify before you today. My name is Mubashir Khalif Hussain. I am a 20-year-old U.S. citizen. My family is Somali, and when I was 6 or 7 years old, my family arrived in the United States as refugees from Ethiopia.
Okay, right. Okay, I was wrong. I couldn't remember. I erred on the side of caution. I assumed that he was born here in the United States, but it doesn't really matter, right? Like, he was born. He is 20 years old, and he has spent his entire life essentially. Most people don't have many, if any, memories before the time they're like 4 or 5 years old, right? And this guy's 20. All of his memories are of America. He is an American. He is a citizen. This guy should feel comfortable to walk the streets and not be worried about being accosted by federal agents just because he's black.
This is ridiculous!
8 months after arriving in the United States, we moved to Minnesota. I became a naturalized citizen in 2019, along with my parents and my siblings. But my citizenship did not protect me from being physically detained and hurt by ICE agents. On December 10, 2025, I was at work in the Cedar Riverside neighborhood. Around 1 p.m., I heard a commotion and what sounded like whistles and car horns. When I looked out the window, I saw what I assumed were ICE agents on the street. I did not want to be confronted by ICE, so I waited 20 or 30 minutes until the sounds died down before taking my lunch break. As I exited the building, I paused to speak with someone on the street about what had happened earlier. That was when I noticed an unmarked 10 SUV approaching us. A man wearing a ski mask and a police-style vest entered the vehicle and quickly walked towards me. The man did not say stop or identify himself. I turned to walk away, hoping he would leave me alone. The man quickened his pace, grabbed me forcefully, and pushed me into a restaurant, and asked, "Why are you running from me?" I was not running. I was just walking away because I did not want to talk to him. I knew that ICE agents had been targeting people that looked like me. I immediately started repeating over and over again, "I'm a citizen, I'm a citizen, I'm a citizen." But the agent did not stop to look at my ID. A second ICE agent entered the restaurant. They dragged me outside and put me into a headlock on the ground. I repeated, "I'm a citizen, I have an ID."
This shit makes me so fucking angry. These ICE agents are acting completely unlawfully. They are making this country into a literal fascist hellhole. This is not a ask for your papers country. I'm not going to sit around and watch it turn into one. I am so fucking sick of it. And I know this is a story we talked about before, but having him recount the situation, the injustices visited upon this man in this moment in his life that completely unjustified. And if there's not retribution for all of this, if there is not genuine change in the wake of all this, America is done. And any Democrats not talking about abolishing ICE and justice, ending qualified immunity and prosecuting all these criminals that ran around just terrorizing our neighborhoods.
Egypt kept saying, that don't matter, that don't matter. They put me in the back of an SUV. While I was sitting in the back of the SUV, my boss came out with a copy of my passport card. He held the paper on the agent's windshield, but the officers ignored him and refused to take the documents into account. They eventually drove me one street over before parking and told me they had to stare my face. I was terrified of what they were going to do a picture of me, and I did not trust them. I would not let them take a picture of me. The officer also kept telling me that they were going to take me in if I did not let them scan my face. One of the officers pulled out his phone and threatened to push a button and call for transport. At that point, there were 3 ICE agents with me in the car. My back hurt from when I was putting a headlock on the ground, and the handcuffs were extremely tight on my wrist. Each time I asked the agent, "Can you please loosen the handcuffs?" he would squeeze my hands. When I asked for medical attention for my back and my wrist, the original ICE agent told me there were going to be medical assistance at the facility. After about half an hour, the ICE agent drove me to their office near Fort Snelling. When we arrived, they forced me to take the face scan. When we got into a building, the agents took the handcuffs off me and put shackles on my ankles before searching me. I asked for water. They said no. Then an employee told me I was being deported. I again insisted I was a citizen.
This is, I mean, basically a description of torture. If you took out the specifics of this story, and you just turned this into a audio only podcast, you think that this was, I don't know, somewhere else. It's so disturbing. And it's one of many at this point. We've heard too many stories like this. God, I tried to change the output settings over here. It's not solving anything. I wish it did. Maybe if I go down to like this. At least we don't have lag anymore. I mean, the gray screens aren't fun. I won't lie. What's weird is that vertical stream is not gray screening at all. And so I don't know why. The Twitch and the YouTube horizontal streams are getting all gray. All right. Let's go to this next horrifying piece of news, to another man with a horrifying story. As it relates to ICE, a man who was in detention for 6 months last year. I'm talking about Mahmoud Khalil. Man who was, in my opinion, unlawfully detained for having done literally nothing wrong and threatened with deportation, kept from his family, kept from witnessing the birth of his son. And apparently, an appeals court has reversed the decision that freed Mahmoud Khalil, putting him in danger of being, once again, ripped away from his family.
We want to turn to another issue. A federal appeals court has reversed a ruling that freed the Palestinian activist, the Columbia University graduate Mahmoud Khalil, from Louisiana ICE jail in June. Advocates fear the move could pave the way for the Trump administration to rearrest and deport him. Mahmoud Khalil was arrested and jailed in March for taking part in campus protests at Columbia University as a graduate student. He was the first non-citizen student targeted and arrested by the Trump administration for pro-Palestine speech. Detained for months, first in New Jersey, then in Louisiana, before a federal district judge in New Jersey granted a habeas petition in his case, saying his constitutional rights had likely been violated. Now,
illegal.
Very illegal. Sorry, I just noticed something. I don't check this and I don't get notifications from it. I just happened to click it. I just happened to click it here while, for whatever reason. I just wanted to say thank you. I'm just going to go back 20 seconds. I just want to say thank you to Omegastar, who donated to the crowdfunding effort over on Throne. I don't know if everybody here is familiar, but we started a new place to donate. Sort of an interesting place, I find Throne to be. But instead of giving the creator money directly, you can buy stuff on there, or you can crowdfund items. And after that donation from Omegastar, we're now 10% of the way through crowdfunding a e-bike, which would really help me out with getting around down on planet Earth. You can help contribute there too. Throne link exists on both my YouTube and Twitch bios.
he was the first non-citizen student targeted and arrested by the Trump administration for pro-Palestine speech. Detained for months, first in New Jersey, then in Louisiana, before a federal district judge in New Jersey granted a habeas petition in his case, saying his constitutional...
Oh my God, leave Mahmoud alone for the love of God. No, my sentiment's exactly Columbia Rican. It's... Oh, why? I can't believe they're still pursuing this in court. This guy did nothing wrong. They cannot point to a single criminal act that this guy has done. This is completely political. It's a political witch hunt.
Rights had likely been...
This is lawfare, okay? This
violated.
Is actual
now, in a
lawfare.
split 2-1 decision, the Third Circuit Court of Appeals has overturned that ruling on jurisdictional grounds, saying Khalil should have first appealed his removal in immigration court. For more, we're still joined by Bahar Azmi, legal director of the Center for Constitutional Rights, as well as Mahmoud Khalil himself, who's joining us via Zoom. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Mahmoud. Can you talk about your response to the judge's decision and what this means for you and your family, your wife and your baby Dean, who was born while you were imprisoned in Louisiana?
I mean, this ruling is absolutely disappointing. This administration, the Trump administration, is trying everything in its power to come after me, to put the full weight of the government to actually make an example out of me. And this means that I will be separated from my U.S. wife and son, who both...
God, I really, I'm not gonna lie, I really hope they're in like a safe house or something. But I feel like they're not. This is just so frustrating. I remember it was not that long ago that we were celebrating on this stream his release. And this is just so perverse. Everything
we're
about
born
this is wrong.
In this country. And it just like it underscores how this administration is weaponizing the legal system, how fragile due process can be when our rights are treated as conditional rather than guaranteed. And I must be clear, like it's absolutely. I have an amazing team. You have Bahar with you in the studio. We're gonna explore every avenue until we feel vindicated. Yet this administration will continue to go to these ideological judges to get rulings in their favor. And basically, as you said, what they want me to do is to wait for an immigration process that's fully completed, fully controlled by the Trump administration to get justice from this process, which.
Not only is the process itself controlled by the administration, but it's being actively hampered by the Trump administration, not just with Mahmoud Khalil's case. I mean, they've been dismissing federal immigration judges left and right. I don't know how many have been fired by Trump, but it's dozens at this point. So the immigration courts are more understaffed than ever before. Immigration courts with already a massive backlog. And the Trump administration having absolutely zero incentive. Like, this is insane. This is so fucked. This is so fucked. I can't do this story anymore. This is ridiculous. Mahmoud does not keep Mahmoud free. I was about to say free Mahmoud. Dude's still free. Keep him free. Make him free. Make America free. What the hell? Why are we living under this goddamn tyranny? E-bikes are funny. You have a normal push bike right now? Yeah. I used to have a good, decent, like, regular bike. Like a mountain bike. And then it got stolen. Years ago. So I haven't had a bike for quite a while. I don't have a car. So an e-bike would be super helpful right now. And I recently rode one of those scooters that you can, like you can scan them, right? I forget the name of them, but you like a bird, it's a bird or something like that. But you scan it and then just start riding. Basically, you like a few bucks, and I was like, oh my god, these things are amazing. And honestly, they go pretty fast. I started looking at them online, and I just sort of fell in love with the idea of having one. And people kept suggesting I start a throne. I didn't know what to add to the throne. I've added a few things to the throne at this point now, like drinks and snacks and whatever else. Sweatpants if you want to keep me warm during the winter. Things like that. I was trying to think of, like, there was the option for crowdfunding. And I was like, we should make a big item that we can crowdfund and then have like a bunch of small items. And I haven't come up with a good way to personally fund an e-bike, so I figured maybe this would be the way to do it. Okay, I don't know why I'm talking e-bike so much right now. Very, very much derailing the stream. It's really my fault. I'm the one who brought it up. All right. Back talking about all of this, the fascist takeover America. It's much less fun than e-bikes. Minneapolis, Minnesota. Greg Bovino and crew. The fascist boys. The SS. Look at this jacket, by the way. Is he joking me with this fucking jacket? He literally looks like he should be in the... he looks like he's in... He looks like a fucking German officer, basically. He looks like a Nazi with that jacket on. And then I love the fox just walking across the road. Honestly, that fox is my hero. I'm not gonna lie. In fact, I need a picture of the fox. I'm sorry, I know this is totally just... It's like, what the heck, StreamLord? We just got done watching that. Look, I want a picture of that fox. I refuse to not get a picture of my hero, the fox, who satirized this horrifying fascist display. There we go. I got my screenshot of the fox. Thank you, fox. I was going down a dark rabbit hole.
You are not funny.
Look, you can't blame me for making rabbit jokes. We're talking about a guy in a fox costume, okay? I'm only capable of so much self-restraint. Really. I'm not perfect. In fact, I'm far from it. Alright, I have more footage. I have more footage of this horrifying display, I'm afraid.
Ice out now! Ice out now! Ice out now! Ice out now! Ice out!
You tell me what to do.
Oh no, I think I know what's happening right now. I was like, did they pump music into the video? I'm just realizing what they're doing. This is a tactic police have used in the past. I think they've brought out massive speakers to blast popular music while they commit violent acts and do other sorts of things that they don't want people to see, to get channels like mine copyright struck or copyright claimed or whatever else, demonetized. Oh, I fucking hate these bastards. I'm muting it. I'm muting it. We'll do this instead. This is ridiculous. You got 100 agents out here. What do you need 100 agents for? Armed to the teeth.
Hey, watch the guy right here at the bottom. Everybody's over here. Stay out of the road. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck all of you.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome to Waterloo, motherfucker! No!
What is the point of what they're doing? They're just coming out and agitating protesters. They're not doing immigration enforcement. They're just coming out and annoying America. Do you see this? I mean, this is just a protest. They're coming out and the protesters are on public property. They can do what they want. But they bring 100 people out here to agitate the protesters. They're just paying billions of dollars for this. They're not even doing immigration enforcement. They're just attacking Americans. If there is no justice, if there's no retribution for all of this, it will set a terrible precedent. It'll be setting us up for a very bad situation, in my opinion. Now, one of the people responsible for all of this, at least for answering for all of this, is Kristi Noem, Secretary of Department of Homeland Security, puppy killer. R.I.P. Cricket. Kristi's good friend, Tricia McLaughlin, is the Assistant Secretary of Public Affairs at DHS. And she was on CNN with Wolf Blitzer and I can't remember who. Caitlin Collins? Here's Tricia.
Secretary Noem also told reporters yesterday that ICE may ask people to, quote, validate their identity when asked about Americans carrying proof of citizenship. Can you clarify what exactly that means? Do American citizens, as of now, need to carry their passports or other immigration documents to show that they're citizens?
I am so glad you asked this question because I think that there's a lot of confusion there about...
Oh, she's so glad. She is so glad. She's so glad that Wolf asked that question. Do Americans have to carry their documents and papers around? Ah, it's the perfect question according to Tricia. Oh God, I can't wait for the answer. This is the best question he could have asked. People, brace yourselves. I mean, with the perfect question must come the perfect answer.
I'm so glad you asked this question because I think that there's a lot of confusion there about this. We have incredibly targeted immigration enforcement operations. So what's happening there?
Give me a joke.
There's reasonable suspicion. If somebody is in the vicinity of this operation, of this target, then they could be asked for their identification.
She is so incompetent. She can barely get the talking points out right now. There's something, a reasonable suspicion, she says. She can barely get it out. She can barely get the justification out. She is the second top, like basically the number 2 PR person over at DHS. Actually, I think she's like number 1, isn't she? This is the head of public relations. This woman who can barely speak.
Of this target.
Is she drunk? Like, did you hear her? She just slurred her words.
Reasonable suspicion. If somebody is in the vicinity of this operation, of this target, then they could...
Vicinity? The vicinity? If somebody's in the vicinity? If somebody's in the vicinity?
Asked for their identification. We've been vindicated by the Supreme Court, September of 2025. You all saw a case out of Los Angeles where they said we can use a reasonable suspicion. I think...
I can't believe that was her answer. She was like, she came in so hot. She was like, oh, Wolf, I love that question. That's the best question you could have asked me. Here I come with the perfect answer. And they're in the vicinity of, I had a good answer to this. I swear to God. Jesus fucking Christ. What an idiot. This is merit and competence? Or is it unbridled merit and competence? This woman can't even put together a goddamn sentence. I'm to be told this is the best that you can do over there? Oh my God. As we all know, as we all know, American citizens are carrying around their passports, are carrying around their documents. Many people are worried that they're going to be targeted by ICE just for looking the wrong way. That American citizens are actually, in fact, you know what? To some degree, you don't need your documents because ICE isn't even going to look at them if they think you're the wrong kind of American. Like that individual, I can't remember his name right now for some reason, but that gentleman in Minnesota who was kidnapped by ICE, and they refused to look at his documents that he had on him. Now, let's not forget. I just want to remind everybody of I almost called her Kaylee. I almost called her Kaylee. She does actually kind of remind me of Kaylee McEnany a little bit. Trisha McLaughlin. Trisha McLaughlin. God, they're all interchangeable, aren't they? They're all almost completely interchangeable. Like you could like you know, like all of these MAGA women are so disposable. I hate to talk in those sorts of terms about human beings, but these people are genuinely so replaceable and so disposable, like so cookie cutter. Like they're all the same. They're all the same fucking person. They're just a bunch of drones, and you would never, like, honestly, you just wouldn't notice that much. Like if you put Kaylee McEnany in a brown wig and a cowboy hat, you'd think she was Kristi Noem. Like she would get away with coming and doing Kristi Noem's press conferences for at least a few minutes, and then people would be like, "Wait a second, wait, wait. Hey, aren't you the former White House press secretary? And don't you have a job at Fox News now?" Speaking of jobs in media, Trisha McLaughlin's husband received hundreds of millions of dollars in Department of Homeland Security ad budget money. You may have missed this, so I figured we would just revisit this real quick. This is ProPublica from a couple months ago.
The Department of Homeland Security's ad campaign has a money trail.
I take it back. This was only a month ago. How was this only a month ago? I don't understand. Doesn't sound right, but the YouTube video says it was 1 month ago.
I don't want reality.
You're a liar. You're a liar. Spurious, awful liar.
The Department of Homeland Security's ad campaign has a money trail that's been shrouded in secrecy. It involves $220 million taxpayer dollars, a mysterious Delaware LLC, and a horse named Gil.
I'm Kristi Noem. Break our laws, we'll punish you.
Noem has hailed this ad campaign as a crucial tool to stem illegal immigration. So crucial that DHS bypassed the normal competitive bidding process that federal contracts go through. On public documents, the main recipient of the $220 million was a Delaware LLC created days before the deal was signed. But ProPublica found a secret beneficiary, the Strategy Group, a consulting firm with long-standing personal and business ties to Noem and her senior aides. The Strategy Group played a central role in Noem's 2022 re-election campaign for South Dakota governor, and the CEO is married to Noem's chief spokesperson at DHS. Read ProPublica's full investigation at the link in bio. At the link in bio. Married to Noem's.
There she is, Trisha, the recipient of $200 million thanks to the taxpayer. Woman who can't even put together a goddamn sentence when lying on behalf of DHS. But she does tweet a lot. Oh, does she tweet? She's a furious tweeter. Oh, she's out there tweeting on the tweet box all goddamn day. All right, well, I'm afraid, or I'm glad, one of the two, that we are almost done with the ice related discussion for the night. I know that's shocking to you. It's only taken us 6 whole hours, 6 hours and 10 minutes to be exactly, blowing through the 4th break like it was nothing. Let us now go to Minneapolis, outside of that ice facility that we have seen a number of times now. In the dark, it's really clear just how massive this fucking building is. Look at it. It's enormous. This was the live stream from earlier tonight, Status Quo News.
What's up? We're live. Okay, hey, hello. This is Zach Roberts with Status Quo on the Midas Touch Partnership Network, and we're here at the Whipple Federal Building, and as you can see here, we've got a fire going. It is, last time I checked, 11 degrees out. As somebody who used to live in Alaska, I've said this before, as somebody who used to live in Alaska in upstate New York, it feels a little bit colder, so I'm not quite sure what the wind chill is, but I'm not a weather reporter. We got a fire going here. I think I'm gonna move in a little bit and try to get warm for 1 second. This is a very good idea. Let's go around the corner here and see what's happening with these cars.
It looks cold. It looks cold. You can see all the frost coming off of everyone's breath. They got the garbage fire going. It looks brutal.
Looks like we have three Hennepin County Sheriff vehicles here lined up.
You weren't on the sidewalk.
I'm not?
No, you were standing on the street.
Prove to me that that's
You're standing on the street, fuckbag. You were standing on the street. By the way, this guy's not ICE. This guy's a sheriff. You can see the badges on these guys. These are sheriffs. They're literally standing on the street, and he's chirping at her over standing in the street. He's more in the street than they are. Their vehicles are literally parked in, like, blocking the street, and he's complaining about her being in the street. Is this fuckbag? Is he fucking kidding me right now? And also, where the fuck is Where is Governor Walz? Why are these guys facing off with protesters? They should be banging on the fences. This is disgusting. These guys should not be here, and they can be recalled by Governor Walz. It is under his authority, and he should be doing it. They shouldn't be standing here complaining about a single fucking thing these protesters are doing. Full stop.
goddamn business. You pushed me.
Yeah.
Okay,
Because you're standing too close.
Where's the sound? I don't have any sound.
Arresting me for what? I'm not allowed to stand up for myself? I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
What did think about ICE? Do you like the raids that are going on?
Okay, you guys back up.
Do you like the raids that are going on?
If anybody here who asks why you guys are out here tonight?
Do you like the ICE raids?
Okay.
Do you like the ICE raids? Do you like them?
Okay. No response from the Hennepin County Sheriff.
The only reason we're here is for.
Is this live from Minnesota? Not quite live. Not quite live. This live stream just ended. I'm looking here 2 hours ago. So almost nearly live. As close to live as we're gonna get right now.
Once the fires are out, we're gonna go back to doing what we were doing.
What were you doing before? It looks like you were doing nothing.
Keeping you guys on the sidewalk so nothing happens.
Do not keep ourselves on the sidewalk.
It hasn't been that way. It hasn't been that way, and I've watched you walk in the street.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Why are these guys doing this? Are they really? Why are they standing here arguing? Just drink some coffee and some donuts. Sit in your cars until ICE shows up. You know? And then get out there and protect the protesters. Why are they standing here arguing with protesters? Go sip coffee and eat donuts. These fucking pigs. Get a goddamn life.
Don't shoot me in my head.
Don't shoot.
They like to shoot
On the
black
sidewalk,
people.
you're fine. But when you go into the streets, that's when it becomes a problem, and that's when ICE keeps coming out here. So we're trying to keep them from having to come out here.
Who's them?
I just said it, ICE. We're trying to keep them in there.
An American citizen?
That's not what I said.
You don't want ICE to be coming out here. What the fuck is ICE?
They've already been doing it.
This is so frustrating. This is why, I mean, these guys should not be interacting with the protesters in this way. They are too used to being adversarial with protesters. And that needs to be the opposite of the situation right now. That's where the things are at. It's the state versus the federal government. And the sooner that the state governments start waking up to that fact, the better. Right? And the sooner that they get the police forces and the state national guards in line and on that page, the better. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. Such a waste of tax dollars. Be better spent just staying warm in the goddamn squad car. Honestly, why don't you serve a fucking warrant on the fucking ICE facility and arrest Jonathan Ross? There's an idea.
734.
Arrest all the collaborators who hid this guy away. They're in the state of Minnesota, right?
Shoot people. Why would you focus on that?
It sucks here. It's gonna keep. That's just gonna keep. I think that's gonna. We're gonna keep that going out. They're gonna be present here, I guess, until this fire is out. And it doesn't seem like anyone has any interest at 11 degrees of putting this fire out. So, would you mind talking to us on camera? No. Is that you, Bernie?
Who's that?
I'm Zach. Zach Roberts, Status Quo.
Who the fuck is that?
We've chatted about. Oh, you're not. I'm sorry. Didn't see it. Sorry. I thought it was a.
All right, so I'm actually seeing something.
Activist.
Just because I felt like I had to look it up. Apparently, the National Guard, the Minnesota National Guard, has been mobilized, but it's to help the police, and the police are just bothering protesters. We should seize the ICE facility. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting too crazy here, but I mean, what they're doing here is not. That's not help. Whatever they're doing right now is not helping. I know that much. Arguing with protesters over where they're standing on the fucking sidewalk is a crowd of people. Okay, it's like a festival. It is such a waste of time. If you've ever worked at like an event like that is such a waste of time. Complaining to people about where they're standing on the fucking sidewalk.
A performer, Crackhead Barney, that's does a lot of following in New York and DC. Yeah, we just sorry, we're gonna have some momentary breaks throughout.
Also, like, I'm looking through this, and they're not being explicitly mobilized to protect protesters. They're being mobilized to help police officers protect the protesters. Fuck the police officers; they got plenty of protection. They're strapped. They got body armor. They're fine. You know? Do you see what I'm saying here? Like, the police don't need help. They've got guns. They've got body armor. They've got vehicles and sirens and the law on their side. The civilians, on the other hand, are unarmed for now, in the streets, and being brutalized and murdered. They're the ones who need help. They're the ones who need protecting, not the goddamn police.
When we have to basically to function, we have to take off our gloves and use our phones because we're all heavily armed like everybody is here. So we just got a call from the studio that it is with the wind chill. It is was it -9 degrees here. So it's a little frosty. So yes, maybe a fire is not a bad thing. Especially since it's very contained, it's in a fire pit. It's not like it's a wild thing going on. But I guess this is what the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office shows up for, as opposed to when ICE raids into their city, kidnaps people out of their homes, shoots them in the leg or in the face. You know, whatever we got to do, I guess. Would you mind talking to us? Yeah. Can you just come over a little, just away from the music a little bit? Hi, do you mind introducing yourself as comfortable as you are?
Yeah. My name is Cameron.
So it is -9 with the wind chill out here. What inspired you to come out here again tonight?
I've been out here almost every single night with my friend, and we just want to try to make a difference in our community. It's not safe for anybody out here, and we want to make a difference.
What has it been like? Are you from Minneapolis?
I'm from Minneapolis, Minnesota area.
What has it been like watching? Basically, the men that are behind these tall fences come out and basically just commit raids and kidnap people and then bring them back into their building.
I think almost everybody is terrified, and if you aren't, that's something to be concerned about and to think about. Like, random people are going missing.
Yeah.
Nobody's hearing from them.
Sorry, give me 1 second. They're bringing out the fire. They're putting out the fire with...
No, what the fuck?
They're responding to a fire as opposed to responding to kidnappings by ICE in the...
This is so stupid. This is so petty. They're putting out the fire that's keeping the protesters warm. This is what I'm talking about. These guys' fucking jobs need to be made clear from the top down. It is not their job to harass protesters. It is their job to protect them. Putting out the fire is the exact opposite of protecting the protesters. They need the fire to stay warm. Okay? They're doing their civic duty. It is your duty as an individual being paid by taxpayer dollars to protect those people. And I am sick of this fucking half-ass bullshit from people like Tim Walz and Jacob Frey. Direct these people to do the job of protecting and serving. This is not protecting and serving. People are not being protected and served by this. In what way? Describe it. Describe how this is protecting and serving. I would love to hear about it. I would love to hear about that if anybody in chat feels disturbed enough to even do such a thing. But this really pisses me off. This is the exact opposite of what I want out of... This is exactly the problem. Okay, this is... Like, we have people like Jacob Frey and Tim Walz coming out and saying everybody needs to be peaceful. Everybody needs to come out and protest, even though they're getting gunned down in the streets. They need to fight back against the federal government. But they're not going to go so far as to protect them. That is what creates the chaos and the anarchy. Okay? The anarchy and the chaos that they claim not to want. They don't want people to get rowdy in the streets or to cause violence or destruction. But if they don't want that, they need to embrace the law. And they need to embrace protecting the people. Right? Because as the law is eroded from the top down, if the state gives up, there's nothing left. Right? There's nothing left. It becomes complete anarchy. Federal government's completely disregarding the law. The state government's not protecting people while the federal government disregards the law. And at some point, people take the law into their own hands. That's just a fact. I'm not saying people should do it, but that is the sequence of events. In other times when democracy has failed and other things like that, things will just devolve into disorder. And if they want to maintain order, like they keep talking about, oh, everybody stay disorderly while you're brutalized, right? Everybody keep protesting, but don't do it too mean, Stop throwing snowballs, Finger waggy wag. Be nice, be nice to the fascist thugs. If they want people to be nice and orderly and classy, and not get out of hand. They need to step in. They need to prevent the problems, the tragedies on the ground being created, and not to be the creators of the problems. Like, this is pathetic. It's a disgrace.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
It's a fucking disgrace. All right, I'm just going to skip ahead a bit on this thing. To like an interview. See, I haven't seen any of this because it was live streaming while we were going here. It ended while we were in the thick of things.
Is Billy Joel still relevant?
Well, at least these people don't give up. They've started the fire back up
Somebody got my
immediately,
reference.
if not sooner.
Socks on and tennis shoes.
I feel like that's the sort of thing that always shows, like, whether you're a local or whatever. It's like you see somebody out and you're like, hey, you don't have that prepared.
Yeah, all the news clips. I'm looking sneakers. Haha, your feet are cold.
Yeah. When you see all those clips of ice falling down, I was like, you don't know how to walk on ice. That shows you that you're not alone. You're not a northerner. Like, that's the biggest thing I'd say. Yeah.
Jimmy Kimmel did a clip with all those guys slipping, and the audience loved it.
Would you mind talking to us on camera for a second? Yeah, so I think it's obvious, but what brings you out here tonight in this freezing cold weather?
Well, I'm a big fan of the Constitution, and Minnesota of every color, and the diversity in Minnesota is what makes us rich, and I love it here. And what ICE is doing is unconstitutional. And it's got to stop. It's got to stop. We have to speak up. Silence is not neutrality.
Now the governor and the mayor have both basically.
He's another great patriot, a lover of the Constitution.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Great lover of freedom, out here in the freezing cold, using their civil rights to protest the actions of the fascist government of ours. Is that Pickle Rick? Even Pickle Rick is here. Is that a 13 stars flag? Jesus Christ. Got a 13 stars flag. You got an upside down flag. You got Pickle Rick. We saw a fox earlier at one point. I see a dude dancing with a snare drum and a Russian hat. This woman's got a very fuzzy jacket. Very, very fuzzy looking jacket. Pickle Rick is...
Hey, Pickle Rick.
He's vibing hard.
Are you saying Pickle Rick we talked to before? Probably.
Pickle Rick is aura farming.
So, I don't know if you knew, but double checked.
I love how Pickle Rick just stood there in front of the camera, like aura farming hard, and then the status quo guy's like, "Yeah, let's ask
Daily
Pickle
Show.
Rick
You were on the
what's
Daily
going
Show.
on."
I saw that yesterday. Yeah. So what brings you out again tonight? This is what I have to do when I have spare time.
Pickle
I have to be
Rick.
out for my community in every way I can. Now they when you said, I think you were like, you're worrying about your clients, and Jordan Klepper on the Daily Show said, it was like, clients.
You know, this is the perfect opportunity for those in the Twitch chat to utilize our Rick emote. We have a dancing Rick emote on Twitch that you don't have on YouTube, I'm afraid. You all could be dancing. I don't see any Ricks dancing in the chat right now. What the hell is going on, Twitch? This is it's the perfect opportunity.
I can't have a billboard like that. I'm sorry.
There's never been a better opportunity for this.
No budget for that right now? No budget for that. Yeah. So what it is, I think it is probably about 20, 30 degrees colder than it was last time we talked. I guess what keeps you coming out here every night? This is Minnesota spring. We're used to this. So this keeps me warm and it keeps me engaged.
This keeps
me
warm.
Talk to people like you and yell at some of these fucking assholes that are terrorizing my city, our state, and fucking all of the U.S. We got to put an end to it because it will be coming to other towns. They're not just going to stop here.
Oh shit!
Have you?
Now the Ricks are in full force on Twitch. Oh boy, that is a lot of Rick.
Out here when they raid across the street and they like pepper spray and attack everyone? Yeah, a few times. Yeah, I think it's hilarious when they're pushing a guy in a pickle. It's like, I am so scary. A guy in a freaking pickle costume.
Yes, this pickle is clearly a national security threat. Sir, I think the pickle is infiltrated. Oh, good. So, pestering... That's nice. That's nice of them. That's nice of them. What a bunch of nice guys. So rather than just pestering the protesters, putting out the fires on the protesters thing that was keeping them warm, they also decided the police are really here just to annoy the protesters, it would seem.
Sorry. My right hand,
Check
a little
this
cold
out.
right now. We have a bunch of people from the federal building driving out right now. And that usually brings people making some noise and getting a little bit, stepping off the sidewalk and yelling at them.
Okay, maybe it was... For a second, I thought it was...
As they go by.
For a second,
usually
I thought
they
this
get
was
waves and
the police.
And usually these guys are also filming while they're... Because, like I said, you know, some...
Okay, I guess not. Maybe not. Hold on. No, it is the police. They're just like, look at them. They're just shining spotlights.
They rolled
on
up
everybody.
here like...
Oh, wait, no, that's from inside. I'm just realizing that's from inside the fence, isn't it? That's ICE.
I won't say. Oh,
That's
we got all
ICE.
the...
Okay. Oh, now the sheriffs are doing it. Now, look, why are they doing this? Why are they blasting everybody with spotlights? I knew that was going on here. What the fuck is this? What in the actual shit is this? What's the point of this? This is just more police annoyance tactics. They just hate America. They just hate protesters. These people are fascist pigs. All of them. What's the point of that? What's the point of this? What is this achieving? What is the point of that?
Are you here to defend anybody? No comment. Yes, again.
Nope. No comment. Not here to defend anybody. Here to annoy people.
Bringing a.
Here to be fascists again. Oh, you can't have a fire. Fuck these guys. Fuck the police. These fucking pigs. Is this is what we were to expect? Governor Walz, is this what we were to expect? Protection? This is protection? You call the National Guard and the Sheriff's Office down to the ICE facility to harass protesters? I thought you don't think they need protection? This is what you want? You're just trying to, what, discourage the protesters? This is despicable.
We got everybody? Huh? I think we got everybody. What county guys out?
Once again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hennepin County Sheriff officers coming out with munitions, with chemical irritants, with sprays. I think I saw pepper pellet guns as well, because for some reason 2 small fires is the most urgent thing that's happening in this city at this time.
You're in a dark, dark time right now, people. It's quite disturbing. The ads are out of control tonight, are they? I haven't changed any of the settings for the ads. Must be completely YouTube. I leave it on the same one every time. Moderate ads is what they call it. So, sounds like it's not moderate tonight, I take it. I'm sorry. I don't control it. I don't get to choose when people go to ad break and when they don't. All right. Well, that's gonna be it for the ICE talking tonight. We still have more stories to talk about tonight. So many stories. Honestly, like the bulk of the stories that I had planned for tonight are lay in front of me right now. It's very disturbing to me. Very, very disturbing to me. But the fascist takeover, the rise of fascism in the United States is taking precedent above all else at this point. So much is going by the wayside as of late. It's only, I mean, honestly, with this scourge, tyrannical scourge, it is kind of hard to focus on anything else, I'm not going to lie. Like, I've been trying, don't get me wrong. I did, in preparation for this show, I did a bunch of stuff. A bunch of research on other things to talk about that I have planned for us. It's just hard to get us there. Through all of this. That is the clusterfuck that our country has become. I can no longer, I'm like doomed to stay in the U.S. half forever. All right. Oh, we got to take another quick galactic intermission here, folks. We'll be right back, though. So much more to talk about after these brief messages. Okay, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, please do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Without the donations of space fans like yourself who enjoy watching the show, we would cease to exist. And I would go floating off into that deep, dark void we call space. Thankfully, we have a lot of great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Twitch with the bits and the power-ups, the subs, gifted subs, prime subs. Cash App and PayPal. Throne. And of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars. Patreon. Where for the low, low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. You know what the benefits are, and if you don't, you can click one of the links in my bios on either YouTube or Twitch to find out. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right. We are back, everybody. Fourth break is over. Fifth half is about to begin. So, you better get back in those seats. Otherwise, you might miss all we have in store. Much detail. Oh, god damn it, I'm muted again. What I was gonna say, what I was saying is that I still need to figure out how to solve the problem of the vertical stream not having a good break screen. Like the pool, the bar, the lake, and the street. Replicating them for vertical is too difficult, unfortunately. You might think that is actually just a crop of the horizontal stream. It is not. I've had to recreate everything on the vertical as I have it on the horizontal. But redoing all of the break screens, too much in my opinion. And also, it cuts it all off and makes it look fucking bad, in my opinion. So, I'm trying to come up with a good way to do a break screen that has all the patron avatars on it. And, like, I'm still, like, workshopping ideas. But, like, I want to have the patron avatars on the vertical stream if in case patrons are over there and they want to see their avatars. But for now, unfortunately, I have no good break screen. I'm only mentioning this because I'm realizing that I left it on the office scene the entire time. Because I don't really have just, like, a standard set. Like, I could use the standby. Whenever I use that, I forget that I'm, like, the microphone is automatically turned off for that. Okay. Back to the content, people. We still got a hell of a lot to talk about tonight. Thankfully, we completed the galactic content goal long ago. 4.5 hours ago, to be exact. And we're just cooking along here, slowly but surely. An S-curve street. Interesting. It's an idea. Let's go to the numbers. With all of this stuff going on, Donald Trump ushering fascism in the United States, let's talk about how people are viewing him. And who else would we go to here at the Galactic News Network other than the one, the only, the great Harry Emden. Harry with the numbers, the very best numbers. They
We're
were all
talking about
saying.
these brand new CNN polling numbers out just today on the president's approval rating, which is low, just 39%. He's underwater on all the issues. Inside this poll, there are some rather notable shifts, in some cases, some historic metrics. With us now, CNN Chief Data Analyst Harry Enton. Harry, we talked about voters saying that the president's term so far is a failure, but put that in perspective here.
Yeah, it turns out that love or presidencies are not better the second time around, according to the American people. Because what are we talking about here? Trump's term was a success or a failure. You know, back in April of 2024, when it came to term number 1, the majority of Americans said that Donald Trump's first term in office was a success, 55%. That's a big reason why he was able to get a second term in office. They look back fondly upon his first term in office. But now come to this side of the screen. Now, after term 2, year 1, how do Americans view it? Look at that. A failure. Fail. 58%, just 42% say a success. These numbers look a lot more like what it did about 6 months into Trump's term number 1 than it did looking back upon the entirety of Trump's term number 1, which of course gave him.
Wow. Nearly 2/3 of America seems to think that Donald Trump Sorry, I just got distracted by an advertisement. I just got on the stream for something interesting. I feel like I have to look up this movie. Oh my god. I need to look this movie up. 2/3 of America seem to think that, nearly 2/3 of America seem to think that Donald Trump is doing a terrible job. I guess it's more like 3/5. 3 in 5 people think Trump is bad. His second term is a failure. And some 42% of America, some 120 million idiots, think that he's doing a great job because they're deluded. And stupid, or both. And they're living in an alternate reality. Thank you, Harry, for the numbers. Perfect numbers. The very best numbers anyone's ever seen. But wait, there's more. There's even more numbers. That's right. I know it's crazy to think, but there's actually more numbers.
About a year in a term
Harry,
number
give
2.
us
You
the
see this for Donald Trump right here. 58% term number 2 first year. 58% say failure. Come here. Look at this. Who's the next closest? George W. Bush. 52% said his presidency had been a failure about a year into term number 2. So Trump is even worse than George W. Bush after Katrina, after a long period in the Iraq War. And this is really, really bad when you compare it to George W. Bush. Barack Obama was 48%. And then Bill Clinton way down here at 26%. Of course, his approval was sky high. But the bottom line is this. About a year into term number 2, Trump's numbers look worse than any other president in which either CNN or the Pew Research Center has asked this question. The only one really close, Joe Biden, if you look here, was at 57% failure in term 1, however. Term 1.
There we go. Donald Trump. Look, I'm the best. The very best. Thank you, Harry, for those great numbers. Perfect numbers. There you go, everybody. The great Harry Emden with the numbers. As you can see here, I have the best numbers. Higher than Bush, higher than Obama, higher than Clinton, higher than Sleepy Joe. Sleepy and also Crooked Joe. The very best, 58%. Higher failure rate than anyone else in history. In the 21st century, it has not been done. Everyone's saying it. Even the great Harry Emden, very respected guy when it comes to the numbers. Everyone's saying it. Everybody is saying it, even your mom. What movie? Oh, good question. I can't even remember the name of it now. I should have written it down. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, Jesus, I got like a cramp in my foot just now for sitting in the wrong spot. There we go. Okay. That was weird. All right. I think I need electrolytes. Does anybody have any Brondo? All right, let's go here now. Let's talk about the midterm elections. I know, I can't believe it. This is only as far as we've got in tonight, but say la vie. The midterms, this is where we are. Let's talk about them. With historically low poll numbers in term 2 here for Donald Trump, midterm elections are looking dire for Republicans, which in a way also makes Donald Trump vulnerable to things like impeachment, as well as having his staffers and other people, subpoenaed to Congress to testify. Things of that nature could be put on the table were Republicans to lose the midterm elections in a significant fashion. Carl Schmidt with a sweet super chat on YouTube. I'm fairly certain this is Carl Gaslightocracy. It's confusing because everybody's names are different now, but Harry Emden claims that he does not personally vote. What do you all think about that? Wait, what? Is that real? Is that a real thing? He said that live on air? I don't vote? He loses a massive amount of respect for me. That's how I feel about that. Jesus Christ, Harry. Oh my God, he really is a carnival barker. He really is. Oh my God. He's entertaining. He's amusing to me, but Jesus Christ, Harry. How can you not vote? What's wrong with you? You're a grown man with a job. A job talking politics, and you don't vote.
What now?
How is that possible? How is it possible that Harry Emden does not vote? Explain that to me. I'm genuinely confounded. I'm stumped. I am veritably bewildered. Okay, this is Donald Trump from last week. Let me try and focus back in after that. You just broke me just now. I have to move on from that discussion. How is that possible? Okay, this is from last week. Donald Trump talking about the midterms. Reuters. Jesus Christ. What?
You got to win the midterms. Because if we don't win the midterms, it's just going to be, they'll find a reason to impeach me. I'll get impeached. We don't impeach them. You know why? Because they're meaner than we are. We should have impeached Joe Biden for 100 different things.
What is he talking about? What is he talking about? What is he talking about? Republicans impeached Bill Clinton. What is he talking about, dude? We don't impeach. Before him, in the last 50 years or something like that, the only other person to be impeached was a Democrat who was impeached by Republicans. What are what? What is this? Grandpa.
Because they're meaner than we are. We should have impeached Joe Biden for 100
so mean.
Different things. They are mean and smart.
And smart. Mean and smart. Smart. It was an off-brand sort of tangent Donald Trump took. And smart. Oh, the Democrats are... I know we call them stupid a lot. I know I call a lot of them very stupid, but they're actually brilliant. Very smart. It's like a weird departure from all of Donald Trump's former claims about Democrats. Very mean and also brilliant. Geniuses. Democrats, you have no idea. They're super geniuses.
What now?
But Donald Trump earlier this week suggested that maybe just don't do the midterms. If Republicans are going to lose them, what's the point of having them?
President Donald Trump said he thinks the U.S., quote, shouldn't even have, end quote, midterms in November, according to an interview with Reuters published Thursday, ramping up his attacks on the upcoming election after repeatedly expressing alarm about the possibility of Republicans losing control of Congress. Trump said to Reuters that because of his administration's many accomplishments during his second term, quote, when you think of it, we shouldn't even have an election in November. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt later claimed
when you think
that
of it,
Trump...
we shouldn't even have democracy. This is such a disturbing statement. This guy is deranged and mad. He is a madman. He is a lunatic. God, he is drunk with power. He's the mad king. Oh my God. Maybe we don't need democracy. We're doing such a great job. People think I'm doing great. I'm doing so good. Look at the numbers, 58%. Better than anyone else.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt later claimed that Trump was, quote, simply joking and speaking facetiously, end quote, telling reporters the president was saying, quote, we're doing such a great job, maybe we should just keep rolling. Trump has repeatedly expressed concern about the possibility his party could lose control of Congress in the midterms, telling GOP lawmakers earlier this month Democrats would, quote, find a reason to impeach me, end quote, if they regain congressional control. Democrats are polling favorably for November's midterms, with 44% of voters backing a Democratic candidate versus 40% for a Republican, according to a recent Economist YouGov poll. This aligns with the historical trends showing the party.
Yes, they've really lost that historical mandate that they were talking about all the beginning of this year. Sick, sick man. Oh, I just realized we were on Office. Oh, I'm sorry, Vertical Stream. None of you got to see that. That's okay. And then there was no real video. It was just photos. Just over a voiceover. So you didn't miss that much. You heard it. You heard what we all heard. Let's go directly to the Ministry of Truth. The Tsarina of Truth. Caroline Leavitt. Like the Forbes News article just mentioned. Had some things to say about Donald Trump's desire to cancel the November midterms. Let's not forget, Caroline is pregnant. So, would take that with that what you will. I don't know what that means. I just wanted to remind everybody of the beautiful miracle that, Caroline is growing inside of her body right now. She's going through a very interesting time. She's got a huge job she was totally underqualified for. The only thing honestly, I guess technically, for like a normal press secretary, yeah, she's underqualified. But for this White House, I guess she meets the qualifications. She's just an unrepentant liar and delusional Trump sycophant. I guess that's really all you need of a Trump a federal employee under the Trump administration.
Twice in recent days, once at the Kennedy Center and then to Reuters again last night about canceling the election. Why is he talking about this?
I believe you're referring to the president's interview at Reuters last night. I was in that interview. It was a closed-door interview. Obviously, there was not audio or video. The president was simply joking. He was saying, we're doing such a great job. We're doing everything the American people thought. Maybe we should just keep rolling. But he was speaking facetiously.
You said that he was joking about canceling the elections. But Americans for generations have fought and died for democracy, for this democracy. Are you saying that the president finds the idea of canceling elections funny?
Andrew, were you in the room? No, you weren't. I was in the room. I heard the conversation, and only someone like you would take that so seriously and pose it.
Oh my god. I feel terrible for her unborn baby. This woman is terrible. Were you in the room? Okay. I know jokes, says Caroline Levitt, head representative of the Ministry of Truth. Are you in the room? This woman is deranged. She is the worst. I hate Caroline. I'm not gonna lie. I try not to hold hate in my heart. But for Caroline, I reserve the right. She is just the worst. She is a despicable human being, and her kids have no fucking chance. All right, that's not true. They have a chance, but it's a diminished chance at turning out to be healthy, functional human beings. It's going to be an uphill battle for those kids. Oh, God. Disaster. But let's keep talking about this joke, this supposed joke that Donald Trump has made dozens of times since taking office and before taking office about, not doing elections once he becomes president. Because let's not forget, not just during presidency, before it, he said, I think, what was the exact quote? It was something like, once I get elected, you won't have to vote ever again. I believe that's what he said. Which is the sort of thing you'd say if you were planning to be a dictator indefinitely.
Now, U.S. President Donald Trump has once again raised the prospect of canceling the upcoming midterm elections. In an exclusive interview with Reuters, Trump referred to the historical trend of incumbent presidents losing seats in midterm polls. He went on to claim that he had achieved so much in the first year of his second term that U.S. shouldn't even have a midterm election. Trump added that the Republican Party would try very hard to win the polls. Asked about Trump's comments, White House Press Secretary Caroline Levitt said that the president wasn't serious while making those comments.
Yes. Now here's Rolling Stone with an article on this. I gotta fix that. This is slightly off center between monitors. Rolling Stone. Authoritarian aims. Trump says U.S., quote, shouldn't even have an election, unquote, as he threatens Insurrection Act. The president has mused about skipping the midterms as approval for his administration continues to slip. Aw, you bastards. I just got paywalled. Alright, screw you. Screw you, Rolling Stone.
Was simply joking.
I was in that interview. It was a closed-door interview. Obviously, there was not audio or video. The president was simply joking. He was saying, we're doing such a great job. We're doing everything.
I love how we have to take Caroline's word for all of this. When, she is just an unrepentant liar. No audio, no video. But Caroline says he was joking, so I guess he probably wasn't joking. When this kid turns 18, the dad's going to be 80. Why won't this play all of a sudden? What in the hell is happening?
People thought maybe we should just keep rolling, but he was speaking facetiously.
This is not the first time that Trump has floated the idea of canceling the midterms. He made similar comments last week while addressing House Republicans at the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. Trump had even suggested that he would be impeached if Republicans lose the upcoming polls.
You got to win the midterms, because if we don't win the midterms, it's just going to be, they'll find a reason to impeach me.
All right. Well, I guess we'll wait and see. But this is I mean, these are the ramblings of a delusional lunatic, right? Just a deranged madman, a criminal who's in the White House. He's a literal criminal who's in the White House talking about a criminal act, not having the elections, who's doing criminal acts, who people are doing criminal acts on behalf of Donald Trump in our streets right now. I mean, this is full-on anarchy we're living in right now. Despotism, whatever you want to call it. Okay. I hate to do this. But, I think I'll save these. This is terrible. I really do hate to do this. But because of how long it's taken me to just get through the US news stories, I'm going to skip 2 and we're going to do these later this weekend. And honestly, I think you'll all thank me for it because it'll be slightly, only mildly, but slightly funner. More fun, if you will, if you prefer good grammar. More fun. I'm trying to do this like on either tomorrow or Sunday fun day. I might try and do like a fun weekend. Maybe a Galactic Patreon subathon tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. But I just gotta skip these next 2, mostly because I feel like they deserve a fair amount of my attention, and like they're gonna take up like an hour. Like, not quite, but like, well, honestly, they could. I could turn them into an hour with no problems. But that would put me in a real bind because I'm only like halfway through the clips that I want to get through today. I gotta make an executive decision here, folks. I'm sorry. Look, sometimes I gotta make tough choices. Gotta make triage decisions on the battlefield here, okay? Sometimes we just gotta know when we gotta cut. We gotta cut the, it's tough. But sometimes you gotta lose a hand. You gotta lose an arm or something, you know? The fact is like these 2 things are big, long content things. I know people are gonna. I'm not even gonna mention what they are. Hopefully, you just won't notice what I've done. The horrible thing I've just done to you. Just repressed everybody in the audience, big time. It's very rude of me, and I am sorry. All right, I'm gonna stop delaying. Let's keep this moving here. I just had to get us through the clips. Yes, Forbes breaking news with this next clip from 5 days ago. So it's January 11th. On the Air Force One with the press, Caroline Leavitt lovingly staring at the back of his head like some sort of creepy cult member. Look at her face. Like, doesn't she, she looks like she's in a cult right now. You can't tell me this woman staring longingly at the back of Donald Trump's stinky head, some sort of like hypnotized weirdo, is not in a cult. This woman is, in fact, she's like one of the top members of the cult. Like, she is like the top spokesperson for the cult right now. Now, Donald Trump had this to say earlier this week, Monday. He had some deranged things to say as over at the end of last week, Congress people voted to pass the ACA tax credits in the House, passing it along to the Senate. Donald Trump had this to say about the ACA tax credit, something that would save people thousands of dollars. I mean, like per person, every month, every year, depending on who you are and what you pay.
Mr. President, the House passed a 3-year extension of the ACA. It's in the Senate. If it passed the Senate, would you veto it or allow it to?
I might, yeah, I might.
Sir, do you have any information about the suspicious object that was found at Palm Beach International
know nothing about it.
Okay, and back on Iran, the Ayatollah.
There you go. Very, very, very quickly. Yeah, I might veto it. I don't know. We'll see. It's arranged. He has no caring or concern in his heart for America. Vetoing the tax credits, which aren't even guaranteed to pass, but if they were to pass, it would be incredibly good for America. People are facing massive increases in their healthcare costs because of the expiration of these credits, which everybody in America wants to continue, essentially. Like, he's just a heartless bastard. He's a terrible man. He's a husk of a human being. He's a joke. He's a fucking dictator. Right? Because, I mean, let's be real. What that represents, him vetoing something passed by Congress, represents him acting against the will of the people. Now, while Donald Trump is considering vetoing the ACA tax credit extensions before they even pass Congress, measles outbreaks across the country are causing great concern. The latest one in South Carolina. Here's ABC
In our
News
spotlight
from 2
tonight,
days
the
ago.
measles outbreak in South Carolina is growing. Health officials warn at least 124 cases have been reported since last Friday, and at least 443 cases overall since the outbreak began. They also say the majority of cases are in Spartanburg County in the northwestern part of the state. Doctors say measles is extremely contagious and that it spreads easily through the air. The CDC says doctors say measles is
This is very disturbing. This is this is sort of like the makings of a fucking pandemic. 124 new cases since Friday in 1 week. And actually, this is less than 1 week. This was from 2 days ago. Probably reporting on information from the day previous, or like not. Do you see what I'm saying here? This is like a few days. This came out on Wednesday. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, maybe Wednesday, but you would assume probably Tuesday because they're reporting it on Wednesday. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's 5 days, 124 new cases, 434 in total. These irresponsible psychos are ushering just, oh my God. This is so
Spartanburg
disturbing.
County in the northwestern part of the state. Doctors say measles is extremely contagious and that it spreads easily through the air. The CDC says anyone who is not protected against measles is at risk. So for more on this, I want to bring in ABC News medical correspondent Dr. Darian Sutton. And Doc, okay, so what is the latest on this outbreak in South Carolina and what prompted it?
Well, Alex, I want to start with the number 21 days. That's the amount of time that a child who's unvaccinated is required to quarantine if they're exposed to measles. And the reason why is because measles is so contagious that if you're unvaccinated, you have a 90% chance of getting it. And in some of these towns, we see significantly low vaccination rates, and we need at least 95% within the population and the community to create that herd immunity to prevent these outbreaks. But in Spartanburg, South Carolina, some of these schools, Alex, the vaccination rate drops as low as 20%. So the latest is that these numbers are...
Oh my fucking God. These irresponsible fucking bastards. 20%. This is a completely preventable tragedy moving in slow motion. And our federal government is going to do fuck all to solve it. People died in Guam because of this. Because of RFK. RFK Jr. He went over there. He got them to stop using vaccines because he claimed thimerosal was giving the kids autism. And kids died. And kids are going to die because of this. Totally preventable. Slow motion tragedy. There's no other way to describe it. It is so it's negligence. This is negligence. The parents are negligent. This is so pathetic. This is shameful. This is, you know, like, this anti-science stuff. It's just, like, why exist? Like, why exist if you hate science that much? Like, what's the point? Why exist in society? Everything brought to you in society is just be an Amish. Be an Amish and leave everyone else alone, but do it somewhere else. Do it in another country. Do it in the middle of the ocean. You know what? That's the good idea. You take over an oil platform somewhere and build yourself like a thriving society in the ocean, where you fucking rejects can all go live. Because clearly you don't have any concern for the rest of society. Why be part of it when your existence seems to be so opposed to all of it? Okay. We're talking health. Let's talk about the health of the president.
As you all know, none of us, Pumps, me, nor you, the listener, are physicians, but we all knew when Kanks went missing and then comes out with his lips sagging, the bruises on his hands, the cankles, that there was a medical episode. And this is why they are accelerating the fascism and accelerating the authoritarianism, because we have a frail, aging, about to drop dead president of the United States. And the Daily Beast is confirming this. Kylie, pop up the headline. President Donald Trump suffered a stroke several months ago and has kept it from the public, a medical expert has claimed. Let's read the excerpt.
So I figured I'd keep this in here because the IHIP ladies are the ones who brought this to my attention. I'm gonna bring up this article myself. Hopefully it's not paywalled right now. Yeah, okay, good. It's not paywalled. All right, I just wanted to read this whole thing. Daily Beast doctor claims Trump, 79, suffered serious medical issue. Concerns about the president's health have been raised for several months. New theory. Donald Trump suffered a stroke several months ago and has kept it from the public, a prominent medical expert has suggested. Professor Bruce Davidson of Washington State University Elson S. Floyd College of Medicine made the bombshell claim about the 79-year-old president's health while laying out, quote-unquote, lines of evidence supportive that have also been reported on by the Daily Beast over the past year. Quote, I think his stroke was on the left side of his brain, which controls the right side of the body, Davidson told biographer Sidney Blumenthal and Princeton historian Sean Willents on their podcast, The Court of History. Quote, I think the stroke was 6 months ago or more, earlier in 2025, unquote, he continued. Quote, there are videos of him shuffling his feet, which is not what we'd seen previously when he was striding on the golf course. We've seen him holding his right hand cradled in his left. Earlier in 2025, he was garbling his words, which he hadn't done before, and which he's improved upon more recently, unquote. Davidson also pointed to what he described as, quote, marked episodes of excessive daytime sleepiness, unquote, known medically as hypersomnolence, which he said is common among stroke patients. Trump is now routinely appearing to nod off in public appearances, such as at White House events. We've certainly seen a lot of that, haven't we? Very, very sleepy. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Jeffrey Epstein?
He further suggested that footage showing Trump gingerly descending the steps of Air Force One while gripping the banister with his left hand, despite the president being right-handed, is, quote, consistent with having had a stroke on the left side of the brain, unquote. Davidson did not specify what sort of stroke he believes the president may have suffered, but said if he is correct with his claim, then it, quote, looks like he's had significant recovery, unquote. Speculation about the mental and physical decline of Trump, who is on track to become the oldest president in U.S. history, has circulated for months. The president has frequently appeared in public with large, visible bruises on his hands, which he desperately attempts to conceal with blotches of makeup. Yeah, we've been following Makeup Gate. In fact, I think he recently, like last week, he had his shot. Trump has also taken steps to hide from public view his swollen cankles, a symptom of the medical condition chronic venous insufficiency, which the White House admitted the president had in July 2024. Additional concerns were raised after Trump appeared at an event commemorating the anniversary of the September 11th terror attacks with his face drooping to one side. Multiple social media users speculated at the time that the appearance could be a sign of a stroke, though no diagnosis has been confirmed. In a candid interview with the Wall Street Journal published this month, Trump acknowledged several health issues and treatments, including briefly wearing compression socks to help manage the swelling in his ankles. Aw, so cool. Donald Trump's got some swollen ankles. Aw. He also made the startling admission that he takes more aspirin than his doctors recommend for quote-unquote cardiac prevention. I want the thinnest blood. Everybody said, you don't want thick, nasty blood. That's gross. Okay, you want the thin. I like thin blood. I like thin. It's not weird. I don't know why. Why is that weird? I want thin blood going through my heart. You don't want thick, gross blood. Totally normal thing to want. Trump in the White House have repeatedly attributed the unsightly bruising on the 79-year-old's hands to his daily aspirin use, combined with his frequently shaking people's hands. Some painful handshakes going on. Oh no, it's going to load an ad? You bastards. You bastards. Improve insulin sensitivity. I think Donald Trump's the one who needs to improve his insulin sensitivity. Skip ad. Skip ad, you bastard. Oh my god. The worst. Ah. Yeah, that is Ginger. Oh god. Shaky Trump. Shaky Don. Very shaky. I'm feeling very, very shaky today. I can barely make it down the stairs. Very difficult. You don't know how hard it is. It's very difficult to walk downstairs. I can barely hold on for dear life. Elsewhere, during his podcast appearance, Davidson suggested that Trump's erratic and aggressive governing style during his second term could also be consistent with post-stroke behavioral changes.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Quote, it's a very serious, concerning, life-threatening, upsetting, scary event, and people react in different ways, unquote, Davidson said. Quote, some people respond with humility and gratitude. Others become euphoric. I was at the cliff of death and now I'm back. And some think that was my chance to die and I didn't. So now I'm going to do everything I wanted to do because the next one may be fatal. Yeah, that's how things feel right now with Trump. Like they're trying to rush through all of the worst possible notions that they can even think of. In response, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told the Daily Beast, quote, "As the president's physician, Dr. Sean Barbarella, has made clear time and time again, and as the American people see with their own eyes every single day, President Trump remains in excellent overall health." Unquote. Quote, "President Trump's relentless work ethic, unmatched energy, and historic accessibility stand in sharp contrast to what we saw during the past 4 years, when the failing legacy media intentionally covered up Joe Biden's serious mental and physical decline from the American people." Unquote. She continued. I think these are all Carolyn quotes. "Pushing these fake and desperate narratives now about President Trump is why Americans' trust in the media has fallen to an all-time low." In a second statement from the White House, Leavitt said, "These allegations are absolute bullshit and perhaps even slanderous. The individual making this false claim is a left-wing nutjob and Democrat activist." Unquote. The bruising on Trump's hand first drew attention in February 2025, when the discoloration on his right hand peeked through a layer of makeup as he sat down for an Oval Office meeting with French President Emmanuel Macron. When reached for comment at the time, Leavitt told the Daily Beast that President Trump is a man of the people. And, quote, "He meets more Americans and shakes their hands on a daily basis than any other president in history. His commitment is unwavering, and he proves that every single day." Unquote. Months later, as questions persisted over the bruise, Leavitt read a note from Barbarella offering another explanation. Quote, "Recent photos of the president have shown minor bruising on the back of his hand," she said in a July press briefing. "This is consistent with the minor soft tissue irritation from frequent handshaking and the use of aspirin, which is taken as part of the standard cardiovascular prevention regime." Unquote. In October, Barbarella issued another note stating that Trump underwent a quote-unquote follow-up evaluation, whatever the hell that means, to his annual physical exam in April. He's had like 17 annual physical exams this year. It's strange. The note, dated October 10th, mentioned that the aging president had undergone advanced imaging, quote-unquote, but did not specify details. Days later, Trump let slip that he got an MRI, claiming that it yielded, quote-unquote, perfect results. The MRI saga took yet another turn earlier this month when Trump and Barbarella revealed to the Journal that the advanced imaging he got was not an MRI after all. "Yeah, perfect MRI. Turns out it wasn't an MRI," Trump told the outlet. "It was less than that. It was a scan." Barbarella added that it was done to, quote-unquote, definitively rule out any cardiovascular issues, and that it did not reveal any abnormalities. Trump said that he regretted undergoing advanced imaging because it further fueled speculations about the state of his health. Quote, "In retrospect, it's too bad I took it because it gave them a little ammunition." Unquote. He said, "I would have been a lot better off if they didn't, because the fact I took it said, oh gee, is something wrong? Well, nothing is wrong. Nothing's wrong, perfect health. I am the image of greatness. Everyone knows it. Write that down. The very most healthy president anyone's ever seen in the history of presidents ever." Yep, very healthy, not dying Donald Trump, who definitely didn't have a stroke, even though it would seem there is some amount of evidence to suggest that he did. It's weird. It's weird, people. Disturbing. And yet, where's the media? Why is this being hidden from us? Why are we being treated like why are we being treated like the stupid Biden lovers?
Staying in the race.
Why does the White House wish to insult our intelligence like this with Donald Trump's health ailing in full view? Why are they hiding it from us? What is up with the cover-up? I am disturbed. I am deeply disturbed, as should you be, by this blatant cover-up of the health of the President of the United States. It seems to be on the brink of disaster. And where is the Jake Tapper book? I demand a Jake Tapper book now. Yesterdoodle, actually. Where is it? I want it. Give me the Jake Tapper book. We've been talking for the last year about Jake Tapper's stupid fucking Biden book. Where's his Trump book? This dude's literally having strokes over here and is getting covered up. No Tapper book to be. Where is it? I can't find it on Amazon or anywhere else. I'm looking so hard for it. I'm just begging to read that shit. God, I just want to cozy up on the space station with a blanket and a hot coffee and maybe a cocoa. Leica in my lap. Just read the Tapper book. It's all I can think about at this point. It's plaguing my mind. Where is it? I don't know how many times we heard earlier in 2025 that Jake Tapper wrote a fucking book about the health of Joe Biden. 10,000, you think? 100,000 times? A million. No, you're right. 1 million times. We heard about 1 million times in 2025. Speaking of Jake Tapper, let's go to CNN. Talk about the economy. Which is not good right now. Looking bad. It's looking real bad.
All right, breaking just a few minutes ago, brand new data on jobs. The economy added just 50,000 jobs in December. You can see that right there. And jobs growth was revised lower in both October and November. You can see what a bad month October was right there. 2025, now the weakest year of jobs growth since the pandemic.
Weakest year of jobs growth since the pandemic. 2025. America great once again. Just like during the pandemic. Remember those times? Ah, those were good times. I think of them fondly. Deranged lunatics yelling at store clerks minding their business. People losing their goddamn minds everywhere. Yes, the pandemic. Oh, God. Hitting the great peaks of the pandemic in our economy. So good. So things are so good and so great that we had a negative 150,000 jobs created in October. How do you create negative 150,000 jobs? Oh, that's right. It means you lose 150,000 jobs. 150,000 less jobs. That's how that happens. Now, while the United States is hemorrhaging jobs in 2025, the Department of Energy under Donald Trump is not really, not really at all concerned about any of this for some reason.
For 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Undersecretary Fitzsimmons, you served at the Department of Energy during President Trump's first term, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you've also held a number of positions in this term, including Chief of Staff to Energy Secretary Wright, correct?
I did, yes.
Great. I'm hoping that you could help me understand more about the agency's decision-making process. We've talked about how there have been many clean energy projects that have been canceled over the last year. In fact, since January of last year, over 170,000 energy jobs across the country on clean energy projects have been lost or impacted due to the policy changes from your department. One company canceled plans for a battery manufacturing facility in Buckeye, Arizona. That cost 6,400 jobs. So
now, it's fascinating. If we are to believe AOC here, the Department of Energy cut well over, 150,000 jobs 2025? Maybe that's where some of the job losses came from last year. All those Doge cuts at places like the Department of Energy. Of course, they're not the only place who have seen massive cuts in the many thousands of workers. That probably contributed to those jobs numbers, I'm guessing.
Glendale, Kentucky has lost over 150,000 jobs due to another manufacturing facility closure. As Chief of Staff to Secretary Wright and as Acting Undersecretary, were there assessments done on how many jobs would be lost due to these decisions?
Well, my understanding is that when an applicant submits an application, there is a comprehensive assessment because we need to understand
I'm not
what the
speaking to
jobs.
applications. I'm talking about, policy changes around tax credits, around other sorts of. I mean, it can include applications as well. But did you do an assessment on how many American jobs would be lost prior to you making your policy conclusions?
I think we're always continuously assessing the impacts of the decisions that we made.
Did you do the assessment on how many jobs would be lost before making a choice, or did you not do the assessment?
We review the applications as they come in, and part of that can be the jobs.
That sounds like a no to me, Undersecretary.
It sounds like a no to me too. You gotta agree with AOC here. It seems like they didn't really give a fuck at all about all the jobs that were being lost here. The American jobs, all gone. The thing that we just had the worst jobs year since the pandemic. Maybe we should have been paying attention to all the jobs that were going out the door while the Doge boys were cutting away at everything, hacking away with the chainsaw. Maybe we should have been keeping track of all of that a little bit more closely at the federal level. Just a thought. Just a crazy thought. We just came up with that thought just now. Totally revolutionary idea that no one ever thought of before now. Oh, wait. Nope, I take it back. That was actually totally an unoriginal thought that people, actually, they're supposed to keep track of that stuff. They're just not doing it because they're either too lazy or incompetent or stupid. It's unclear. But they didn't do their jobs. All right. Well, while we're talking economics, we might as well talk about one man whose stated goal over at the Fed is, of course, maximum employment. One Jerome Powell, the chair of the Federal Reserve.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
The political earthquake overnight, with word that the Department of Justice is has launched a criminal investigation into Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell and the Federal Reserve. They say it's over potential testimony he gave over renovations to the Federal Reserve building. But Powell, in this extraordinary video statement, says it's something about completely different. He says this is about the Fed's independence and the Federal Reserve's ability to raise and lower interest rates independently from political winds. Here with us now is CNN Chief Data Analyst Harry Enton. So Fed Chair Jerome Powell talks about Fed independence, right? How important do the American people think that is?
Very. And I'll just say, to quote, my goodness gracious, they think it's incredibly important that the Fed acts independently of Donald Trump, and they think it's best for the economy. We're talking about more than 2/3 of adults, 68%, 91% of Democrats, 75% of independents, and even 41%, 2/5 of Trump's base thinks it's important that the Fed acts independently of Trump for the best of the economy.
Incredible. So basically the entire country, aside from the most cultish, magnified individuals, the most deluded, deranged idiots in the United States, think that the Federal Reserve should act independently of Donald Trump.
So when you get 41% of Republicans and 91% of Democrats agreeing on something with 75% of independents, you know it is a popular position. The bottom line is the American people vigorously disagree with the President of the United States on this. They want a Fed that acts independently of him because they think it's best for the economy.
So the Trump administration very clearly, to an extent, picking a fight with Jerome Powell, a clear political fight, which has been at play for months, and now perhaps a legal fight as well. Who do the American people sort of pick in that fight?
Donald Trump is losing the political fight to Jerome Powell. I mean, you could just see it right here. Net approval rating per Gallup in December. Trump comes in at negative 23 points on the net approval rating, way underwater. Jerome Powell, not the most popular guy in the world, but at minus 3 points, he's actually the most popular guy that Gallup polled of any of the politicians.
Wow, Jerome Powell, 20 points more popular than President Trump. Much better ratings. Much better ratings that Jerome Powell than me? Wait, what? Ah, wow. It's got to hurt Donald Trump right where it counts, the ratings.
Awful. Weak.
The only thing that Donald Trump cares about. And his ratings are terrible. Awful. Weak. Pathetic.
You should be ashamed.
Now, while Donald Trump's numbers are imploding, jobs market tanking, waging a political fight against the Federal Reserve, he's still building that horrifying Versailles-esque palatial ballroom.
Work continues with new videos showing construction of a ballroom at the White House on the site where the East Wing once stood. The project was announced in July and construction began in September 2025. 4 months in, crews have begun excavation with a shallow pit visible at the site and several cranes operating nearby. For more than 100 years, the East Wing served as an entrance for visitors and as a workplace for first ladies and their staffs. The White House said it was not feasible to
Just disturbing. Just so disturbing. I mean, so much. I mean, honestly, it was a beautiful area. And for it to go from that to that, this is disgusting. And it's going to be worse, honestly. I prefer the mud pit to the fucking gilded ballroom. It's fucking disturbing. As if the White House wasn't big enough. It's huge. The place is enormous. This is just a gaudy display of deranged billionaire. Oh, God. All this history just destroyed. Didn't even ask for congressional approval. I just got another Melania documentary ad. I just got another Melania. We have to watch it. Here we go again. Everybody be based. They keep running these Melania ads on the fucking stream. It's hilarious to me. I love it. It just reminded me that I gotta watch this train wreck. Oh, God. Here we go again, everybody. In theaters soon, I'm fairly certain. I think it's the 30th. It's like 2 weeks away. I keep getting so many commercials for it. I'm genuinely anticipating its release at this point. It's kind of hilarious. I love it. Everybody be based. I can't believe they didn't name the movie Be Based. It should have been Be Based. We got full Lodi circle on vertical stream. Oh, God. What's happening? Why is this happening? I'm reloading the page. What is going on? Everything's fine on the other streams. Oh, and it's, now that I reloaded it, appears to be fine. Okay. Weird. I don't know what that was about. Oh, it's glitching again. Oh, what the fuck is going on over here? Are we good? Oh, the stream is down over... Is it down? It just went down over on fucking Twitch, too. The stream just went down on Twitch, too, son of a bitch.
Help! Help! I'm
being repressed. Motherfucker. Okay, everybody. We're back. Had a little bit of a problem there, a little hiccup in the stream. Looks like we went down on Twitch. Fully went down. Oh. That is unfortunate because we lost at least half of our viewers over there. They got kicked out of the stream. Hopefully they'll find their way back. I sense some of them were napping or having fallen asleep. Who knows? But hopefully they find their way back. However, I think that's probably a perfect spot for us to take another quick galactic intermission. Since it's been another hour and a half since our last break, we're sort of off kilter on the normal, whatever you want to call it. Schedule. We've been doing hour and a half halves, but we're 8 hours in the stream. However, I think I've done the math right. I've missed the breaks a couple of times tonight, so we're like behind by like a half an hour. Yeah, break time. But do not worry, as we will be right back. Alright everybody, I hope you've been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships. Twitch with the bits and the power-ups and the subs. Cash App and PayPal. And of course, newly introduced We Got Throne. But the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars is, as always, Patreon. Alright, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back.